Today I'm surrounded by rifling royalty fan favourites and meta-defining players. We've got Donk of Spirit, Nico of Falcons, and Rops of Vitality. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you for having us.
Hey, look at that. We're all here. Now, out of the tournament break, nobody's played a tournament yet. You've all had a bit of an extended time. No one had to play Fisher. Everyone's got Cologne as their first event. So, Rops, let's start with you. You just had your tournament break. It's off the back of a major win. Is it hard to get back in the server after such a historic season?
No, not at all. I think we've said many times, obviously it's a historic season for many reasons, but winning that many trophies and having the run we had, it's the best summer break anyone's ever going to have, so we enjoyed that one.
What'd you do?
I went for a vacation with my girlfriend to Madeira in Portugal, and then come back home and play a bit of CS.
You always go somewhere sunny, somewhere with a beach.
I mean, it depends where you're from, right? I'm from Estonia, a bit cold, and get away from the cold as well. We've had a pretty bad summer so far, a lot of rain and stuff like that, so nice to get some sun. And still like to come back home, visit some family, because you don't get to do that much during your CS career, and so yeah.
Okay, so pretty chill. Nico, you went to China.
Yeah, I did go to China for 2 days.
What was that about?
I mean, obviously, I like going to China, mostly because of the fans as well. We have a lot of fans there, me and Ilya, so I like to go when I get the opportunity that obviously fits the schedule and everything. So I just went there to meet some fans, play a show match, and just have some fun before the season starts.
Play with Kenny, Ilya was there.
Yeah, me, Kenny, Scream, Kadian, and Ilya.
You play with Kadian. I know you didn't used to be the massive Casper fan.
Well, I just said I didn't know we were going to play together until I got there.
Did you win at least?
I think we got one map against Lin Vision and Tailu,
okay.
And we lost another one.
So just pugging.
Yeah, it was a bit funny to win a map versus Lin Vision,
Were they trying?
Probably not.
Okay.
Still,
yeah, fair enough.
Wanted to win.
How's Scream looking in the server?
I think his aim is crisp still.
Yeah.
But I think he's a bit rusty with the gameplay and everything.
He's a trader. He went to Valorant.
Yes.
I don't know if I
think it's really hard to come back into CS.
Yeah. Well, he's trying. We'll see what happens. So, okay. Now, you also were playing some pugs, because I watch all the YouTube VODs that people put out. It was like you, Kiyosuke, Modesty playing a bunch. I'm learning what positions you're going to be potentially changed. So, Mirage, it's going to be Nico connector, Kiyosuke short, Modesty is going to be the win, obviously the AWP. Ancient, though, you're back to be long. Kiyosuke take a mid. Am I reading too much into the pugs?
Well, I think that you watched a couple of first ones before we decided on positions. So okay. I think there is some twerks still happening after that. But obviously, I'm gonna try to make the Maxim as comfortable as possible on the team, and he's gonna get pretty much whatever he wants, wherever he feels comfortable. So I will be the one adapting together with Tessus, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Well, we'll get more into that later, because we're still in that what did you do in your break type scenario. Now, Donk, you got number...
go to CS immediately.
You got number one on Face It again. What else did you do? Did you go on a vacation at all?
A little bit. I was just chilling at home and something like this. I wasn't using PC and the whole vacation, and that's it. I don't know how people cannot get the number one at the Face. I'm not playing it.
So
you're winning when you're playing. That's the problem.
No one can beat you. That is the problem. And you do a lot of solo queuing as well.
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I played 40 games out of 300.
Okay.
And solo queue, and fuck it.
It's better in Europe than North America, though, right?
I can the same.
The same. Okay. I saw that wasn't it you were number one, and then either Monasi or Kiyosuke was 2, and then the other one was 3, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a pretty crazy power trio.
I had those two guys in the practice room just trying to beat him in number one, but I think they also went a couple of games against each other as well, so it was very important for the ELO, but I think he beat them.
Okay. Well, isn't it strange though, because back when, obviously you've been playing the longest out of the 3, but when you were on the come up, FPL was the main thing that Face It was used for, especially for aspiring pros and the pros. And now Donk's changed the meta. I know FPL's changed as well, but no one's playing FPL anymore, or at least not the top tier pros. Do you play FPL at all?
No.
Why?
I don't know, it's boring. It's
boring?
Yeah.
Isn't it better players that you'd play with though, or it's not as fun? Because when I watch the Faceit games you play, you're playing against like Hey 666, like it's just some random Russian kid who's like really good at Faceit, but maybe not great at, Counter-Strike, team Counter-Strike.
I think I don't like FPL because it's trying to be some competitive game, and like people trying to act like they're playing pro match, and it's not enjoyable time, to be honest, because like they're trying, but it's like it's bad, and it's not really enjoyable to play. It's not interesting.
Okay, so when you play Faceit, you're not playing to try and mimic a professional match. You're playing to what? Just 1v5 every round?
Yeah, just to enjoy. It's for me just enjoyable time.
So you're kind of playing Faceit like 15 years ago we used to casual servers, like 32. They used like the 32 players. So that's the way he's playing Faceit.
Pretty
that's
much
kind of crazy, isn't it? Okay.
But I'm not even sure does FPL still exist. I think it's
only on the weekend or something now.
Yeah.
They've completely.
It has like
not enough players.
4 hours queue or something like this.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like.
So the FPL's dead.
Yeah. You could say so.
You're not playing a lot of Faceit, are you?
I don't play Faceit
at all.
No.
What do you play?
TM mostly.
Okay.
I think it's a myth. I mean, it's obviously you have to be responsible in terms of keeping up shape. But if you know what works for you and you put in the hours, I think you can do whatever. I think I have played Faceit for 4 years.
Okay. Wow.
Since definitely before I joined the FaZe, I stopped. Since then, I think. I don't know. I just don't find it enjoyable for myself. That's just the reason. I rather connect to deathmatch, play I don't know how many hours, because I can play like 3-4 hours of deathmatch easily
non-stop?
in a day. Not with breaks.
I was going to say non-stop.
Arms gonna get tired because of spinning around so much. But I take breaks. But yes, I don't know. I just don't want to commit to a game. Now that's easier actually because it's not MR15. The games are shorter. I don't know. I just don't find it enjoyable to commit to a game where likely not going to enjoy it if playing with random people. So that's the main reason.
Okay. So, Nico, you were playing with Kisuke and Monasi. Obviously, it's good to get some repetitions with a new player under your belt. Was that the main reason you were doing it? Like, do you like to play Faceit outside of that environment? How do you find it?
I have periods where I play a lot of Faceit and then I cannot play Faceit. So it's very random and maybe also dependent on my form as well. But at this start of the season, I just play because I want to get back into the game. Because I think when you play DM from a break, sometimes I can play a lot of DM but still go into the practice and I would feel like I don't know what I'm doing. So this is why I play a bit of Faceit at the start of the season. But I never queue alone. That's a no-go. I cannot really cope with people, I don't know, doing random stuff and just not communicating and stuff like this. So I always try to go with 3 or even sometimes 5 stack, even though it's a bit harder now to find a game with the 5 stack. But Faceit is random. I think I enjoy it when I play in good positions. But now, like I played with Ilya and Maxim, and I have to kind of take a step back and like go anchor the site. I'm like, what am I doing on Faceit? It's not fun at all. So it's a tricky Faceit.
That's Robs's every day, mate.
Exactly. Yeah. I understand why he doesn't play. Like you don't gain anything out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess like anchoring in Faceit is not going to be the same as it's not going to be against execute. Yeah. Okay. I see that. So you mentioned deathmatch is the main. Well, not the main way. Did everyone here play deathmatch? Because Zawu doesn't play deathmatch, right?
Zawu is a bit unique in that sense, of course.
It's weird that do you think deathmatch in terms of just warming up the wrist?
Well,
right?
I can tell you that he played some deathmatch before the major final.
Oh, okay.
He wanted to win the major.
Okay, all right. So when he really wants to win, he'll play some deathmatch.
Yeah.
But so everybody here plays deathmatch? You play deathmatch?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? Yeah. So what's your main way of warming up or practice?
I don't have warm up. I'm just playing.
You just jump in the server?
Yeah.
So you don't go on like aimbots or anything?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, look, how many hours, let me ask this question, when you're in the flow of things, like over the 2 weeks, how many hours would you normally have?
Right now I have 150.
Okay.
50?
Yes.
So for people like playing at home, that's a lot of hours, right? 150 is a lot. What have you got?
Maybe like 80, 90.
Okay. Yeah, and that's still 40 plus hours a week.
Yeah.
So you're just playing all day.
Yes.
Yeah. So team pracs and then face it.
Yes. And some like demos.
And some demos, of course. Yes. Yeah. Do you always watch like POVs, or are you like using Skybox, Edge, or anything like that?
I don't like to watch Skybox because I do like to watch how the people like picking, strafing, and something, all of this stuff, so I can pick them.
So you're looking for the micro, you know? Okay. So you're mainly playing face it, playing scrims, watching demos.
Yeah.
So what about you, Nico, in terms of your warm-up for a match day? How are you getting ready? Because back in the day, you know, you had people who sit there and do like 3,000 aim bots and that type of stuff. What do you do? Do you have a routine?
Well, obviously it depends when our game is, at what time of the day. I always try to squeeze a DM session whenever I can before the match. Otherwise, just aim bots, or I use the new one, the CS2 stats.
Yep.
This is the one I use because I can make them move a little bit, and just I feel like I get better warmed up on this map. So this is what I use.
Okay. And are you doing anything outside of deathmatch? Are you a refrag user? Are you doing anything? Because you're like, out of the three people at the table, I'd say you're the most geeky, but in the nuanced way, right? Like you have everything kind of refined to a science. That's what I think about when I think about ROPS, like a scientific type of guy. So is your warm up the same way?
I know it can look like that outside of the picture, but I keep it very basic. You know, like aim bots usually as well, just before a game, and as you have limited time, you kind of stick to that. Maybe you have more time. You're in a hotel room, then you can play on internet because you don't have internet connection when you get to the setup. Then you play deathmatch. That's for sure what I can do. And I think you mentioned like Skybox, of course. Sometimes I do look at Skybox, for example, because it's a great tool. But it's nothing that's it's like a two-way lane. You know, like you can really do some anti-strat and find some peaks or things or timings that can work for you, but sometimes the enemy plays completely different, so I have to take that into account, and that's not going to be a fun time if you prepare something and then like you throw it out of the window. So yeah, you do a bit of everything, and just keep it a balance. And I think for myself, before I get to a game, it's just most important I get to feel the setup, make sure I'm comfortable, because I don't want to play a game where like I know, like, I don't know, this height is not sure. Correct, or you know, stuff like that. So I just make sure everything is comfortable for myself, and that's enough.
Okay, so nothing crazy, no intense routines, no, you know, spreadsheets filling everything out. Everyone's pretty straightforward, but still different. Now let's get into a fun one. Now we all know setups are personal preference, but if you boil it down, the top players are probably all within a range, unless you were like Woxic a couple years ago with crazy sensitivity and everything like that, and he's left-handed. So what's the resolutions of choice at the moment? Are you still a native?
Native user. Okay.
You're one of, like, they're growing. The native users are growing. You're kind of leading the campaign for the native users.
I mean, listen, if you don't use 16:9, I think it's a disadvantage, as usual.
Well, these two don't use 16:9, right?
I am now.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Something new. But yeah, I mean, it's a question of field of view. Like, you see more on the sides. Sometimes, I mean, it has happened many times in my career where I tell my teammate, yeah, you saw him. And then he gets the kill because I saw him with my resolution. You know, that's the advantage. Obviously, it is still personal preference to some extent. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you've migrated. Why?
I mean, I use 1610 for majority of CS2, and I want to try something new. And I cannot go back to 4.3. I tried multiple times, and I feel like I'm too slow for 4.3.
Okay.
So I tried the 69 and I feel good on it. And as Robin said, there's plenty of advantages in my opinion. Like, I was playing and I was holding like an angle, some off angle, and then I could see a flash coming somehow that I cannot see in 4.3, and I dodged and I killed the guy. I was like, the fuck? Like, how is this possible? So I think there's a couple of cool things that I enjoy with 69. And I like that the game is a bit slower. I feel like I can actually hold an angle, and I feel like I can also pre-fire a bit better. I don't know, just 4.3 is so fast. Like, I don't know how like these kids can be so good at it.
I think you got the key word there, the kids, right? You know,
yes.
How new is this change of res?
How new?
Yeah, when did you decide to make the change?
After I came back from the break. Yeah.
Okay, so you like refresh, again, so it's a bit of a reset.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like you're just jumping back in from day to day.
No.
That's cool.
I'm committed to it.
Nice. What about you, Donk? What are you using?
1280 960.
Okay.
4x3.
So stretched?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, I don't know. Some people still use the black bars, man.
No
back
way.
in my day, we didn't even have, wider screen monitors. It was just, the CRTs, the real boomer days. Yeah. But you listen to these guys, right? And Nico, who's migrating, you think, I can keep up with it. I'm a bit younger. Is it fast for you?
It's fine. No, I was trying Full HD in CSGO, and like a few days I was good, really good, and then I was fucking trash. So I said to myself that I won't move to native resolution.
Okay, all right, so it's not a change. You're happy with your res?
Yes.
What sensitivity are you using?
125, 800.
Okay, nice. So that's probably on the high end. Is that that's on the higher end, right?
Above average.
Is it?
Average, yeah,
above average.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
What are you using?
I'm on 400 dpi and then 1.77.
Okay. All right. So yours is kind of high.
Mine is on the lower end. Because it's like
400 DPI, yes.
700-ish effective DPI, I think it's called.
Yep.
EDPI.
Okay.
But it's low. I think, Nico, you're lower?
I'm using 1600 DPI, 0.45. So that's 1.8
I think
PS2. And
because the game plays quicker, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
And also because I was kind of getting more into entry roles as well.
Okay.
So there would be a bomb size where I would entry and I cannot even clear the angle. Trying to see if I'm going to get better, and that's what I used the past 6 months. I used similar to him, a bit lower than him. I used like 1.15 or something around that area. And obviously I did not play that great, so I tried to kind of find a middle ground now. And so now I'm on 1.8, 400 DPI-ish. But I think in this game you have to be fast, in my opinion. At least that's when I look at the best players right now in the game. They are all very quick. So this is what I try to also implement in my game. And didn't work too great, but you need to give it a real shot, and maybe there are going to be improvements on a long term. So we'll see how this season is going to play out.
Okay, so we got the res, we got the sensitivity. So everybody at home is going to be using the new settings when this comes out and drops. Now, one thing that I wanted to ask a question of, and maybe we'll start with you, Robs. If you were to describe your play style as a player, how would you do that?
I mean, many people say annoying just because they know I'm in a spot lurking, but they don't know when I'm coming. I guess annoying can be an answer.
Okay, like look, I would say methodical.
Yeah, methodical. Yeah,
measured.
Of course. I mean, classic. What people say as well. I mean, just because it's the way you peek at the peak angles, measured. Like obviously there's. Just taking decisions, but that goes for like any position. I don't know, doing some fancy grenades.
Do you guys think Robs is annoying?
Yeah.
I'm not playing against him like position.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's fair. But you would say yeah?
Yeah, I think mostly because I think he's one of the few like anchor lurkers that kind of base the game around himself. A lot of them are kind of passive and they let other guys, do the work. But I think Robin is one of the few players where he puts pressure, even though he's in like an anchor or a lurk position. So I think this is what, at least for me, stands out the most.
So this is when we watch your games, right? You're more active in these spots. You're very disruptive. Like on the CT side, you're not just sitting there waiting for things to come to you. You're making sure you're ruining defaults or slowing things down, or you've got your own peaks and your own plays. So it's like that's what I think, or I'm hoping that Zwei brings to like Spirit. Because when I watched Zwei on Namiga, he was a bit more active in some of similar positions as to what you would play on the T side as well. He backs his aim a lot. So I'm curious to see what happens with Zwei. But I've just gone on a tangent. Donk, if you were to describe your play style, do you have any words that you could use for that?
I don't know.
No? How would you guys describe Donk's play style?
A machine. I don't know. I think he's very straightforward.
Aggressive.
He's aggressive and he's really good at multi-killing people.
Unstoppable force.
Yeah.
I think anyone could say the same.
Okay. If we break it down, it's like don't go kill, right? But it's not as simple as that, is it?
Sometimes.
Or is it?
Who knows?
Who knows? Well, this is it. You want to let us in? You want to give us any secrets? Any tricks of the trade?
No.
No. Okay.
Why should I?
It does feel like that sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
It is as simple as that, because I mean, when you're as good as that, it's gonna look like that, you know.
Robin has a strat that I will go kill, drop to him a hero AK, and he's go like underpass and at the Mirage.
Okay. All right.
Exactly.
What about you, Nico? You give us some more words to your playstyle.
To my playstyle, I don't know. I feel like my playstyle has shifted over the years.
But you've always been flashy, right? And you've always been like your aim style has always been you're more of a tapper, right? Maybe you're becoming a bit more of a burster because of CS2, but you're not known for crazy spray control. Like the fights when you take them and you're in a position, you're able to delete everybody on your screen. So, you know, is that how it feels when you're playing?
Yeah, I mean, definitely in CSGO, I was going for more one-taps. It was easier to clear angles. I think I had a very similar playstyle to Robin. Even though he was on a lurk, I was kind of in a pack sometimes. But I still like to, you know, clear my angles, take the duels that I want to take. I don't want to kind of play... I don't want to take the duels that they want me to take, kind of. So I always try to dictate the pace of how I want to pick people. But in CS2, it just became a little bit harder. So I try to be a bit... less unpredictable, because in CS2 either players got so good or I don't know, someone just, I don't know, like everyone is moving all the time. You cannot it just doesn't feel the same way to play. So if I were to describe my play style, I don't even know how I would describe it right now. You tell me, you probably know better.
Well, that's my job, I guess, is to talk about the way. Do you guys have a way that you would describe Nico's playstyle?
It's also very measured. I think Nico was one of the pioneers of you know, peaking angles, clearing angles back in 2016-15. I think, you know, that was the way that he brought the game to another level, I think, as well.
Well, this is it, right? Because obviously you've had to continue to evolve the longest. Rops is the second, and then you're the fresh face, but you've come in and just kind of blown everything up. But with Nico in the early days, it was like, oh, there's this aim star, but he's also, you know, very good at all the other necessary requirements. Then Rops came in, and this is when I first started doing this job. And it was in an office just down the road, and he'd come from being called a cheater, goes to the Faceit office, and now he's playing on MOUZ. And I'm just watching in Go TV, I'm just watching Rops, and it's this kid who's just clearing every corner. Like, it looks agonizing for somebody like me who likes to wide swing and, you know, run in first. He's clearing every corner. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Like, he knows every single angle. And then you come in, and all of the stuff from the people before you is kind of already ingrained in you, but not like, and you're still so mechanically like brilliant with all the angle clearing, but you're rapid. You're just bang, bang. Things happen so quickly. So like the evolution of the game over a 10-year period is nuts, but it's like all of your things combined is like why we're seeing players like him and Kiyasuke and stuff today. And it's then, to your point, like players getting better. They have done, because the knowledge of the past is kind of, it's people, you don't need to learn it anymore, right? People have seen what's happened, and they just kind of, that's the way the game is played today. But with what I've said there, do you guys think that is a reasonable statement, or do we think that CS2 is just actually a worse game?
I think it's completely true. I mean, it's funny because I think about it a lot as well, and I just going back to your statement, like I watched back some of the stuff from 2017 when I was playing FPL and I was doing the things that people said I'm cheating or whatever, and I don't know, I just look back and people were just bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
People were bad at playing CS.
Yeah.
They go FPL, they queue, have a beer after, like it's not even serious, you know, during those times. So, you know, it shifts a lot, the meta, the skill level of players. It's going up and up, and it's true that every year that a new superstar gets born, I think all of them have the qualities of the past, and they have each of their own new as well. Yeah.
And they bring something new, right, at the same time. So not only are they using what everyone else has gone through the trials and tribulations of, they bring the next level of it, and that's kind of where the bar gets set. I wanted to ask a question to the table. do we think that riflers are more impactful in the modern game than AWPers? Because it always used to be AWPers, right? As the most impactful players.
I would say yes, but it also depends how you use your riflers, obviously.
Okay.
If you have someone like, him or me to some extent, where like we are taking the resources to ourselves, going for entries, like this is kind of where you base the game around. So then obviously you're going to have more impact. And I think in CSGO was probably a bit more balanced. But
with riflers and AWPers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because obviously AWPers were just really, really good in CSGO. Obviously they were definitely the most powerful role on the team, but I think riflers could still, the good riflers that were having enough resources, they were like trying to become one of the best, they could still have more impact than the AWPers, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Do you guys feel that way?
I can agree. I think I can speak why I think also riflers are more important. It's just because, like, as Nico said, like getting an entry I think means so much nowadays. Like teams are really good at capitalizing, let's say a 5v4, and it's much tougher to win a 4-on-5 on the opposites. But that then comes back to if you have like a nice op on your team, you can maybe win that 4-on-5. But then again, just I think playing from an advantage, and nowadays it's CS is becoming more and more calculated. I think where like the teams make really good decisions, and they can just win the round based on a small advantage like that. So just having a great entry fragger is very beneficial for any team.
Okay. What do you think, Donk?
Yeah, I agree. I just think the riflers have like more resource to like use their skills, I would say, because like AWPers get used to just control the map, and the riflers going forward and taking some space, so they have just more space to show themselves.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
In the center of the studio is what everybody is fighting for, the coveted Intel Extreme Masters Cologne trophy. Vitality were the most recent squad to be etching their name into it, having hoisted it in 2024. And whilst incredibly prestigious, incredibly beautiful, they made no secret that they weren't content with only hoisting one trophy within a calendar year. Cut to the beginning of 2025, Spinks is removed, ROPS is added, and since that very moment, they quite literally haven't looked back. We're talking a 35 series win streak when we look at best of 3s and best of 5 games, and also 7 consecutive trophies. And now they have the opportunity to be making it through to the playoffs today, as they'll be taking on G2 on the A stream to round out today's proceedings. They beat Astralis yesterday, which does mean Astralis are now on the brink of elimination. They'll be going head-to-head against Furia as our last game of the day on the B stream, not before Gamer Legion and 3D Max also fight for their life in Cologne. It's all going down at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. A crazy day of games, of action today. Stage 2, day 2, I can confidently say. And we're going to be joined here. Yanko, I got Sponge. What's up, man?
You sure it's day 2?
I'm sure it's day 2 today.
Day 5 overall.
I felt if I really nailed it yesterday, I could set myself up for a good day 2 of this. Yeah.
No Stabby and Yawn here just yet?
I know, that was a blunder. That was a rough one, wasn't
it? That was fun, though.
It was a fun one. It was nice having Hooksy step up right in the moment for it as well.
So Hooksy step up, that 1v4 was wild. That brings me to my next point. And my
first
activate
point a trap
of the day. We have the Hooksy 1v4, the Yabby Dig round, the Tessus Dig round, the Mazinho 1v4, the Tessus 1v3 on the pistol with 1 HP. Did I say Tessus? I meant Mezzi. Mezzi 1v2 on the pistol round and overpass. We had a Hunter 1v5. I'm probably missing a couple.
Okay.
How many clutches and highlights have there been, boys? It's wild.
Well, here's the test. Are you a glass half full kind of guy or glass half empty? Because is it bad Counter-Strike being played by the man advantage teams, or is it really good Counter-Strike being played by the individual?
Jason, you should know, as a man that dabbles in analyst work as well as commentary, that a commentator will say this is fantastic Counter-Strike.
It is fantastic Counter-Strike. You're correct.
Right, so there's been a lot of highlights.
The Yabi 1v4 was really nice. That might even be my favorite. It was so crisp with the... it was reminiscent of the Nico sort of round he had a year or two ago at Cologne, right? But always nice to see those Deagle highlights.
There's too many Deagle rounds coming out. Every time I see him,
too many.
Like, why does my Deagle not do this? I've never had a good Deagle in 20 years. Yes, it's all about me.
You're a sprayer.
20 years of Counter-Strike. I've never been able to use the Deagle.
You're a sprayer, not a tapper, Jason.
It's true, except in Source. Source Deagle was king.
I think the most upvoted thing of yesterday was Kiyosuke getting a 4K ramp.
It was
a rifle round.
Great. It was really beautiful. It was one magazine. It was very efficient.
I'll be honest, I don't think it compares to the others I listed. Like the Hunter 1v5, that one is like Furia with some massive misplays. But still, to see Hunter be able to capitalize on that was great. Really fun day of Counter-Strike yesterday. I enjoyed myself.
Fun day of Counter-Strike. But as we get deeper into Stage 2, we have one big question that we're all asking ourselves and all trying to figure out into Season 2 of the year. Can anyone beat Vitality? Can anyone actually do it? Like this?
No.
Okay, well, Yanko's coming in here with some... Oh, look, they're 60...
You mean anyone not Legacy? Well, not Dumao and Lato, the chosen ones.
True, that's
that are going to bring Brazilian Counter-Strike back on top.
They're not here, but if they were...
Astralis couldn't beat them yesterday, right?
They did come close.
They did. Well, it was a 2-0.
Close-ish on the first.
With those clutches from Mezzi on Nuke, it definitely kept them apart. And I think one of the key factors was it wasn't a ZywOo carry performance. I think that you turn to Mezzi, you turn to Robs, and you turn to Flames for a little bit more impact than ZywOo within that series. Device had ZywOo's number in a lot of those rounds. And then Apex, well, with the shaved head, he was still talking some trash, which is good. Some of it was uninspired. Some of it was pretty good. So
he's warming up into the year, right? Don't peak too soon.
Yeah, but this is the team we heard from Freya there before we got into things. 7 trophies in the last season. In my opinion, we're in the Vitality era. That's a debate for another day. It's the Astralis Dynasty. It's the Vitality era. But right now, this is the best team in the world without a doubt. They're the major champs. They're the world #1, undisputed. And yeah, we're in their umbrella right now of the question that you just posed.
Yeah, if anyone can beat them, where are we looking?
Yeah, just... First of all,
first and foremost,
I think also that game yesterday is a perfect example of why Vitality is the best team, right?
Sure.
Because how many times will you see Donk have a bad, not above and beyond game and Spirit still win?
I think statistically speaking, there was that graphic.
Yeah, there was the graphic the other day, yeah.
Very rarely.
Very rarely, right? Like it's the same for Nikor, Monacy on Falcons, same for, you can go down the list really with players, but yesterday, ZywOo had and Robs too, they both had a pedestrian series for their standards. It was Mezzi and Flamesy who were the 2 highest rated players and had the most impact, right? And I think that's what separates them. That's why we see all these other teams sort of try to upgrade, right? And try to get there. And, who will be most likely to challenge them? I mean, you sort of have to say Falcons, right? Because they were the closest ones in the first half of the year. And then now they've signed the biggest prodigy we had really in the market at the moment. Well, I don't know if he was even on the market, but Falcons got him anyway.
They made him on the market. Yeah, they created the market.
Look at that. I thought that was a graphic on the screen. That's actually over here. That is, that's a lot of data.
So their Vitality is 60-16 in 2025 against all the teams that are here.
That's pretty good. And now it's 35 wins as far as best of 3s and best of 5s are concerned, because what Yanko mentioned with that best of 1 to Legacy. We forget about that. Best of 1s are only at the majors for some reason in Cologne.
It's a nice little twist, I think.
Isn't it? Yeah, we'd like to keep that flavor.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
And Overpass being a factor yesterday, they picked it, so that's cool. A bit of a statement of intent. Like, our map pool actually got stronger thanks to Valve removing Anubis.
So actually have only powered up.
That's fun too.
That's also crazy because who can beat them? No one can. I mean, feel like no one's going to beat them in the next month or two.
Yeah.
Because Spirit made changes, Falcons made changes. Okay, if anyone will beat them, it's like MOUZ or Mongols, but that ain't happening. So, and in theory, their map pool might have just gotten stronger somehow.
Yeah.
They might be even more difficult to beat. It's like Valve is really rooting for Vitality.
I want to go back. I want to talk about the Falcons thing because we breezed past Falcons.
Well, they ban Overpass, so maybe that's okay.
And I guess the question is, were you impressed enough by Kyosuke in the first day to feel like that's a ramp up period?
Now I'm going to say Kyosuke. You can say whatever the hell you want. Everybody's allowed to say whatever they want, but look, whether or not he's the solution, I don't think yesterday was enough to be able to tell that. Look, in terms of his performances, I think he did a good job for his debut in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. We learned his positions on 2 maps. Obviously, Nuke, he got to take the ramp position on the CT side. Nico stayed outside. But on the T side, he was doing the map control on Yard. And then on Mirage, he was playing short, so in combination with Monacy as well as Nico over towards middle. And then on the T side, he was actually the mid-control player, and Nico's on the extremities. I like the change more for Nico.
Oh, dude, I was going to say the same thing. We had him on the desk after that win, and that was the only thing he talked about. He was like, having Kyosuke on this team just frees me up to now do whatever I want and take my time and play.
Bait a little bit more.
Yeah.
Well, it's not baiting if he comes in and kills everybody, is it? You love seeing Nico get to come in through apartments after the information's there, and it's like, oh, there's one ticket, there's one jungle. They're now both dead.
There was a round. Yeah, I think that's exactly the round. I think there might have been 4v5, and then Kyosuke makes a move from underpass, gets 1 kill. Nico comes from maps, gets 2 more, and between the two of them, they get 4 kills and bring back a 4v5. And if you look at that round, like that's how they're going to win games, right? It is going to be guys being able to bring them back from round disadvantages, or just players being able to step up individually, right? Similar to how, you know, G2 with Nico and Monacy and Hunter would win games, or FaZe in 2022, right? Like that is going to be the strength of that team.
It feels like Kyosuke is going to have to share the spotlight a little bit more so than a Donk does at Spirit, or maybe did at Spirit, right? We're going to see the changes with Sway today. It's Sway Day. Yesterday was Kyosuke Day. Oh, slash
Sway Day sounds really nice though.
It does. It's got some alliteration going on there. But look, I think the depth of Falcons is something that needs to be looked at as well. Like Tessa's changing positions has clearly given way for obviously then Nico. It's a cascading issue. Yes. But that Tessa's had that massive Deagle round yesterday. Kixon had a couple of rounds on the CT side of Mirage, back-to-back anchoring A now, where he had some really good impact. So you're seeing the depth of the individuals, and I think it's strong signs early, but I suppose it's about expectation setting. In Cologne, first event of the season, is this where we expect them to win? I don't think so.
Well, I think you just touched on a lot of the strengths that we saw at Falcons yesterday. For me, I saw a lot of weaknesses as well. We talked about it on the desk. I think like their retakes were really struggles. They were really discoordinated in a couple of retakes. Was that one on ramp room where the 2 players came down ramp?
Yeah.
And it's like those kinds of miscommunications and disorganizations. I expect them to get cleaned up as time goes on, but that basically means you can't beat Vitality at the
first game.
First game.
And you know what that
just said? It's going to improve as time goes on.
You know what that is? That is them playing like 100 Faceit games in the last 7 days. Nico, Kyosuke, and Monacy, and they're like, oh yeah, this is just like, you know, muscle memory from the last 10 days, right? And then it goes horribly wrong. I think even this whole event, you're going to see that probably for the most part, but it's after the first couple of events where you're like, okay, now you need to see some improvements in some of these errors need to stop happening.
Okay, so Falcons, they're not going to beat them at this event, but down the road,
they might beat them.
They could.
Okay, here we go.
They could. I'm not going to say they will, but they could. I like Na'Vi. Now, I want to make sure people in the back here, because I think if you listen to me over the last couple of weeks talking about the MOUZ edition, I would be saying, oh, I don't think there's enough to move the needle, and it's nothing about him as an individual. It's the team of Na'Vi probably not having enough oomph, but I like some of the changes that we saw yesterday against that of FaZe. Yeah. Right? Getting to see Ancient, they move bit over towards B. MOUZ gets to play middle. Emma gets to be the A guy. So some of those changes I thought were nice. On the T side, MOUZ given the space to be the mid guy, which is great because he's that shiny new toy. You wind him up, you let him go, and he just goes up mid and shoots. And people think that's a very important position. It is. But if you get him out to mid and he's made the kill, made the space, at that point, Alexi or Emma can take over the calling, right? Emma felt like he was floating a bit more. Sure. Alexi playing B lane. Then they went into Mirage, which he didn't need to do anything crazy, but he was serviceable there. Yeah. He was playing extremities on the T side, and he was playing short on the CT side, so that's a pretty good position to be. And then Nuke, well, that's where they dominated FaZe and made FaZe look a little bit silly, I thought. So a good confidence-building win for Na'Vi. But in terms of returning to the conversation that you're bringing, can they beat Vitality? Too early? Too early to tell?
I think so.
When will they ever beat Vitality? Like, what makes you think they'll be able to beat them? Like, their team play will get on such a high level that they'll be able to...
Well, so for MOUZ, like, I thought that he brought more than my expectation was to the team, because one of the things was the vibe looked better, and that's a player change. That's not a Makazi exclusive. That's any new player coming in.
Maybe he cracks jokes. How do you know?
Maybe. He could be a funny guy.
He's a pretty funny guy. I talked to him in the lobby.
Yeah?
He's got some jokes.
Drin Shaqiri.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Shaqiri.
It was close, though.
Close.
You said the magic name. FaZe. Always a fun team to talk about in this context.
Like haha funny?
I said fun, not funny.
Oh.
But yeah, haha funny.
Funny how?
Yeah, exactly. But this team, now with Brokey back in, Brokey looked pretty good yesterday. He did his classic clutches. He did his classic pull some bullshit out in the chaotic situations. Not the most cleanest game overall, but FaZe is always a team where you always just wonder, is that magic going to roll back? Is it just going to show itself for no good reason?
I think it's just... And Kerrigan is vocal about this in interviews. You know, he thinks it can work with all the roles and everything, but this needs to happen and that needs to happen. I think the more time passes, we're seeing that it just can't work. They can't make it work, right? Because we're talking about this.
It can't work.
It's also important in the context of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan isn't a team that wants to be in the top 10 or in the top 5.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan is a team that wants to be out there and lift trophies,
sure.
right? And they haven't been necessarily all that close to one when we look at the events where all the teams are there, right? Like they were close to beating Vitality in Katowice in that group stage game, but you know, when you look at them go up against a team like that, a MOUZ, Falcons, Spirit, you don't really see them being able to overcome what these other teams are able to bring to the table, because not only do they have guys like Donk, m0NESY, ZywOo, Rops, and so on, the team play from FaZe just isn't there.
Isn't there yet.
It might never be.
Yeah, you're not getting that same feeling of like a hive mind of 5 players who just all have the same idea, doing that individual kind of style.
I don't want to give my opinion because everyone calls me a hater.
You don't have to give your opinion.
Thanks.
What
I'm here for?
Do you have a different opinion you'd like to give?
About FaZe?
About any other team.
Let's talk about Mongols.
You can open up the field. There we go.
Let's go to Mongols.
Yeah.
Yesterday, obviously, they only played 3D Max. Sorry to the French. That wasn't meant to sound so disrespectful. They played 3D Max. That's a team
You're fine, mate.
You should hear Yanko's been saying.
And I thought that, obviously, Ancient got a little bit closer than it should have. That was a map that they were pretty dominant on within the first half, but then it was brought back in. Was a couple of clutches. I touched upon the Mazinho one. But for me, for Mongols, making the major grand final, picking up some big wins against, sure, maybe not the biggest teams in Austin, but still, I think those are confidence-building wins, and I think it's going to unlock that next level. For me, the Mongols project is about the building blocks, and now they're at the point where they're standing with the rest of the big teams, right? They're a top 5 team in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now that Senzu's unlocked on the stage, we need that consistency to be followed through here in Cologne. And look, for me, I really hope that we get to see them in the playoffs, but it's going to be a tough group. Group A is a group of death. They get a free punt at Vitality, don't they, today?
No, they play Falcons.
Oh, that's right. It's G2 versus Vitality.
I think for Mongols in the last year or 6 months at the very least, the most important win for them has been against FaZe in the quarterfinal.
Oh, sure.
Because that was the game like that Mongols would choke, right? You're going up against a team that you're objectively better at than, but they have the more experienced players. There's aura around them with Simple and all of that. Senzu's going to be the worst rated player again. He's going to disappear. No, they take them down. Senzu is the best performer. He had a great playoffs. So I'm very excited coming into this season for the Mongols to see if that means they've broken through that glass ceiling, right? Like, because if that is the case, then the conversation gets a lot more interesting, because they're a team that shoots very hard, has really strong fundamentals, is great at punishing mistakes, doesn't have nothing too fancy, not too much finesse to their game. So that's a very exciting team to watch play.
Sorry, I need to elbow in and be a host. What's up?
I knew you were going to do that. Breath in. The breath in was, Chad, it's your time to leave.
Yeah. No, I wasn't going to say that. We're not even there yet, but we're going to be leaving. You're going to be kicked out soon. I just want to get to Spirit before you leave. I want to get to Spirit and Zwei Day.
Well, we know Zwei's potential from Nemiga, and we know what type of positions he plays. And I touched upon it earlier in terms of Donk maybe not having to share the spotlight as much. We know that Shiro isn't the most aggressive, but
keep it in. Shh. Just think about 3D Max.
So Zwei will be added into the mix as another option, I think, for Chopper, right? I hope that they use him so he has a bit more initiative. He takes some fights. He takes some aggressive space on the map with the positions he's playing. Very excited to see them going up against Heroic, which will be going on the B stream.
You are?
Well, I'll be doing the A stream, so I won't be watching the bit, but I will watch it later. But I think that it should be a fun game, and I want to see Zwei finding that impact early, because then that will add another layer to Spirit that might have been missing in the previous season.
I think it's just, is the firepower upgrade, and it's a clear and obvious firepower upgrade. Is it enough for Spirit to become a contender, right? Or does their game need a little bit more variety? Do they need this? Do they need that? I think we'll have to wait to see. It was clear and obvious that they needed to make a change, and I think we'll have to wait for a year or two and see, did they make the biggest...
year or two?
No, to see if they made...
How much time are we giving these people?
If they made the biggest blunder ever by letting Kyosuke go, right? Like, not about all of this, but, you know, just such a talent. You could have had him in January, now you don't.
I'll mark the calendar. We'll come back to this in 2 years. And
we'll made a 3-year bet a couple of years back. So
hey, I'm a long-term type of guy.
All right, we got to get out of here.
Why do you hate MOUZ, though? Why
we
can't
they get out of here before things get off the rails?
I love MOUZ.
We're off to a break.
And Liquid.
Before we go, remember,
North America.
The Intel Extreme
and New Jersey.
In Krakow are starting next year, so make sure you get your tickets. Your tickets are available to buy. You want to be an IEM Krakow and a great legacy built in Katowice. We're going to do the same exact thing in Krakow. When we return from the break, we're going to dive into MOUZ Liquid, our first match of the day.
Dzień dobry, Krakow.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
We didn't leave you for very long. We're back nice and quick. Shuhei's back as well. He's arriving inside the shuttle here to the studio in Cologne for their matchup today against MOUZ. Yanko, a rematch, an excellent rematch. Team Liquid taking on MOUZ. We saw this in the O2 game back in Stage 3 of the Austin Major. Eliminating Team Liquid in that matchup was MOUZ. And now a chance to come back and have a second bite at the apple.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was with the Mirage triple overtime, right? In the end, heartbreak for Team Liquid. Had a couple of match points in there, but just couldn't really get over the finish line.
And heartbreaking because it was really the only series of Counter-Strike they played at the Major. Outside of this series, they looked terrible.
Well, yeah, because they had the two best of ones, right? Like, that's the unfortunate circumstance. You can see the scorelines here, two one-sided maps, and then that Mirage banger. But we also shouldn't forget, right before the Major, they played at Dallas, and, you know, MOUZ gave them a shellacking there. It wasn't even competitive. It was a quick 2-0. Those were on the two maps that were not played in Austin. So Liquid really has struggled with MOUZ towards the end of last season.
Absolutely. A team that's struggling, that has so much talent across their entire roster as well, which is kind of crazy. Not one of the teams that's made a roster change. We obviously know the Shuhei signing became permanent during the Major, but the roster change they did kind of make is bringing in the coach, if you want to add that into the roster. Obviously, Flashy coming in, an assistant coach of Blade. I think all of us have some high expectations considering the tutelage he's been under. And he's coming to this team and he's tried to reinvent things. This was a piece he gave very early on in his tenure. After joining and being inside the team, I can see there was a lack of system and a lack of fundamentals. That was the biggest piece that was missing to elevate this team. And that's obviously going to be something he's putting his focus on moving forward.
Yeah, I think it was very important to get a proper coach. One, this is not my favorite quote from this interview. It's him saying that he knows coming into the job that the biggest challenge is going to be managing all the different personalities on the team and all the different players that want space and that want to do things and have different visions on how to do things. And I think it was very apparent from watching Liquid towards the end of last season that there were just too many cooks in the kitchen and that people, there was too much freedom, right? Like, they needed more structure, they needed more ways. Okay, if this one guy wants to make this play, this is what the rest of you all are doing, right? So whether or not he's successful or not, we have options from that. Not, oh, I'm going to do this, oh, I'm going to do that, and then sure, sometimes that might look great if you find the entries, and if not, you're completely lost.
And to his credit, Flashy also said that it's not managing egos in terms of their narcissists or egos. It's that everyone has an idea of what they want to do.
It's true, but that's the key point, right? Like, no player is coming in and saying, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this, right? But they're all saying, you tell them something, they're all like, yeah, but we should just add, like, let's do it this way instead of that. Or
add
like,
a little extra flashback
let's do that. Hey, and then I can, and it's like, no. Listen, let's just try it this way first, and then we can build on top of that.
All right, well, we're going to hear from Flashy himself because we coordinated this very well. We had Freya sit down with him earlier, ask him some questions about how it's going in Team Liquid so far.
Obviously a super exciting game at hand because it is a rematch of what was an elimination game back at the Austin Major. Now, I know you weren't with the team when that match went down, but I imagine you've gone back and rewatched it. What takeaways do you have from looking back at that series?
I think we're just going to focus more on ourselves than focusing on them. We're going to try to play our game as much as possible and stick to our protocols and the new foundation that we laid in the last few weeks.
Can you describe that a little bit for me? Because I know you had a really nice quote saying, when I've gone back and kind of reviewed some games, it was clear that there was a lack of a proper system and some fundamentals weren't there for Liquid. What have you done kind of since then to try and lift that up a little bit?
Basically, I want the players to connect more on the map and complete each other's ideas and complement each other in every play that we do. And therefore, we're going to have something connecting, something in sync and on the same page. And that was missing before.
Was there anything that you've done, like specifically when we're talking about, practice preparation to try and get these guys more on the same page?
Yeah, basically we were trying to play practices like we will play the officials, and we were trying to implement these changes like right off the bat.
Final question, just on the veto coming into this, because we weren't sure exactly where it would be going. You shared with us it will be Inferno, Train, and Nuke, a bit different from last time around. Can you just share the thought process behind going with some different maps than the last head-to-head?
Well, it was like a month ago, the last game, so the maps are changing for us a little bit, and we're focusing on different things now, so therefore the changes.
What are the different focuses, if I can poke that a little bit?
Well, our map pool is just going to be a bit different from now on.
Interesting. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the game.
Thank you very much.
Might be a new coach, but man, he's really nailing the KG answers. Well done from Flashy, dodging everything Freya was sending his way. Yeah, a little bit of information there. Obviously going to have looked in that previous match and just kind of reiterating some basic ideas of what he's looking at as a coach.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will be a different look for Team Liquid in the veto too, right? Because once you start playing more together, well, it changes which maps you can be strong on. Unfortunately, I mean, these are the two maps, Inferno and Train. Those were the two maps in Dallas as well when Liquid got stomped 2-0, but I'm expecting them to put up a better fight today.
Yeah, I am as well. Going to be fun to see what kind of progress they've made. We picked out a round from that series against MOUZ back at the Major. It's going to be on Mirage, which isn't in the pool today, but it highlights a lot of the disconnection and lack of a system, lack of fundamentals that Flashy was alluding to. So this is the third round of the match. Liquid lost the pistol, won the second one, which is why they've got M4s, which is why the buy is so busted on the other side. And they're trying to execute mid control, just a standard take, 2 players mid, 2 player coming in through the underpass.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's very important what you said. Look at the utility on the side of Team Liquid. 3 smokes, 4 Molotovs, flashes, everything. And then on the other side for MOUZ,
1 smoke.
It's pretty dry, right? it's pretty dry, and you can see here, like on the minimap now, 2 players that's going to be Twists and Nerds coming from underpass. Naf is number 1, he's the A-lurk, and then you have Ultimate and Shui top mid. And slowly MOUZ players also are congregating towards mid. You know, that's where they want to challenging, have a fight. But this is where things start to get a little bit disconnected. Like you can see here, Nerds is having some contact, Twist is a little bit
far back.
Now he's throwing nades. Nerds is getting into a fight with Exertion. Look where the 2 players are all the way top mid. Like there isn't one guy close, one guy maybe holding from far back. This is where you see that they're a little bit just sort of winging it, right? Like there's not the first step was there, the opening was there,
like they're connecting,
but there's no second step. Where is the smoke in window?
Yeah.
Why isn't there another smoke in window? Where's the second wave of utility to make it more difficult for the CTs to go for these fights? I mean, it's a deeper molly, sure, but doesn't feel like enough in this sort of a situation.
Yeah, and then you start losing some players and things start getting even more disorganized. And this play up Catwalk is like, okay, so this is not a deep enough angle for Shuhei to appropriately cover Catwalk, and you obviously have no connection of cover and con, so you're actually moving up without window smoked. It was mollied a little bit, but you actually have 3 choke points that are not actually blocked off and not covered despite having utility, despite having players and bodies on location.
You know, and it's also probably the call after Twist dies, and in that point, Shu is probably saying, okay, we're gonna do a B split. So Nerd starts falling back to B apps. Naf is going to pick up the bomb and go B. But it's also in that situation, you know, they want to fight. It's probably better to just freeze a little bit, try to punish any move that they will make instead of you going for something and then they catch you in transition. And, you know, we talk about the economy and MR12 and everything and how important it is, and it's just such a bad way to lose such a crucial round.
Well, and you also highlighted it, the one smoke for MOUZ throughout this entire round, and it's like Liquid made the decision to play around that one smoke and try and challenge the one piece of utility and use for MOUZ.
No, but you should re-smoke window, molly connector, right? Make sure guys are there. Throw a nade in that smoke, because you know the buy is going to be bad, so it's going to be maybe pistols, MP9s, you know, they're going to try.
They want those cheesy, aggressive
Get rid, you know, don't let them win the round in an easy way, right? But on top of all of that, we do have to say Naf was botting out last season. No, we have to mention it. We all love Naf, but he was botting out, and there were rounds where he was on point, could have maybe won for his team. A couple of clutches in there that he's known for. So it's great to see him sort of regain some of his form, at least in stage 1, right? I was a fan that they didn't remove him, because I feel a player like that is very hard to find. A guy who's experienced, who plays well on stage, who's your anchor / lurker, that's a super reliable pair of hands, and only players on the team know why things were so bad for him, right? And if it's just a confidence thing, then you want to help and do that, because those guys are hard to replace.
And I know you and I have talked about it as well. This is like this is a very rare dip in form from Naf throughout his career.
Yeah,
that he's
it's one season.
I think it's actually been the only time we've really seen any kind of significant
Dude
dip.
was balling out with Rainwaker and Patsy. I think he's earned, you know, a season to suck.
An extra month,
With no coach, no IGL for a while, changes.
He gave a great quote as well about his teammates, also saying, I actually thought I was going to get replaced. I thought I deserved to get replaced. I thought I should have been replaced, but all my teammates said absolutely not, no. So, I mean, that's a good sign for the team that they're having his back here. Really quickly before we go to commentators, MOUZ coming into this as well. On the other side, obviously, we're going to talk about them in the context of them being the second best team in the world. What are we expecting in this matchup? Is this going to come in clean? We're coming right out of the break. Torji's looking good. I mean, this is a squad that was fighting for a chance at the finals at the major and didn't quite make it.
Yeah, I mean, just had no answer for Vitality all season long. That was the problem. And towards the end, not even for Falcons in a couple of playoff games that they went up against each other. But one of the few teams that didn't make changes, that was obviously a contender. So you just have to sort of find a way to improve in other areas, right? And whether they will be able to do that and sort of reach that next level, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Well, we're not going to wait long. We're going to go see right now, in fact. It's Sponge and Machine. They're going to take the Castaway for this opening game on day 2.
It would be our pleasure. Thank you very much to Jason and Yanko. They've got us all up to date and equipped for what should be a fantastic way to start off the day of play. Stage 2 continues. Big names clash here. MOUZ versus Team Liquid.
The first 2 matches on the AMB stream rounding out the initial stages of Stage 2. After that, you'll have elimination or qualification on the line. And obviously, Shui up against his old organization.
Oh, it's always extra spicy.
Yeah,
it's always extra spice. Heavy start towards the A side of the map, just trusting Xerxin to get that info safely on B.
Yeah, and he has been equipped with a smoke to block, so has that Kevlar, and wants to spray on top. So still in the game until Valve put the updates through. The sticker's still on sale, so if you want to support your favorite teams, you can do exactly that. But here they come, trundling up, Xerxin, contact, and dips back. The rotation, immediate. Spinks on his horse, joining his countrymen.
Yeah, they've got the plan. Flash and a HE on top of that smoke. What's crazy is he hasn't used it. Love that Xerxin is really milking the clock, ensuring that Liquid, he wants them to commit something.
These 2 players boosted half wall, both have HEs. If they're towards CT, could land nicely on the dome of Spinks, but he's just pedaled back. Now he's out of that range. The block smoke in. If it is a change and they throw it towards Coffins, there is a chance, but take a look at the radar. It's Torji's push. Dual Berettas. He's locked the door.
Yeah, and that HE really makes it clear their indication. Perfect pop flash, and immediately Jimmy finds that first head. This is beautifully structured. MOUZ completely rip them apart. Liquid, too telegraphed, too obvious, anti-stratted and owned.
Okay, well, Torji bringing some energy. And if you forgot last season, we'll give you a recap. I know this isn't a television show, but it may as well be.
Basically is.
The last match they played was a loss to Vitality in the semi-final of the Major, and they were the eventual winners, the best team of the season, and they are the second. Torji was quite emotional.
I was talking to MOUZ on media day ahead of their arrival, or just as they arrived. Obviously not ahead of their arrival, that would be impressive.
Let's enjoy. Boys, we are back. We are back. We back, boys. We back, baby.
And
we're back, baby.
And at the end of the interview, Spinks just says, and then we'll lose to Vitality. So that's the expectation MOUZ are running with.
This
They're
is
expecting
fast.
to beat Liquid,
Very fast.
though. And Jimmy, he's had a really tough time finishing his meal. Looks like they should be able to stabilize, but the fact that they're into the site, the fact that that bomb is down, pit is occupied, I mean, there is a conversation to be had about this second round conversion.
For me, it's about these residual smokes. I feel like the call changed mid-round there, so that happened very quickly. Now they can replenish, and again, if Shui can get it in. Now it's about the retake. How do you piece this together?
Well, the util from Bolan will help. M4 lies idle on site. They're focused more on these close fights with the Tech 9s. That's the smoke being used to block. Awkward now. You're pushing through. Spinks, he takes a little bit of initiative, charges through. It's Brolin with a double kill on his MP9. Time sensitive and only twist. He's getting run on down. Too many bodies on the screen. Look at the damage. Not converted upon. Super low. 5 HP for Torji, 8 for Spinks. Liquid breaking in on the force buy, but unable to hold on.
Okay, well, at least they get the bomb down. The problem is you can't really buy again with 3 players staying alive, all having M4s. You have to just take another partial, some light investment to get the guns out into the next. But I wonder what the change-up was there just for them to go so quickly through apartments. Either way, great work on the retake, good composure, and the energy being brought as Torji and Exertion both letting them know we got away with murder there.
I'm curious, the results of stage 1 from Liquid, did that kind of feed into any sort of expectations for them in stage 2?
I think the FlyQuest game where they were blown out of the water on Dust 2 leaves a bit of a funny taste in the mouth.
Sure.
But I don't think we've really gotten what we expect from Liquid, and both of these teams not making roster changes, personnel changes yet. Flashy had the interview with him with Freya. We understand that this was the assistant coach over at Na'Vi. There's 2 kills to kick things off, so this round will go one way quickly.
Yeah, there was something he said in that interview that really stood out to me. It was so succinct, just saying, we will work harder to complete each other's ideas. And I'm like, ooh. Like, you know, in the Counter-Strike terms, that makes so much sense.
Of course, right? And the desk there highlighting what some of those shortcomings may have been in the past. Those ideas, maybe their flat form, as opposed to being completely rounded out and to give you the end that you're looking for. So more time with Shui in the roster. The season didn't... Look, we forget about the fact they had to play an online qualifier for EPL, and there's been some things that have changed too in terms of their regional assignment with the VRS overall. So this is a European team now. Israel is now considered part of Europe as opposed to Asia. So things have changed for Liquid, whether they like it or not. But there's some very, very skilled individuals within this roster, and you think that you should be able to get more out of it. For Flashy, probably very happy to look at these sharp pieces, twists and nerds, 2 of them on your screen right now. Ultimate, last time round when these 2 teams played, Mirage, he went absolutely bananas with his performance. Couldn't get the job done, but definitely showed his skill cap.
Oh, we know what his peaks can look like. A very flashy player, especially when he's got that AWP in his hands.
First rifle round, so let's see how this settles in. You lose the pistol, you lose the force, you lose the eco. Okay, no harm, no foul, but this is where you want to see if they can get underway. So Nert's going to work on the banana control with Shui.
Didn't love the smoke break, didn't quite nail it, so braves it anyway. Xertion, he's actually elected to play forward. That's a brave choice. Brolin pays quite a heavy price to throw out the HE. Xertion tries to stand and bang, and does so. Shui down. 4th death for Shui into round 4 without a contribution for the captain. It's a good start. That's what you want to see from your B duo, is just puffing up their chest, starting with blood drawn, and now you can tuck into a more passive... Looks like even a boost being discussed towards Nubox with Xertion and Brolan.
Right now, look at the radar. If there isn't any Inquisition towards top middle, they will get themselves a 4v2 on the B bomb side, but with this smoke just deployed, it might delay things. So Torji and Jimmy both on that short side, Spinks in Lyria with the rotation, and this boost, they don't have a smoke available to drop at their feet if there is a molly. Fortunately for them, Liquid don't have one. Spinks is rotating over now on the fade of the smoke, so this is perfectly timed. MOUZ understanding the situation.
Yeah, what's Spinks bringing with him? No nades. And ahead of the flames, Xertion. Clean, comfortable between the 2 of them. Spinks and Xertion's crossfire locks down the Nerds and Naf duo. Nice try. Easy peasy on the defense, though. Xertion 2 on the end of things. he started off so comfortably onto Shui.
And to back up the point about the easy peasy, 4 kills in 4 rounds of play is all Liquid have to their name. Flashy will take the tactical timeout to potentially calm things down, but to talk about the approach going forward. Bomb not planted has to be the partial, so if you have a pocket strat, now's a good time to try and get the engine going.
Yeah, now you see, this isn't Ash's law. Ash would have called this after this partial.
Going into the gun rounds.
Yeah, Flashy wants to talk beforehand.
Well, they will have some threats. Maybe you just want to have a round where you slow it down, you go, all right, let's wait out all their CT utility and just aim for a kill. Yeah. Guys, let's get a Deagle headshot, let's get a Tech-9 rundown frag, just something where we get on the board.
Well, I can't help but reminisce about the fact that their little pacey apps pop caught Jimmy completely off guard. I'm sure it's not something that's going to happen every time. You can't bank on that, but pace got you into a site.
And there's clearly an idea because the investments have some utility behind it. So we have a couple of mollies in the mix. These might just be for crowd control. Get one top banana towards car, maybe one in window so they can't push you, and then potentially one for the finish. So there is an idea off the back of this. Very Deagle heavy with these investments. And Torji's orb out and about as an nade comes through. If he finds this opener, that's going to be 4 out of 5 rounds where MOUZ have found the opening exchange. It does just look like a default with pistols.
Currently, yeah, I can't really argue with that.
They have Halls and Boiler. They just dip their toe in top banana. And now they're pivoting back to A. Currently, again, if they were to hit the go right this second, they'd hit the right side without the stack.
Not to know that. Starting to make a move is Spinks. Nades from Naf, Abs side, it is going to be that A finish. Jimmy, Torji, and now Spinks. Spinks will be ahead of that smoke. Torji loses vision. Spinks to peek over the flames here, expecting backs turned, and he gets exactly what he wanted. Good double. Twist will put him down, though. They get that kill. Whether or not they get into the site remains to be seen. Can you get past the AWP? But will Torji miss this shot? Oh, he doesn't even get to take it. Timing, favoring Naf on his progression. Jimmy in that mini pit, though. There's so many bodies here. It's going to be hard to see Liquid doing much. Ultimate, not bad. Okay, that's massive. Torji, however, holds on. Dual Beretta's his preference, and he makes good use of them.
Twist might be a bit frustrated in himself just there. Probably feels like he should get that kill onto Torji. I don't think it results within the round whatsoever, but still, I feel like there might have been a little bit more damage to be done. To recount the frag totals, Shui and Naf are yet to get on the board. In this next rifle round, it feels mandatory for them to get around, but good work from Ultimate. But well handled from MOUZ. I love the way that they're getting info, the way that they're reading these situations. They clearly have the comms flowing at a high level right now because their tone setting on the CT side, very, very strong. More of the same. Exchange of utility through banana. And with Twist, who is the boiler guy, starting over towards Chicken Pit, they are worried about potentially something mid-centric. So warding away. Spinks having a look alongside of Jimmy just there. The AWP starting B this time on Torji.
I mean, I'm just impressed that Naf is so quick into apps after seeing double HE thrown from Boiler. This is a cool smoke. You'll see it land on top of the quad and spill down, covering and allowing Naf to take some control.
How do they respond to this? Do they want to try and play for some space? At the moment, they don't have banana control or brackets control. And Nerds is confirming that right now. So the molly, mouth the banana. That's when...
That's exactly what Torji wanted. Nerds provides it. Opening
have to
kill
go.
again.
Shui needs to go through this.
Spinks, he's ready on the edge of the smoke. Shui, that's an important find. Equalizes and now enables a wrap. Brolin's attention drawn. Jimmy focused on that short side. Shui needs to be traded out by Twist here. Jimmy good for his. Gets Naf. This is where we need to see, a deep clear. It's too easy. Liquid waltz into the site. No one's looking in the right direction. And again, a distinct lack of just casualties for MOUZ. Wait, Torji, 0 deaths. Zershan, 0 deaths. These guys are flying so high.
After 4 rounds, what was it, 4 kills? Now we're looking at a total of 8 kills, so it's gotten a little bit better, but still no rounds to boast for Team Liquid. So this is a very, very slow start for the horse. Just trotting right now. It's so laser focused on Jimmy, potentially expecting there to be 3 towards B because Torji got that opening AWP kill. And opening kills still a problem. You'd love to get it at all, But this is not the type of round that even if you do, you find the follow through.
The util's been fantastic. Look at it, constant barrage. Flames, needs more. Where that came from. Liquid having a tough time with the flame. Counterintuitive.
It's a thing of beauty right now to watch from MOUZ. This is everybody singing from the same hymn sheet as they turn towards A, but they don't have the bomb. So another round where they're beaten by utility, they don't get their opening kill, they're sent packing elsewhere. The best they can do is a couple of frags.
Oh, and look at this. You know, Ultimate, you even get your chance, but there was Sphinx there to cover his potential trade. Everything's accounted for with MOUZ right now. It's just flowing so nicely. I mean, you know it is when you see 3 AK-47s on that CT side. They're just flying, laughing, as the 7th round feels like it's a shoe-in.
We'll use this guaranteed result within the rounds right now to remind everybody Spirit versus Heroic is going down on the secondary stream. Ancient, Nuke, and Mirage are the 3 maps for that one. And a fun fact from yesterday's of play, all Stage 2 teams toppled their Stage 1 opponents, and only one series went 3 maps. That was Na'Vi versus FaZe. So we'll see today if that continues to be the case. Currently, Spirit are beating Heroic, and, well, of course, MOUZ are drubbing Liquid. Now, this isn't like the other games that we've done earlier on in the tournament where I sit here and I go, well, Alex, how quick can a 7-2 become a 7-5? This is a 7-0. Things would have to get very much out of control. The second tactical timeout now called from Flashy, and this is a situation even in Na'Vi that he wouldn't be finding himself in too often.
No.
Now, look, he wasn't taking the timeouts behind them. Blade was. And, oh, shout out to Blade. I hope he's feeling okay. Went to go get a coffee, was riding a scooter, fell off, broke his collarbone.
Broken collarbone as well. That's so extreme.
Yeah, arm was in a sling yesterday.
Yes, so our thoughts are with him as he's probably going to be
hurting.
The
win would have made it feel a whole lot better on debut with Makazi, so shout out to Na'Vi one time.
Presumably. Interesting strap. Immediately you can see Exertion has a full belt waiting for him towards spawn.
This is Execute. They're going fast A.
They are, and that's exactly where MOUZ are, bringing the fight down second mid. Oh, it just falls into place once more. Torji's ready for you. Missed shot though. Shui and Nerds trying to make a case. Solid find. Nerds with a double kill. Brought on removed, but brought down now. It's Jimmy. Stubborn in the apartments, puts the bomb on the floor. Shui in a 1v2. This bomb retrievable. And so much time to work with. Jimmy, last seen in apartments, he's right to consider that balcony crawl. Jimmy's actually active. He's so active, and he's going to be punished for that. So a 1v1 established. Doesn't feel the hurry. Does feel the uncertainty. Exertion advancing. Shui completely has no idea where Xertion's coming from and just catches a little whiff of Shui slinking into the smoke, so their best chance yet, and Liquid still can't get on the board.
You would really have liked to have stuck the landing there for multiple reasons. One, because you just took the tactical timeout and you conferred with your coach. The second being a captain's clutch. It should be good to inspire the rest of the team. Hey, if the guy who's meant to be at the bottom of the scoreboard, the guy who's having to micromanage the rest of us is winning a round, we better pull up our goddamn socks. And when it starts like this, in a 3v5 number disadvantage, it feels all that much sweeter. And you see it there from Exertion's perspective. Just the tip of the head, pathing back through the smoke. It was his chance to get away.
Doesn't it feel like every single round, like MOUZ have an idea for how this round starts?
Yeah, it's quite clear. And this is what we used to talk about, well, we've always spoken about in Counter-Strike. You want to be the ones who are dictating the tone of rounds. And on the CT sides, right, that feels counterintuitive because the fight's meant to come your way. But if you're making it harder for the Ts, which they clearly are, it's backed up by the opening kill category. There's only one opening kill for Liquid within 8 rounds of play.
Okay, well, back to B. Oh, and actually, an opportunity presents itself. Caught one. Need more. Xertion! How is he alive and kicking? Sprays down 2 and relocates. Committing it to B Liquid. 3 on 4. Best chance we've seen in some time. Bomb ticking on that B site. Naf responsible for Banana. Ultimate and Shui working out how they approach this. Doubling up in pool.
This is the time Naf needs to get a kill.
Yes.
The crisis of confidence. We think it's over, but frags are necessary. That re-smoke would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this one's fading now. Still ample time for this retake to take shape. Will MOUZ be able to take this one? Flooding in through the ruins. It's a lot of pressure onto Shui. He hears them coming. Readies his aim. Naf draws attention. Shui profits. Jimmy will trade out. Overlooked his ultimate. Nice adjustment for the push. He goes down. Not enough time for MOUZ to take the round. And on their 9th attempt, Liquid post their very first on this T side.
Okay, well, look, Naf didn't get the kill, but his presence alone secured the round. That late smoke coming in made it all more difficult, and there you have it. The second time Liquid get an opening kill, and this time it's on Nerds, a player that you need to provide them, and they're able to grab the round, put it in the back pocket, but you need to run with an awful lot more of that. Down the stretch, it feels like it's going to be impossible to break MOUZ. Nerds having to operate with a MAC-10, a Galil for Shui. But 4 feels like a must if we want this to be competitive on Liquid's map choice.
I just don't know how replicable that was. Torji sticks around in the flame to try and catch an opening. It costs him 40 HP. Molly double nade. Retake util from Brolan, though, will force Liquid back behind the half wall here. Xertion swings with it. Oh, golden opportunity. Takes down Shui. Response from Nerds. It's a necessary one. He gets the claw back immediate.
I just think these second wave banana re-aggressors from MOUZ is simple stuff for Torji.
Yeah, right. Textbook.
It's been a masterclass on how to be disruptive in banana. Think about how many times Nerds and now Shui have been isolated top B. Oh, Nerds is on the... sorry, Naf's on the board.
Yeah, he's actually just caught one. Jimmy getting active towards apartments.
That's a very big kill.
Look what it's causing. A reshuffling.
Now, Mr. Van Dolken does have the bomb, so he can't really get up to anything too crazy. Nerds has pivoted back. Now this is about those quote-unquote connections within the mid-round. You don't actually have a lot of space, but you have enough. Boiler halls, brackets is yours, you don't know it. You had full banana control, and right now it is just one man on the site. You get past Spinks, you're in.
Easier said than done.
Oh, Torshi's floating into library, so now it's going to be 2.
Yeah. Naf on that low HP. Got to have his spacing right here with Nerds behind him. 20 seconds, here they come. Spots out Spinks, confirms his location at the back of the boxes, and now knows the AWP is in library. This feels so uncomfortable for Nerds.
Smoke.
Light on time as well. Twist needs to be planting. Torji walks up, misses his shot, goes down to Nerds. Still on site is Spinks. Can he get him off the ball? He's running him down. Cover is there. Nerds saves him. It's all up to Nerds. Has he got it in him?
Out of bullet.
Gets that triple kill, and the bomb now ticking in his favor. Brolan on the other side of the smoke. I love this from Nerds. Finds himself that safe haven of the corner. Very uncomfortable clear for Brolan. Playing with those sound cues now, confirms it. Nerds comes up. Massive clutch. Doubles his kills up to 8, but more importantly, doubles Liquid's T-side haul.
And that's the type of impact that you're going to need to see from Nerds, isn't it? So back-to-back rounds where he's able to find them a way in. This was an entry, now this was a way out, and that's going to be pressure put on MOUZ. I don't want to let this momentum flow into the halftime break. Cycron, he wants a bag of rounds, and 8, it feels damn good, but 10, that's double digits before you sit and simmer for 2.
Yeah, so Naf got an important contribution towards on his lurk, his first contribution, and it results in them turning that 2v3 on its head.
Yeah, right now, everybody's quiet, so you can't even be just sitting there and going, well, Naf isn't killing, so they're not winning. Well, it's only 2 kills for that a twist, 4 for Shui. Ultimate, he has 5, but a couple of those came on lighter buys. It's Nerds, the impact man so far. And when you flick over to the CT side, if you've given yourself a buffer, watch everybody start to climb up that tally. But MOUZ, thanks to their 8-0 run, are strapped with cash. The breakthrough is now. If you're Liquid, you can get 4 consecutive. You're cooking with gas.
Yes, sirree. Looks like Brolan and Xertion were considering some aggressions there. They throw deep nades, and look at the result. Nerds left wanting at 44.
Look at this double setup in Halls and Boiler right now, looking to punish Naf. So if he jumps up alone, very, very difficult fights for him. Oh, he's aware of the possible aggressions.
Jimmy is actually getting active.
Very.
Goes searching, heard that dismount, and it's too easy. Twist, even though Naf was holding, exposed to the angle before Naf had it.
Good confidence there to go for that trade. If there's one, there's traditionally more, and they should know Torji could be around. Ahead of this.
Yeah, they're giving it a go, giving it a look, and it's just too comfortable. He even nearly has ultimate dead to rights. Sitting behind the smoke, the bullets will keep being spammed. I think Xertion knows exactly where you are. Or has a pretty damn good idea. Yeah, we'll get him eventually. 13-2. What a CT side he's having.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone on MOUZ is.
It's just been getting thrown around the server when you don't really need Spinks to do an awful lot. That feels very comfy as Naf just going to head back to spawn and hold on to his AK. So a great trade, sure, but right now, MOUZ continuing to show their dominance. Get a bit of everything there for the ambience.
Oh, yeah.
Horns, scooters, cars.
Is that like a fluorescent light?
I think that's like a half-broken fluorescent light in a dungy alleyway.
Yeah, it sounds like, where we used to sit your exams, some sort of gym hall with a slightly broken AC.
We just did ours in classrooms.
Oh, no, we had to do ours in, like, the sports halls.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Big.
Wanted that smell of sweat running through your veins.
Exactly, yeah, locking in. God, I hate exams.
Well, this is kind of like an exam right now.
Yeah.
Everything that you've practiced being put to the test.
Yeah, and I don't know if coach is going to be too happy in the locker room.
Well, I'll tell you who I'm giving a gold star to, Mr. Exertion. He has been fantastic. He is the tone setter alongside a Torji for this team. They call their opening plays. Final round, first half.
He wanted to have a look mid. You can see Torji not deterred by that initial flash. He'll stick around for as long as he can. Smoke will come on in. He has a little bit of a line there.
It's misthrown.
Does he actually still have a gap, or does it fill up later?
I feel like you should.
Yeah, you could see something on the edge, on the oscillation, perhaps. You can see
your head's going to be popping over the top, isn't it?
Maybe you can crouch around it, but double nades looking for Naf, and significant damage found. Damage again. These HEs, I'll check in on the util damage, but I think they've had a great half.
All right, I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
405 from Exertion.
Yep, that sounds about right.
178 from Brolin, 161 from Spinks.
Yeah, that's already, like, what, 8 kills worth.
Another open up.
Headshot, yep, Naf goes down. It was the instant deletion by virtue of the chip damage of those HEs. Torji, another one, just so comfortable. Crosshairs in the right place. He throws caution to the wind, throws his AWP on his back, and just finishes off the job with his pistol. Strafing through smokes. It's a sign of lost hope. Shui has a go. Sure, ultimate. Removing Torji after the damage of his triple kill.
Up 2 coming up, Banana behind him. This one's over.
Yeah, feels that way, certainly.
Well, if I'm going to recap this half, Alex, it's MOUZ having a fantastic read of the situation, setting the tone throughout, always initiating the fight and closing things down. At 10-2, MOUZ picking up where they left off in the first half of the year. A statement of intent against Liquid.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5.
Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
It's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
This one is not how Liquid would have liked to have started their campaign in the second stage. We are just getting those first opening round games done, and it is for Group B. MOUZ and Liquid clashing to start things off, looking to meet Na'Vi, the winner of this one. And it's a good job from one side. 10 rounds for MOUZ, and that is their defense already looking just truly impenetrable. Individuals delivering, Torji and Xerxon probably the highlights.
Yeah, MOUZ dominating in all fields there. Opening kills being a very key one, but just the lack of, the key indication of initiative being shown from MOUZ in all scenarios. Well, look at this. I thought that was a lineup. I was like, what is this about? I mean, this is looking cheeky. Oh, those odds. Not. So in the lurk smoke, Spinks actively lurking top middle. Makes a ruckus and gets a goosh.
You couldn't ask for more. Oh, actually you could, because he converts it, gets to CT, and has now cut the rotation of the support.
Oh, they're coming through this.
Yeah, surely that's necessary. Needed that, very much so. Spinks is coming from behind. Nice taps from Nerds' USP. Okay, making a strong case for this one. Torji can find a way back.
Liquid.
You can't lose this one. You've done the hard work. You've done the hard work. You know where they both are. You just need that headshot. One more bullet from Nerds' USP. If it's in the right place, it's done the job. Just like that gets his. Spinks in that 1v3 now too. Bomb on his back, and Nav, ooh, he doesn't want to give him an isolated free fight, does he?
I think he's just going to push straight through coffins. That's not the case. There is a little bit of an open avenue, but it is going to be against the USP at range. So, Spinks, how do you get away?
I think Twist has got him locked in, that range advantage of the USP, right? Be a hard shot to hit on Glock with the spread.
Oh,
he's getting away. He's
dear.
got away.
So they've given him the plant. Ah.
Huh?
The Canadians playing a little bit scared in this situation. Spinks now resets the round. The bomb will go down. He knows where both players were, and the bomb gets planted about, I don't know, 10 seconds will tick off before they even identify where he is.
And it's a 10-second defuse, so...
Spinks has so much space for this. Oh, and they're walking. They think he's planted and now playing close.
They're just like victims of this imaginary Spinks they've been concocting in their minds. And now they arrive, and now the time is already so far gone, and he hits the headshot on a flying twist. Can't finish the job, though. They just about get onto the bomb in time. I'm telling you, 10 seconds to get there, 10-second defuse. They had to hit that shot then.
Yeah, Shuey, with the smile on the face, it's a sign of relief, because that could have been a blowout first map if you end up dropping the ball there. So, Spinks, knowing it was close. Nerds, he was doing everything and more. He was getting pinned from coffins as well as coming in from ruins. They're just flanking him. And the fact he gets another kill, very well done. But the bomb goes down. And that means the Force Buy will have rifles behind it. An AK for Spinks, a Galil for Torji, SMGs and Tech 9s for the rest with Util. This will be tough for Liquid. What could have been a very, very easy round, potentially an eco, is now a round that they have to fight for.
I always considered this the ego buy, the no head armor AK. Just after that round, Spinks believes he'll just kill you first.
Well, we'll see how that plays out for him, because it's a quick congregation towards top middle. Jimmy through apps. The rest ready to explode into Twist, Ultimate, and Naf bearing down on A.
Twist has his opportunity and an immediate headshot. It's funny that. Spinks goes down. MOUZ is out. Xerxon takes that AK into the site, though, and already site lost. So they have broken through. A nice plant from Torji.
Does Shuey get through a gap right now? He's quickly surged through Banana, but looks like he's going to go through apartments to finish this round off. Now, not sure if there was a kit to scoop back up, but that does... There it is. Thank you very much, J-Raz. Needs to be found, because the bomb already starting to get towards that halfway mark.
Yeah, I feel like Shuey's taking his sweet time. Here comes Nerds. Ooh, actually, Xerxon on notice is massive. He
oh my God!
The shot. How does Shuey not finish? Xerxon too strong. 11 for MOUZ. Just delayed the inevitable, that pistol, wasn't it?
Did the fight come before they were expecting it? It wasn't a 1-1-1 setup, but it may as well have been, right? You had one player arch, one short, and then Naf did try and come in from apartments to help. In that type of a round, you might think, okay, it could be like a Tech 9 apartments waterfall. No, it's a straight up the guts, and well, it feels like they should have lost that pistol round, and then they do lose the follow-up. So
like Xertion should have lost to Shui there. That fight, it gets dinked. An MP9 needs one bullet to connect while moving is fine.
Maybe he missed the memo.
Yeah, maybe.
That thing has been nerfed now, maybe into the ground. That's why you see a lot more teams starting to operate with the UMP and the MP7.
Yeah, but can we trust these pro players and their judgment?
Well, don't remind everybody about the AUG and the Krieg.
That's where I was going with it, but yeah, no, maybe. Maybe it is time for an MP7 revolution, but this is incredible from Xertion. I am genuinely impressed from this one. Caught off guard, crosshairs in the wrong place, and immediate adjustment, like perfect. No like over flicking, under flicking, it's just bang to the head.
That looks like a new arabesque as well.
Good job. Boys, they have no chance. They have no chance. No chance. No.
Oh, that's a new one for our like Swedish collection. You know, you go just go B and no chance.
Ah, that was Brolin.
Yeah, Brolin.
Great at identifying that. They're all right. Well, Twist with the save down 4. Whatever they could upgrade into for the rest. But this is what writing on the wall looks like. Oh!
It is the coolest gun. And Chewie demonstrates exactly why. An instant deletion. Railgun to the face.
Naf's turn.
Crosshair placement looks okay. Wasn't on the mark. Jimmy will punish, saying nimble.
Well, that means Twist needs to get out of boiler repositions, playing behind the top mid smoke with ultimate. Both of them have rifles, so a chance to turn this into a blender.
Yeah, silent boost for Spinks. Gets into bedroom unannounced. Snurt's forced to extinguish. Will back away.
Oh, they're not glancing forward on middle, but you might be a little bit more inquisitive because of the banana pressure.
Ooh, a little bit of shoulder. All Twist needs profits, and Spinks will trade. Twist down and up close and personal. Sees your shoulder. Ultimate still gets a second chance.
Nertz again.
Damage. Nertz. He has got an opportunity. He has got a real golden opportunity here.
Not clearing for him. They think he's still rotating.
Oh, with the trigger discipline. Okay.
No.
Put the knife away. Put the knife away. Headshot onto Jimmy. That's a lovely clutch. The fact he's even thinking about the knife kill crosses his mind for a second. Dude, you are 3-11 down.
Yeah, are you looking at the scoreline? We're not playing the financial game at this point. You're 2 rounds away from losing the map.
You need rounds.
Not cash.
R-O-U-N-D-S.
Why does it always feel like they're getting away with bloody murder?
No, but okay, let's be honest. That shot onto Jimmy and Pitt is nasty. Sure, you knew about the player planting. Still hitting that shot. The only way you win this round is if you catch Jimmy off guard with that first bullet. Yeah, Jimmy is like completely like baffled. Like, sight, he says, before he gets run down.
But wait till we come back in, because I still would rather be MOUZ. Look at their buy. It's 3 AKs, a Galil, and a Tech 9 against 3 M4s
Maybe he
and 2
should have gone for the knife kill, actually. Yeah, could have dropped another rifle.
And you've got the MP7 guy. Like, Nertz is surely telling you, boys, get rid of this trash.
Yeah, true.
Well, from A to B.
Oh, hang on. Util damage, this time stomached by MOUZ. They're accelerating, and it's going to be...
Oh, he 1G'd.
He actually straight 1G'd.
Summit would be proud.
Brolin had no chance in that Molotov.
Well, now you're going to still have these AKs to deal with. I don't see a reason they can't make a competitive round, because it has been dominant. Yeah. I wouldn't even say relatively. So a free opener. I guess that still counts as an opening kill for MOUZ, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And it's the martyrdom perk. Our leader died for our cause.
Right.
We must convert.
Death.
RVD on the wrong side.
Ultimate.
Little Tim needs a flash.
Didn't get numbers there, nor the bomb spotted. Now he does. Ooh, when he loses, he pays us the ultimate price for it. Twist rotating audible. Nav tucked in. Should have the crossfire, but smoked off.
Marooned on the site with an MP9.
They get across his sight line as well. He is marooned. He is in so much trouble. Has his chance and makes good use of it. MP9 at range. Finishes off the job of ultimate. Puts it onto Xertion in the clutch. Naf low on sight. Should be the first. Comfortable. Now Nertz and Twist, though. Partner up. He's going to bring the fight to them. There's a chance. Twist pulls out the USP to save him. You're right. It does just feel like every Liquid round, they are just hanging on by a thread. These rounds very close. MOUZ this time slipping up. And it is consecutive after that second round win from MOUZ, but 3 out of the last 4 rounds of play.
But
here it comes. This is the Molotov. Whoops.
A little bit too quick, huh? Oopsie daisies. That's all right. We'll take an eco. We still have a massive lead. But if you take a look at the rounds that have been converted in favor of Liquid, 4 of the 5 have only had 1 player staying alive, and the 5th is only 2. So it's touch and go. But one of the factors, Spinks, he's in the kitchen, he's doing some dishes. They're playing house.
It's nice.
Now, with the cast iron pans, I'm not sure the best way to clean them.
Wow, can we just address how lovely the bookshelf above the staircase is? That's such a lovely choice.
Oh,
yeah. You know, that space, that wasn't getting much... Hey, don't be disrespectful. They've put time and effort into that, Torji.
What was the picture of? Was it watermelons?
Oh, sure. Lovely leather-bound books, a ladder. It's so well, like, you can tell whoever lives here is, like, you know, a very kind of seasoned veteran of life.
And they run the open door policy, which is unusual in the year 2025.
Oh, it's cactus.
It is a cactus. Well...
What's the plural of cactus? Cacti?
Cacti.
Oh, there's some cacti there.
It's probably wrong. It's probably cactuses.
Probably is, yeah.
But the plural
of sheep.
I was going to go with mouse. Is MOUZ.
MOUZ.
So they've got many around.
MOUZ is... Naf gets another one. That's quick. He's getting overrun, gets the info. Shouldn't be any real stress here. And yeah, it looks like Ultimate. He's still comfortable on that MP9. If he could just finish up the job, he does.
So their most convincing round yet against the weakest buy MOUZ have offered yet.
Yeah.
That goes nicely.
Yep, okay, lines up. I'm still not ready to consider this a competitive Inferno. They have to do a whole lot more convincing after a 10-2 first half. So
yeah, well, remember the infinite money glitch? That's not in play yet either for MOUZ. So the max loss bonus will come into the next round if they do lose this one, and then we'll have to keep eyes on if the bomb goes down. They might be able to buy, and say bye-bye to Liquid on this map. Aggression?
Okay, I like that we're seeing some CT aggression. Naf, in the absence of Util, tries to bring the fight instead. Very clear intentions off of the rip. We saw this from MOUZ on their CT side. Let's see how it works out for Liquid. Spinks. Oh, we might have them both. Yep, just like that. Very vulnerable. They come in for Twist. He's going to hide out in the smoke, hopefully get overlooked. And with the first, sure, but an attempt from Torji slipping through, exposed. Twist will catch him, loses vision, comes back in time to swing into Brolan. And Jimmy, he asks questions too. Wow, that's massive from RVD.
Mate, when you lose the 2 opening kills in that fashion and then all the pressure is on you to deliver, that's when he steps up. Earlier in the year, he took over the mantle of being the in-game leader. Actually, that was last, but things have changed. Now he just gets to focus on this crosshair.
The fade of the smoke is like a paid actor, you know? Like, it's just so perfect for Twist in that engagement. The flash comes in, he gets tucked in just in time.
It's literally the weight of the round on his shoulders in that moment, and that's impact. So keeping the minute, and it becomes a 4-round game. So starting to believe the type of rounds that Liquid have won. Look, they're not clean, but they are confident builders. Great work from Twist, is now turning into a bit of an apps pomp. They want to try and punish Naf over towards Pit.
If you weather this storm, I'm ready. I'm ready now. Twist has done a lot of convincing in the previous. If you can survive this pacey test of your A defense.
So we're going to throw some util top banana, so Brolan might try and sell something here. If they get a kill, it could draw a rotation, and you can see over towards this porch side, it could be a fragile setup depending on the timing. Another half-wall smoke will drop, and actually that's enough for them to start leaving banana, at least for the intro, maybe just expecting some form of a reaggress, this type of spam. Want to avoid the damage done.
Oh, they weren't looking for answers middle.
Careful now.
Yeah, right. They are in the apartments. And
oh, they will cause an over-rotation because of this.
Yeah, they're leaving.
Naf's
trying to leave as well. Here they come. Oh, it's only the one. Torji breaks through quickly. That bomb's on its way. If Twist goes down just like that from Zertion's Tech 9, the bomb uncontestable. You can't stop it. Incendiary way too late. Torji allowed to relocate. High stakes game of retake A.
Boiler flash?
Yeah, there is.
Really? All right, well, it clears the line.
Yeah, and spotted out. He's the flash. Zershan's having a field day. Massive. Using Twist's AK against his team, and there goes ultimate as well. That's the difference maker. Zershan, you could see frustrations in the way they handled that round previous.
They played themselves, though, didn't they? It was misinformation. Well, it was bad information. Because sector was called clear, nobody mid. All right, well, it can't be A. Turns out that's exactly what it was. And players were rotating with that information in mind. That's why Naf is leaving PID. He's starting to cheat over. The players are leaving A. Their setup was strong. They had just doubted, right? And that was just a lack of friction from MOUZ. They just sat, they waited, they didn't do anything. It was MOUZ. It was Liquid who overcooked the pooch. And that comeback, it was on. That was a light investment.
That's the gimme there. You know, that's the one you have to win, and you have to win convincingly.
Well,
Or nonchalant about it.
We are just getting a restart from Twist. So that was attack called from MOUZ, going into attack to just get Twist situated. And then hopefully we can get this one back underway.
I'm curious, and I'm sure I've asked you this question before over the years, but, you know, when the first map starts with like a 10-2 half and stuff, and then you do show glimmers, you know, you're winning the pistol, you're fighting back. Is there something to be said for just closing the gap, cosmetic comeback, just so much as to remind yourselves that you are competitive? They're not just, you know, indomitable, untouchable opponents.
It is better to start warming into the series regardless of the result. It just depends on the way that you lose the rounds, because those frustrations will linger.
Yeah, okay,
but as long as your players are showing moments, which we've seen from definitely Twist within that A round, Nerds has had a couple, Shui's hit a couple of bangers as well. That's a positive sign at a minimum. There's always something positive to take away. Maybe not in a 13-0.
That's a very, very good combo of nades and Shui.
Just walks into it.
They don't look pretty right now. Straight Shrek. Cycling through nades. Really, real misunderstanding as to what was in front of them.
Yeah, and when you compare to the masterclass that MOUZ put on in the first half of just how well-oiled they looked, everybody on the same page, the util perfect, always well-timed. It just looks uninspired.
Zershan even going to use their own incendiary against them for the finish. It's towards the new boxes. It won't force Nerds to relocate. He's still comfortable on first. Naf cannot give this to Torji. You can see he's fighting the temptation. Especially with that smoke throw. Does he want to swing? He does. Torji spots him out. Good from Naf. Nerds, empty hands. Bronner will get across with the bomb. Oh, and even just on the smoke spam, Torji better. Grabs himself his 18th. I mean, the individuals from MOUZ, they have all just been putting on a clinic. Ultimate thrust into an impossible 1v4. You can call this one done. Nice shot. Brought down. Convincing. Very, very convincing. MOUZ starting off with a bang. Strong start to stage 2. Strong start to IEM Cologne 25.
We will do smoke cross when I come, guys. I'm just chilling in Maxi. Yeah.
I will come close city.
They're waiting the smoke out, boys. Yeah.
I will flash pool, okay?
Smokes. Be executed them. Double nade. Go again. Flash. Flashing. Boom. I'm coming behind people. One more.
Two more. One more. Half.
Nice! Boys!
Backside.
Cool. Backside. And
I smoke mini pit. Wait, double strafe.
10 seconds. Go, go, go.
Backside still. Just point default. Just got point default cover.
Plant. Planning. Plant. Side. Planning. Alive. Pushing the third. Long. In the smoke. Bike.
Low speed.
Vino maybe. Nice! Good job, guy. Well played. And nice. Short. Long one.
The rest side.
I'm planting side.
You need smoke. You have no smoke, so you need to work with the rifle, maybe Dory.
I have one rifle, boys.
They will take their time. Take your time.
I'm coming close short with back 10, yeah?
Close short.
Yeah.
They can pick you, Adam.
Yes.
I'm not coming.
Adam, let's be with our pick. I can flash short. Do. Flashing short.
Pushing a ball. Boom.
One more.
Nice.
Play time, maybe.
Yeah.
Go pick.
3, 2, 1.
Nice!
Well, Inferno was Team Liquid's map pick. However, it was MOUZ's map victory. 1 up in the series now, 13-7, powered by an Exertion who went 23-9 across the map. Yanko, this MOUZ team looked switched on from the very first round played in this map.
Yeah, absolutely, and it tells you why Liquid switched their pick around for the major compared to Dallas, because it was something similar that happened in Dallas, like we saw here today. MOUZ coming out of the gates very strong, had a super dominant first half, and Liquid did get into it a little bit in the second half, but felt like MOUZ was always going to be able to close it out. It was just a matter of time.
Yeah, a little bit of a run, but you never felt like they gained any kind of control of the match where they were going to bring it all the way back. I mean, I don't know what you can do if you're Team Liquid T-side. You start Exertion's 4-0 in opening kills across his CT half, which is a B player. You're just like, oh, I just can't ever have banana clean.
Well, that happened first couple of gun rounds. First one, it was Shue sort of dying there, or actually Exertion with the aggressive move getting him. Then second time around, it's Nerds who isn't able to create some space that gets punished, you know, while the rest of the team is trying to work A, and it just gives so much information to the side of the CTs, where not only that they're able to rotate, it's not even about the extra guy going to A, is the A guys know the hit is coming, so they can use their utility, they can be a little bit more locked in, they know what to expect, and yeah, just that, you know, Liquid had 8 kills in the first 7 rounds.
Yeah, that's not going to get you a whole lot of things, is it? Let me ask you a question, because I guess I'm kind of just out of curiosity what you think about it. When this Liquid roster came together, some of the things that we talked about with the player composition, the role composition, was who's going to be like the aggressive space taker on the T side. We know Shuhei likes to do it. We know Nerds at times can be aggressive. Is it going to be Twist? Is he going to pick up that? Is this lack of ability, at least in this game, to get opening kills like a sign of they don't have someone who's really like relishing the role, who's really thriving in the role? Or is this just MOUZ being MOUZ and being really good?
It could be. It also could be that just on Inferno they're struggling to find that guy, because, you know, on a map like Mirage you have Shue and Nerds being able to find success. Map like Ancient for someone like Nerds as well. Nuke comes to mind with him working outside, so might be a little bit of an Inferno thing where they're still working through the motions.
And it's obviously still early times with Flashy in the team, so we're going to be changing maybe some of the details of how they do things.
It's very interesting, this matchup, right? Because you look at these two teams and they're kind of similar. You could argue definitely that Liquid has the experience on their side and probably a few bigger names. I mean, guys like Twist, who's won the major, won the Grand Slam, 2 Grand Slams, right, and whatnot. And it's interesting to see that MOUZ is the better team, right? Like, MOUZ is a team that has maybe even the highest floor in Counter-Strike. It's always like a matter of their ceiling that's the last thing that we're supposed to figure out. But I guess that gives you faith in Liquid. They can get there if someone like Flashy can help them with the structure, with the foundation, with, you know,
cleaning up some of the details.
Exactly, right? Because the ceiling should be there. It's just the floor is way too low right now.
Way too low. Well, let's bring up a clip of the Twist 4 kill. I know MOUZ won, but I wanted to kind of touch on this because this seemed like another thing of another moment of like the details being lost. Naf is going to push down mid. Ultimate's going to grab this angle with the op. He's going to switch to ult mid. Now, if your opper's taking this angle and sticking around, if you're Naf, you have to have, I feel like, a wider swing or constantly peeking. This like jiggle peeking thing he's doing doing is tough. And I'm assuming that's a miscommunication between him and Ultimate in terms of how exactly that's going to be held. Fortunately for them, this is a fun part of the showcase, is Twist just goes beast mode. This is old school Twist of just anchoring a part of the map and saying, I'm not going to let you get past this. Sharp skills, sharp shooting, and a good sequence from Twist, but overall, it didn't have to be this way. It didn't have to be that hard. It didn't have to all fall on his shoulders.
A little bit of a Gandalf impersonation there. You shall not pass. Yeah. I think unfortunate, you know, for the setup, there was a instant mid smoke from MOUZ. So then, you know, Ultimate can't hold the same angle. So he can either go in front of the smoke and hold the angle for Nap, but that's an awkward position to be in. So maybe they should have just canceled the call. But I mean, then Naf is committed. But yeah, unfortunate Twist. You could see like stepped up in the second half, but very quiet first half. We could say that for the whole of Team Liquid. A couple of rounds that they did win were sort of 3v4 scrappy rounds where you know, someone was just able to make a play, not something that was necessarily replicable.
And MOUZ just looked so good, man. Like the first half was not only the opening kills, which they just killed it in. They were unbelievable in how dominant they were in terms of the opening engagements, but just like their disruptive nature of the second timing of Liquid trying to do something, the reaction of Liquid off of the opening death. MOUZ always seem to have two people at the point of attack.
They just have so many moves, man. Like they're so deep tactically, and a lot of their kills don't come from, oh, this is a crazy flick and Torji jump through the smoke and jump back or something like that. It's just hitting the right timings for when they want to retake top banana, right? Like for example, if it's Exertion there in Brolan, or they send a third body, or they send Torji with the AWP, right? It's like their understanding of the macro is so good. And as I said, they have so many tools in their playbook to attack these different things, right? You saw them a couple of times. You saw the fast second mid peak. You saw the app setup that was a little bit more timid, right? Like there's just so much variety to their game and to their playbook that it's very hard to play against.
Yeah, especially again, to go back, like especially if you're not going to get those opening kills, because they always get to play with the man advantage. They always get to be the one coordinating things. They never looked flustered in that second half. You never made a move. They always just got to coordinate whatever the hell they wanted with all the space, freedom, and time to do it.
And you know, their season ended how many of their tournaments ended, with a loss to Vitality. And you could see, you know, Torji being really emotional in the post-game interview. He didn't have a great game on the maps that they lost. He had a great game on Inferno, which they won, but you do feel it comes down to him and Exertion to really sort of help or step up in addition to Spinks for the majority of time. Why? Because Torji is the opera and Exertion is the space taker, right? Like those are the players, those are your Nico and Mones, your Kyosuke and Mones.
That's the engine.
Right? Like those are your star players, and they just need to find a way to be more consistent in those key moments, because you see in this game, in this map, they were incredible, right? Yeah. And you can see how comfortable the game is for MOUZ when they are rolling. I think the team does a great job of sort of, like we pointed out, having tools for them and having plays for them to go for, and they have plays of their own. So that's the only thing that you're sort of hoping for as a MOUZ fan, right? Like you're hoping for that some of these guys can step up in those big games, because everything else is there for them.
Well, they've been as Torji said in that interview, and also that you alluded to, they were the second best team in the first half of the year. They're looking like they're going to start the second season as a really strong. Yeah, you got
Listen,
something
for
there?
me, it's just
come on, Falcons
the closest to beat Vitality.
Okay, there we go.
Talking about Train, MOUZ is undefeated on it this year against teams not named Vitality.
Not named Vitality.
They only have 3 losses on the map, all 3 of them on the hands of Vitality. Didn't reach double digits against them, but that's been their season for a lot of the maps and a lot of the matchups. So I think one time Liquid played with this lineup was against MOUZ in Dallas. Didn't go so well, so you really feel like this is where MOUZ has all the advantage.
Yeah, feeling like this is going to be a 2-0, because as you said, Liquid is not named Vitality. So, tough task ahead, 1 map down.
That's the hardcore analysis you get right here at IEM Cologne
only
2025.
At IEM Cologne 2025.
That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Go, go, go.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
When we won the Intel Grand Slam on Liquid, it just happened so fast. We went to like 5 events in a row and we closed it out. It started with IEM Sydney, won Pro League, went from Pro League to DreamHack Masters in Dallas, played great CS there to Cologne. I think it was actually when we were in the playoffs of Cologne, it's like when we realized like what the fuck, we're actually like, it's right there. Like the Grand Slam is like on the other side of this event. I mean, to win Grand Slam on the Cologne stage, I think we're the only team to do that. Yeah, definitely a memorable moment in my career.
Hey guys, I'm Torji, and this is Play Like Torji. Okay guys, so here we are playing versus Cloud9 and it's 5-0. We are leading pretty good. And now here, you know, you always have to respect your teammates' communication and trust it. And of course they are saying he's in con and everything, like bullshitting, and I'm just getting knifed by Exile. I was really annoyed here. Obviously it's not my fault giving fake informations. We are here on Nuke versus Falcons at the moment. It's 12-2, and yeah, it's like 2 versus 3, and I was pretty tilted here on Surgeon because he was trash talking to me before the game, you know, and I was like, I will just kill him and try to clutch this 1-on-3 because why is he trash talking to me, you know, like I wanted to show him that I am the dog in the house, you know, but basically Magic scared me. I still think it was a good play, like this is how we should have played it. I think he deserved what he deserved here. We're gonna learn here a pretty important lesson. Like on Inferno, you know, you have this chicken lever, and actually if you put a gravity here, then the chickens will come around you, and now you can pick them up, really important. Like if you wanna rush B, you know, you can just collect your teammates like here in the spawn, then you just go to B with them and rush them instantly with the chickens, you know. It's like 9 guys are rushing B. It's a good tip, good tip. Okay, so here's a pretty important clip. It's 14-14. We play this in Cologne, and again we end up in a clash situation with Surgeon. He's always baiting me, as you could see on the new clip as well. And now, obviously, he should have go to the box and make a crossfire with me, but now he's just sitting behind the other box, basically doing nothing and letting me die. Like, I think he played it pretty bad. I don't know what is he doing. Okay, so let's see. Shuir obviously is one of the best IGLs now in CS2, you know, like young upcoming IGL. I really like him. He's always have good comms, good calls. He's insane individually, so I'm just interested what is he doing in this clip. He's pushing short. Then he just what? What are you doing? What are you doing, Shuha? What is this round? Oh my god. Yeah, he just dies like a chicken. I don't know. Whatever, guys.
And I completely understand if you want to play like Torji after a performance he just put in with his boys. Zershid at the top of the scoreboard as well. It was a comfortable one to start off this series. Chad Sponge Birchall with the news.
Do you still think he believes Shui's one of the best in-game leaders in the world?
That's a good question, especially, you know, young, up-and-coming IGL who has since moved to more liquidacious pastures.
Going to be liquidated right now if they can't put any resistance on Train. Choo-choo, chugga-chugga.
Yeah, MOUZ electing to take it here. Inferno not going fantastically. A 10-2 half from the CT side of MOUZ on that first map. Let's see how this one goes with a T start. Look at the odds, just completely blown out. Oh my, oh, listen to that cacophony of dual Beretta spam.
Notes has been left hanging. Naf already dipped. You better get out of there, guy.
Yeah, he has gotten away.
Ultimate's taken some friction over towards Ivy against that of Jimmy. So in this 5v3, this could be a liquid pistol.
Dare I say should?
I feel you could.
Ooh, there goes Nerds. Nice clawback from Spinks, not making any moves just yet.
I like this push from Shui. It just collapses the map down a little bit, and Jimmy's been goosh. So he's going to be a dead man. He's meant to be a dead man.
He's not dead yet.
And now the fight kind of... Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
B's open. B's open. MOUZ licking their lips.
Okay. Jimmy's now dead. Okay, okay.
Don't get headshot. Pushing through the flames. Oh, hits the drive-by. They are going to get the plant down thanks to the handiwork of Spinks. Brolin, the one to punch in the code, but now he's been handed a 1v3 that I would like to think is impossible. He does manage to isolate Nav. Shui baits in. Oh, no! What's he waiting for? Instead, it becomes a 1v1. Ultimate forced to come up clutch after already contributing one.
Oh, it's fake.
Yeah, he's
pulled him off.
Down the steps, and now he's called your bluff, Ultimate. Fake number 2, please. Ultimate looking the wrong way. Brolin confirms he's off the bomb. No time for the defuse. Calculated. Cool, can't collect. 5v3 advantage. You got the 2 first kills of the pistol, and still you can't convert. Spinks starts it off so nicely. Brolin with the close.
I wish I had something positive to add there. It was a fantastic beginning to the round. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, Shui wants to make sure Ultimate is part of this, and it isn't a 1v1, but by not swinging, it becomes a 1v1. Yeah.
Like, I feel like for Nav,
he's going, why isn't Shui pushing?
There are 7 or 8 bullets coming my way, and you're still not trying to shoot him in the back of the head.
It's definitely a miscommunication of the situation as they pressure B early. So they have been able to bring out an M4 and Ultimate who saved the Kevlar. So that's going to be the team kill reward plus the kills he got. But Brolin up to bat first and looks away at the wrong time.
Well handled in the end. Nice back from Ultimate, but there's just too many bodies.
And Naf in the complete wrong side of the map after the crunch goes down towards Pop and B. And this will be the 2-0 start. So Naf will just hold on to the FAMAS. Now to remind everybody of what happened in Dallas, it was a 13-2 scoreline in favor of MOUZ.
Oh.
And then the major liquid band train wasn't part of the map pool. Had a coaching change. Heard Flashy in the pre-game interview saying a map pool change. And now we see train again.
Interesting. I mean, if MOUZ have got the same level of polish on this map, I feel like that the start of train is a bit of a spirit breaker. You know, it's gonna already have you kind of returning to the tilt you were just lingering in.
Well, it's because the rounds that they were winning on Inferno, they were just winning on Inferno, and you set yourself up pretty to start the half off. At that point, you're thinking 5v3, maybe worst case we give away the plant, but we shouldn't lose the round.
Right.
And then you give away the plant and you do lose the round. And then you force, and that's pretty flat too. So for Flashy, he's thinking, well, it's early days. I've just put on this jersey. I'm here to fix some of the problems. But when you're a team like Liquid, who are falling down the VRS, you want to be getting some wins. And I understand this is against the world number 2. It doesn't have to be the victory, but it has to be promising. And right now, we are yet to see that. And they're warmed in. This is a Stage 1 team going up against a Stage 2 team. And as we touched upon, we're yet to see a Stage 1 team topple one of the teams that were auto-birthed straight through into this portion of the tournament. I'm not sure if that's looking to change over there between Spirit and Heroic. I know that Ancient did go to overtime in terms of the outcome. Didn't keep my eyes on that, but I'm sure you at home can let me know in Twitch chat so I don't spoil it for all the audio-only VOD watchers. Could you imagine being an audio-only VOD watcher?
There is a couple.
I'm sure there's some people who rip it from YouTube, grab the audio, upload it to their device, and have a listen. As Naf with the FAMAS is in the right place, but we'll go down first. So the site has been overrun. Now it's just these pistols to try and get some exits. A couple of kills, maybe a couple of AKs to carry through. That would be nice.
He is in absolutely no hurry, is he? Spinks very comfortable. Torji does seem to want to get this one done. Brings the fight to them.
Would you prefer the AK with the Titan stickers.
Yeah.
Or the Arabesque, which has your stickers from... Here it is.
Ooh, the Titan, but they're not hollows, are they? They're like the poverty Titan stickers. I've got one of them on my
Are they
M4.
still worth like a couple of grand?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I got this like the sticker value. You know, it's like what 10% of the actual sticker value once it's applied or something.
Oh, is that what happens?
Yeah.
Titan, Katowice, paper.
Yeah.
Sticker 2014.
Nice.
Choose your skin side of preference. It's $1,600 on the marketplace.
Well, I've got one of them on my M4, but I didn't put it there, you know, and I only had to pay like $20 extra.
Okay. I do for the memory.
I like the Arabesque. I'm a big fan of the golden AK.
We get to take a look at the CT setup, which hasn't changed for Liquid since they played MOUZ last time. Twist holds B, Shuey and Nertz the aggressive pairing up towards Team A and Pop. Naf has to be the supplement over towards the Ivy Rifler, and then Ultimate as the AWPer, who doesn't have his AWP just yet. And right now, one of the key portions of the map taken. Train still feels like the newest map in the pool. Overpass is definitely going to have more of a concrete meta, even though it's just been reintroduced to take the place of Anubis. Oh, Shadow spotted there for Nertz. And Pop block for now. So this one will just have to be a sit and wait. Because he Torji there on the X-ray, just setting up some util. And another one drops. So this will change the call, or at least the timing of the call. Shui's going to start to burrow in, calling main clear. Ultimate is still over towards B with Twist, who could go forward high ramp for some info, but they are just going to sit and wait. So this will be a 2-3 split of the defenses, and an outside Pop is on the way.
Okay, Nertz. Playing on top of this red train, spots Pop, now vulnerable to main. This is really well synchronized by MOUZ. Good find though, Nertz, despite being flustered, gets the opening. Shuey was overlooked initially, but just a quick flurry of 3. MOUZ on the entry path. Nertz, an opportunity to perhaps disrupt this plant with only 20 seconds left. It is very important Torji gets across safely, and Nertz may have an opportunity. He did, but Brolin manages to get all the way onto the flank and stops that final bullet from finding Torji. Safe plant found and secure round safe, at least for the plant.
Well, Tips is close enough to have a look, and 2 of them are very low.
Torji considering that late arrival as a possibility. In fact, it seems that MOUZ have decided that that is the most likely of approaches.
Look, it's a very unlikely round for him to win, but you would love to see some level of excitement here. It was really that last-ditch attempt from Nertz. But great pathing from Brolin, gets there in time.
It's just, I mean, this feels like one of those ones where it's like, if you can keep getting away with this, if you can't prove that you can defend just late A splits.
Yeah, because the util timing was good from Liquid. The pop block, the late main block, you know, you're really slowing the pace down.
And yet you still feel kind of hard done by there.
Well, this is one of the problems, right? When that U2 is gone and you have nothing to block with late round, you are in the open, essentially. And if the U2 is good, if the spacing is good, you can just see how tough it can be. So a couple of nice exits there from Twist. He will get himself an AK-47. But if this is anything like Inferno and it's late to get going, it's going to be too late. Just such a shame. You had a really good start on the pistol with those 2 opening frags, and now you're 4-0 down, likely to be 5 unless you can find some punch. Nertz into the MP7. MP9 for Shuey, Deagles for that of Ultimate and Naf, and Twist with the aforementioned saved AK-47.
Oh, they really want to limit your access to Pop, so it really is going to free them up to get Brolin on the move quicker.
For me, it's the most important part of the map.
Absolutely. Brolin overlooked Ultimate's potential up close, actually scavages the AK and wants to swing for more. Yeah, that's lovely from Ultimate. Taking matters into his own hands, removes an entire prong from the MOUZ assault. All now centered around main.
Have to win this.
Shuey, first victim, Nertz the second, and immediately their advantage squandered. MOUZ didn't really have to lift a finger for that, and can't help but feel like Naf's time very limited. Jimmy likely to get him if he dares peek. Ultimate brings the fight to them. Oh, Ultimate, he's had a great round here. Starts with a deagle, ends with a quad kill on the AK.
That's the first round in the entire series so far where it's felt the timing has gone against MOUZ.
True.
And you can see the way that they're ready to peak, they weren't expecting that swing, so Ultimate catches the perfect timing.
On everyone, like the Brolin one was exactly the same thing.
So very, very well done from the pole. And there you go. So instead of it being 5-0, it's 4-1, and that's a bit of a bonus scenario because you were on a lighter investment. So yeah, you see Brolin, he's ready for the swing out to take fights towards back bomb. That's just going to cost him as Torji brings out his ultimate as well. So let's lock horns. Gun rounds now as Nerds through the spam gets 2.
Beautifully controlled. Shui, this is very ballsy.
Well, he's hearing them run away. Can't track it because of the smoke, but at least gets the space. So resetting early on. MOUZ. You can't snatch this one away, I don't think.
I don't know, man. 3v5 has been very casual for MOUZ at times.
At least it started earlier than 8-0.
Yep, true. And we'll see if Spinks can get away with his usual hijinks.
You could try and go for a B split right now. Obviously, you need to get Torji and Spinks grouped up, and Jimmy could try and work through Ivy and go through the back lanes. The util to work with is quite limited. It's a smoke and a couple of flashes, but apparently they want to head through Pop.
Yeah, Nerds has been really enjoying this top red train in these late rounds and actually just dropped off. Walking into the angle. Oh, Torji has a go at the flick down. Didn't hit his shot. Spinks just rides out that flash. A second comes in and Nerds should seal the round with that kill.
Well, that's more like it, right? Initiating within the mid-round, they have a move, it's together, there's a flash, the connections that Flashy wants to see. So the fact that Nerds has grabbed 4 within this round, he has just absolutely dominated MOUZ in this one. 2 spamming through a smoke, 2 with flashes into Pop, and poor Jimmy just has to save.
Yeah, that's good team play as well. That's Shui calling those flashes, setting him up, swings on the second.
Well, Nerds was one of the more impactful players on that first map.
He was.
Trying to set Nerds up for the ace. Can he get there in time? 5 seconds once the round transpires, and he might have to let go of that shift key if he wants to catch Jimmy. He does, but just not enough on the clock. So great round from Nerds.
So Ultimate and Nerds in back-to-back rounds have given Liquid a little something to stand on.
Yeah, well, if you get... everybody choose a round to get a 4K.
Yeah.
That could help. I think people have been relatively underwhelmed with Nerds' time in Liquid.
Because he was always seen as such an impactful player, like a consistent, impactful presence.
Okay, well, they've humbled MOUZ, haven't they? This will be the eco with the saved AK, so Jimmy...
Oil flush for Liquid. CTs with 4 AKs and an AWP, and that AWP immediately put to good use. The armored AK leg shot puts Jimmy on 20 points of health.
He's chucked it over to Torji, who has Kevlar but no head armor, and based on what you just said, that's fine. The AK will obliterate them to the head regardless. So rerouting, they show themselves Ivy. You don't have many options in this, but Spinks is keeping the door open to head back to B. Already got control of box holes. So the Canadian pairing looking to shut down this B bomb site. Brolin has a smoke and a molly.
This is a strong way to play it. He's getting info safely upper, and Twist, he's controlling that lower ramp. Util from Brolin, it's just a smoke and a Molotov. That's all they have to work with. This nade actually from Naf, if he places it correctly, has not been able to do so. Spots them committing out upper. Twist confirms it's that B finish. A little bit of damage onto Spinks, but that bomb will get planted uncontested. Solid one from Torji. Bomb down, and Torji pushing up with that AK. They've managed to get into the site, but they won't get much more. MOUZ feeling like they've achieved something, given the way that round started.
Yeah, so there's an extra $600 for everybody, plus the 2,400 loss bonus, so that is a success.
And Twist's kind of getting it to do something. I'm sure on that B side, it gets quite lonely at times.
Well, this is the thing. The inside anchor position, it needs to be a little bit more active now than it used to in Old Train. In Old Train, right, you didn't have the connection point with Pop in the same way. It used to be the ladder, so that was a whole different fight dynamic. But Cycron, a little bit earlier than Inferno, has to get on the mic. So tactical timeout and a lot to say. There is the lack of the AWP in Torji's hands for this rifle round. What type of opener is Cycron looking for his boys to hit round number 8 with? It's also important to look at the CT spawns, because you can see what type of setups are available to them. So Nerds has the best CT spawn available to throw the utility towards main, so he can get up close, he can play in towards Pop if he'd like. Torji lining up an insta. And they're actually going to allow them to take that main control if they'd like. 3 players start over towards Pop/B. And Shui. Wow. Does he go again?
Yes, he does, and somehow gets 2. The final bullet of his spray just catches the swinging Torshi. Double kill, first 2 kills, and even confirming a 3rd man in those halls. Spinks spotted out. Flash, clear indicator. Jimmy fancies his chances versus the AWP. It's not NAF this time, it's Ultimate's AWP. Last round, Jimmy got a leg shot from that same position, so thinks twice about committing.
I don't know how Shui got the second there. It felt very accidental, didn't it? But the swing for the trade negated. But still want to head through Pop, don't they?
Oh, lovely. Nerds wins the head-to-head. Jimmy just trying to claw back control. It's very clear indicator that likely Pop is going to be that final fight. Shui readies himself. Smoke should enable a bit of a double swing situation here. He does confirm Xertion's presence, but it costs him his life, and now Nerds on notice. Molly gets him out. Ultimate can't seem to get the clear line of sight. Does manage to break the smoke to find the headshot. Removing Spinks with the sniper. Just Xertion now. Shouldn't have much legs to stand on in this one. Boxed in, Nerds should be able to confirm Xertion swing, back turned, and oh, doesn't even get another one. Okay, Shui lets out a real guttural roar. His first 2 frags, and they are round defining.
Yeah, some bangers there, and the cash right now is stacked for Liquid. Everybody with around that 10K mark before the purchases come in, going into the next round of play. And this is really good. This is a nice change. This is where if you were to do the post-game interview and you ask, you know, what went right in this map? Here it is again. Let's just check this second one. So he swings wide to facilitate Nerds. He draws the crosshair, and yeah, okay, so Torji just walks straight into it. But this is where players go, yeah, the communication was flowing. And the reason I say that is because there's always an idea. Yeah. Right? They're doing something. All right, let's do this, let's do this. And it's really important for Shui and Nerds in combination to be playing off of each other. They had a tough go of things as the B pairing on Inferno. Well, right now as the close bit of Pop pairing, this is looking beautiful. Partial now for MOUZ. On the jiggles, twists. As soon as he spots one, we'll drop the...
Wasn't far off the mark, you know.
Doesn't drop it, okay. Come on in, the water's warm. Ultimate is here to help me. Now, what type of execute do we see? It's likely to be... Okay, so Molly towards Con being lined up. You're going to see them push down street here and try and isolate the fight back of Thomas.
Oh, despite the flashbang work, which was fantastic, Ultimate still opens up onto Jimmy. They are pushing forward, though. Ultimate just keeps racking him up. Those long-range angles, perfect for a sniper rifle. And that's convincing for Liquid.
It's the best CS they've played today.
And especially because those are the rounds they were struggling to convert and were getting down into the nitty-gritty on Inferno.
Think about how dominant this half could be if they won the pistol round.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you
Which
take
they nearly did.
Yeah.
Probably should have.
So this is 5 straight rounds. Within those 5 rounds, they've only given away 4 frags. So here we go. This is the Liquid that we want to see in the server.
Professor Birchall.
Yes, indeed.
I haven't asked you about the path for the course on T-side train now. Do you have an approximation as to what they'd be happy with? I can't help but feel 4 is already, like, MOUZ ain't crying about it.
Well, I love shifting goalposts.
Oh, yes.
And because of the financial change, I would say that an 8-4 is likely what you'd be looking for.
Yeah.
Right? The CT side have definitely been bolstered, helped out by Valve's change, obviously with Overpass, the MP9 nerf. That's one small little bane, but in terms of getting extra cash per kill, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Right? And again, just returning to the amount of cash they have with 5 consecutive rounds, it's going to take a while for MOUZ to break them. So yeah, you're right. I think 4 rounds already is great. But the way that they got those 4 was with the pistol, the conversions, and just 1 rifle round. And then to lose the momentum, losing to a saved AK and a great timing from Ultimate, that's going to sour the mood.
Oh, the flash is good. They're actually boosted on that box. Shui, this is a crazy move. This is a crazy move. Torji! Oh, he's amazing! He had a read. He had a spidey sense that someone had pushed the smoke, goes leaping out of it. Oh my god, and Xertion reads him like a book. Does Shui do that alone? Probably not. They did the Alexi B util, pushed through, and MOUZ was so ready for it.
Well, at least ideas are still flowing. A flash and a pop for NAF. Ultimate trying to facilitate a way back into the round, but Brolin and Spix, they're not knocking on that door just yet. The fight came to them, and MOUZ delivered.
I'm in awe of the way Torji handled that.
There's something. You get this one with 3v3.
Yeah, if. NAF versus Spinks, but
Sping's not going to be peeking through. It's a wide swing on the reload, trying to punish. Ultimate thought he had him.
Oh, Naf still has a chance on this. They're going to try and flood out main.
They are.
He's picked up the AWP.
Okay, Naf on the AWP. Not something you see all too often. And Twist put down. Oh, and confirmation of his presence just pulls the trigger off that flashbang. Now they're just partnered up. Oh, the util, the flash, it catches him. The util is incredible. That is a round MOUZ should be incredibly proud of. The read, the comms, the util. It's all there, and it makes life such misery for Team Liquid. I really love the way Torji played that. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit of a simp for that right now.
What, Torji, or the fact that he was prepared for a smoke push?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, it's good awareness
the whole way.
It is very good awareness of the possibility of anything, right? That's like,
I'm expecting him to, you know, like he's looking at his radar, he's communicating, he's probably faffing with his nades. The fact that he's like, maybe they,
Oh, so as he's jumped back, he just gets this glimmer.
And then I don't know about that. It's just pure game sense. And actually
death here from Twist. I think he just wanted to get in a better position, then got caught out with poor timing.
Yeah.
Because Naf could have taken that first contact. They knew where he was. They didn't know where Twist was. They know Twist is a B defender. So, yeah, still an opportunity, but it's going to be a change-up with double AWPs. Shui is doing a team main insta out of spawn. So backs up, lobs that, and they're going for a different way. All right, well, we tried pushing into main. Now let's just block it, shall we? And that one lands picture perfect. As might just be MOUZ going into a B hit.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it could be.
I like this change of pace. They've thrown their yard smokes. Deep one towards Ivy, sandwich smoke. The standard util towards B, and now on this timing, they can just set up and explode. Looks like 3 to trickle out high ramp. Torji might just drop down low ramp as well. The fact that they're going to molly towards Con, once he bobs his head off the wall, he could just take that sniper at range.
Oh, that lurk smoke gives him something to hold. Just a little sliver gap and profits onto Spinks, and even another leg shot. Xertion down to 16. Shui, good find onto Brolan. How much damage? 100 from a single nade. Liquid dropping like flies. Jimmy swats away Shui. Molly through the flames. Easy for Torji to collect. The fights just come through. All in favor of MOUZ, turning this T-side hall into something much greater. Oh, Naf not feeling good about this one. Will back away with that AWP despite it being the last round next.
Yeah, just as we started to sing the praises of Liquid as well, it's quick how it's all falling apart. So MOUZ getting it back together. Oh, Exertion's heard you. And Naf maybe, yep, Naf heard him as well. So that information does flow both ways. You're right, it isn't necessary that Naf retains this. There should be enough cash with him and his teammates combined to be able to pull out the buy that they want, but
hey,
go on. A couple of kills, that's not too bad for the stat line. Torji will finish him off, but they tried double up setup with all the cash, didn't hate it.
Are those deaths going to have any sort of ramifications? Like, did he actually kind of exit frag his way into some impact in this last round? I'm not sure yet.
It is. I think you do make a very good point. That type of a chase from MOUZ, they must have known that they couldn't really make a dent in the bank balance, considering that
the run, what was it, like
5 straight
with like 1-2 deaths.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they didn't even put pressure on the economy. So it means a Galil for Jimmy, but everything else is in the mix.
Okay. Feels like 6 is compulsory, right? After we've discussed where that goalpost has been moved to.
No, he's in.
Yeah, he's in. Xertion will surely be, surprised by that. Opening kill for Liquid, compulsory round. Naf got his nades out as the AWP ready to punish. Oh. It's too easy for Torji.
Though.
It is, yes, absolutely. Some damage, significant, 80, spread out.
Well, take a look at the radar. So that smoke drops, they back off. You have to worry right now if you're Liquid about them being in the backlines. They're not. And Liquid are searching elsewhere, so Spinks might go down in the backline here. Ultimate will be behind him in a moment's time, but he's tucked into that cubby. How much can he see? All of him now.
Enough. Okay, well, losing Spinks is really going to limit MOUZ's finish.
Shui, he's investigated backlines, calls it clear, and they blocked main. So right now, you can settle into this round if you are Liquid. 6 at half. You need this if you want any chance of pushing it to a third.
They've just had Shui kind of confirming backtracks, didn't see any action, so they're finally no longer as paranoid. Ooh, Brolan caught, twists! Didn't finish the job, Shui does. He's got to be able to convert this one. Doesn't spread fully. Nert's a nice headshot onto Torji, and the last man standing, Jimmy.
Good luck, have fun, mate. You're surrounded. Nerds looking the wrong way. Okay, needed that. Shui pulls the 6th round across the line. That's minimum. Liquid, if they want the 3rd, they've got to have one hell of a T side. It really looked like Liquid were going to take control of Train. After a slow start, they managed to find themselves hitting that flow state. The CT rounds were coming through, minimum casualties, cash was stacking up, and then they tripped, then they slipped, and find themselves at a 6-6 scoreline in a must-win map if they want to start off Stage 2 of IEM Cologne with the W. You're playing up against the world number 2. They are going to make you work for it. MOUZ have definitely looked like the more polished side, at least that's in my personal opinion. I'm sure Chad probably echoes a similar sentiment, though.
I think here from MOUZ, right, the fact that they... Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even finish a sentence before MOUZ have taken a leap in the right direction of taking both pistols on Train. Torji, a one-tap to Shui's face, ahead of the util, thrown out by Ultimate. Twist. Oh, he's going to lose it. Oh, if he goes down, nice shots. Gets it done.
Oh.
Awkward for Spinks. Doesn't actually manage to find that one bullet.
Lines.
One bullet, all he needed. Twist even recovers the smoke, so now they swing into Brolin at the back of sight, and that one is easy. Ultimate trying to find that headshot, but it's his teammate Naf to run him down.
Well done from Naf. They're two very important kills, but team-based Counter-Strike there from Liquid. Spinks copped a goosh. Twist will be communicating that. This happened over towards high ramp only moments ago. Now, they dropped the ball in the first half pistol round, Liquid. They should have won that. They could have had a much stronger half. But 6-6 is serviceable. For MOUZ, it feels much more comfortable, especially with this being their map choice. But it's already more of a competitive affair than back in Dallas. That was a 13-2 scoreline. So this is showing better signs for Team Liquid on a map that has been in and out of their map pool and mainly been their ban. So I think there are some highlights for me, right? I touched upon within the mid-piece of that first half that it feels like the communication was flowing much better for Liquid because there was a lot of ideas, especially between the duo of Shui and Nerds. Now, they did overcook the pooch and maybe push a little bit too far, but you need that confidence, and I'm glad that they played with it. Sure, it's going to cost you. Occasionally, you're going to lose those rounds. As long as you don't let yourself get down in the dumps, you win the pistol. Now, as long as you can weather the storm of this force, you are back in this map and potentially the series. If it goes the distance, it becomes a best of one, and that upset potential grows.
Yeah, Xerxes cognizant of just how much easier Train would have been with that pistol. Ooh, a little late on the nades. Xerxes kind of beats the timing and allow it to start getting early info towards the halls. Shui and Twist anticipating this and actually taking it slowly.
Now this standoff feels very difficult to break unless there is a set of utility that they want to deploy. So from a Twist or a Shui, it feels like you are going to need a molly off Pop to then focus Brown. There's the molly. Now you focus Brown, try and grab control of that. Oof, that nade.
Solid response. I like the HE.
Okay, so now they have Brown. Now they need to work on getting Pop. So you're just going through these waypoints and stages. Brolin on the jiggle. Oh, needs to be careful. They're already past that line of sight. So as he backpedals... Oh, no, it's great opener.
Yeah, it just takes the fight, Xerxes.
Oh, straight through. Hello.
Oh, shit.
Well, that's the bravery you need to win rounds.
Walk straight through.
Okay, well handled, right? And I was worried that maybe they weren't going to have that level of polish to take the control of that, but they did exactly what they needed to. Well-placed utility. We'll convert. Give them 8, and we should just try and see the save from Jimmy Torgi and Spinks currently over towards B.
Presumably, this is where you do give the MAC-10s a bit of green light to go? What's the...
It's fine to have a little bit of a look, but the downside is you lose a MAC-10 and you don't get a kill. Okay, let's say Spinks gets it. Sure. Now he has a MAC-10 and a 5.7. Well, he drops either the MAC-10 or the 5.7.
Something else.
Exactly. So there's an extra weapon to work with.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing any more than that.
It's better if you could cleanly wipe the board, but it's worse if you give away extra guns.
Right, which is why we're seeing this kind of... you can see this kind of tentative hunt. Not full commitment, not full conviction. Like, you'll see if anything comes your way, but you're not actively in pursuit.
Well, Flashy should be content with that. That's one of the harder rounds to win. It was well handled, and now you know that there's a scout, and you know that there's some upgraded pistols, so you get a little bit of information on that, and you could have probably presumed a little bit of that information regardless, but it's just about doing something similar again. So don't be cumbersome, don't be clumsy. Smokes to block those pistol upgrades. You can see one of them thrown out from spawn from MOUZ. And this is the thing, Liquid, if you look at their name in the dictionary, it probably has potential prescribed next to it, right? And we know what the players are capable of within this team.
Of course.
It's just about getting them on the same page. As Torgi pushes Ivy, gets a tag, and it's not a full tag, actually. Naf only brought down to 50. Still, one more of those bullets would have been enough to do it, but both teams will call it off. So an exchange, and now a reroute as Twist and Shui working on this same space again. Now, you're probably more than happy to run the same round if you're MOUZ, and you might even stack more players in and just hope it's an execute, which is looking very likely. There's been no pressure towards Yard. But even if you execute into a B stack, if your utility and execute is perfect, if your mollies land where they should, if your flashes are timed, if your pathing is good, you will still win this round.
Oh, lovely little early info.
Don't play ahead of the execute, Shui.
Oh, and it's allowed them to get that first frag as well. Those scout tags starting to add up now, echoing through Torgi's impact, and wow, lovely little composed taps. Ultimate knows what the scout's trying to do. And they do seem to be stabilizing. Xerxes still hasn't been able to... Oh my god. A golden opportunity to have caused a bit more chaos there. He had the chance to bring down Ultimate, make that bomb spew into the site, perhaps hide in the smoke. But yeah, Liquid They can definitely count on Ultimate's performance here. 17-5, and he is going to bring out that T-side AWP.
Oh, they've clearly been putting some work into their train, haven't they? This is a competitive map now.
Yeah, that was important from Ultimate. Stops them from running into that stack without some support from up.
And Ultimate 17-5, having a great map.
Laughing.
Well, AWP's out for both snipers. Torji to lock horns.
Okay, well, we might get to see an Ivy player's nightmare. Jimmy, tasked with containing this part of the map, often quite quiet. Not this time. Flashes out, spots bodies, has his smoke to block. Elects to do so.
Shui has the bomb if he goes through this.
There they are. Oh, okay. Shui lives on. He ain't playing scared at all. He's playing for the info. He's playing for the space. Kept at bay by the incendiary. And now Zershan is going to be face-to-face with Shui, walking through the smoke and punished. Jimmy, however, is the name they're looking for. Now they find him. Now they spot him. Now he gets away. Swips out to the USP. Torji trying to lend a hand as well. They remove Jimmy. You can see that reaction as well from Spinks. Comes on in, finds the frags. MOUZ just win it out, trade it out, constantly pestering, poking, and fragging.
They put them under so much pressure there. I'm surprised we didn't see a reset. So Shui, maybe because he was so far forward, they thought, all right, let's continue to follow through with this. But they caused so much chaos. The kills were great. The space was awesome. And in that moment, if they'd gone for a reset, drop back, there was so much time left on the clock. You can see here as this kill comes in, there's still a minute. But it's these ones, right? Twist walking into a 1v1 and not being able to come out on top of that fight. So good opener, disruptive opener. Like the way that it kicked off there for Liquid. Pace change.
Yeah, this is straight out. Shui and Twist testing the util, and it's perfect. Zershan, a self-flash, pushes through the sandwich smoke and removes Shui's head. Ultimate tested by Jimmy. Just as easy as that, the round disintegrates. I think that answers Liquid's question. The question coming into this was, can they stop a fast A hit? And the answer is a resounding yes.
All right, well, back to the drawing board as Nerds with the Galil. Gets himself a fight, but can't win it out. Jimmy reigns supreme as it is just Twist, the last man standing.
Yeah, bomb delivered to their front door as well. Twist, this is helpless.
It's coming.
Tries to make it as costly as possible. Twist. Oh. I think he might have accidentally dodged that bullet there with a twist. Through to his name.
Forcing them to eco now. So well done for MOUZ on consecutive rounds. One that was stressful, one that was not so much. And tactical timeout called. The Hungarian, newly appointed. He's going to try and offer up some form of solace in a time of need. Just not sure, right? If we do take coach timeout stats, Flashy's not doing himself any justice. Because he's taking it before an eco, which they're unlikely to win, but he's likely talking about the next flow of rounds. So if we do see them with the next rifle... Anyway, get the weeds of stats. We don't want to be there.
No, but you are right. That's why we can't be talking about coach tactical timeout conversions as a cut and dry stat. Just because of that context. Some coaches prefer to call it before the actual round. Others like to give you something to discuss or talk about in your eco for that next gun. It's unlikely, you know, the caller's being, all right, Shui, you buy a Molotov, right?
And we'll have one P250.
Yeah.
And with $700 combined.
And we kill Spinks somehow, and we plant on B.
Maybe his keyboard disconnects, or...
Yeah, or, like, Jimmy doesn't kill all of them with one spray. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Not even a smile on his face. That's just a standard day of play for Jimmy, an eco bash.
And it wasn't even around where they siphoned out the util and forced them to reinvest into a lot of it, right? So it was meant to be shock and awe.
Well, that's the tough thing as well, is like your A players, if they're playing forward near red, they'll be screaming like, Spinks, it sounds like a whole party coming your way. No benefits to playing fast.
At least from a viewer perspective, they made it quick and painless for everybody playing at home.
And it is a 9-9 scoreline.
Oh, they've done the run boost on low ramp, so Spinks going to run straight up.
Much better timing.
Look at this. Well, they are playing without pace.
Twist! Jiggle in, straight headshot from Spinks. Job done, mission accomplished.
Playing between angles as well.
That's crispy, yeah.
Oh, these 3 rifle rounds have started pretty strong for MOUZ, excuse me.
Oh, how does he get another? And then Zershan immediately takes his place for the trade. Nice from Naf. Keeps the conversation alive, a potential 2-on-4. It's Naf and Nerds. Smoke tries to keep Jimmy in the dark, but he still has the cross to the site. No one's going to over-rotate. Saying that, Torji is going to be acknowledging the gap. I still feel like Brolin's in such a powerful angle.
Yeah.
And he's going to demonstrate that power onto Nerds. Okay, well, you've got the bomb, but now you've been spotted. Orb trying to hold the line, and he peeks on into him, gets Torji low. That's nice from Nav. Spotted us by Brolan, and an easy find as well. Not playing scared of MOUZ, not at all. They consider themselves the stronger side, and I think I would too after a 10-2 first half map 1.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Naf this season. Sure, maybe he's not at the top of the stats, but when he was playing Mirage during Stage 1, he was doing the good job getting multiple kills to the anchor on the B side. And here where he swings out and takes this fight, he knows that, hey, I know where a player is. I need to win this duel to give us any chance. He does. So there is some confidence, and he's backing himself a bit more, which you needed to see, because it felt like he had lost all faith in himself, even if his teammates hadn't. But right there, I'm just looking at the smallest of silver linings for Liquid. It's now the lead for MOUZ, and back towards B with an execute. Spinx is currently playing retake. Jimmy will be able to rotate over through connector in a time, but they're down, and they're in.
Big one. Ultimate's headshot is going to lead them to an open B site.
Okay, this could be the fire starter.
Certainly could be. Late in the piece, low econ round, and you're in. You got the man advantage. It can all tumble down. Torji, Util will force fights. Jimmy finds Nafa early. Ultimate distracted. Zershan comes on in, looking for those backs turned. It's really only twists up close con. Nerds and Shui playing the clock. And they're just dropping like flies. Nerds doesn't even get a chance to play this one out.
They know he's going to be lurking, so no friction. And now dead. Oh,
hang on. Now they get on the fake again, or rather the defuse this time. And he can't do anything. But saving an AWP is a whole lot more than a Tech 9.
Yeah.
Trying to find us. Hey, listen.
I know.
You do silver linings. I do too. 11-9 though, and I mean, you were right. That was a golden opportunity. No one is saying it's an easy one for the Tech 9s with Kevlar vests up against full util, full armor, full AKs. It's not a comfortable one, but it was Ultimate's kill that got them in.
Though, wasn't it? It's just the fact that Exertion is high ramp behind them, and then Nerds and Shui are both in box holes. Now, Nerds was on a lurk. He came back. I don't think he was expecting his teammates to be able to find the entry in the plant.
I like this from Torji. Ahead of the smoke, gives him a little fallback option. Misses his shot though, so new lease of life for the duo. Shui and Twist in pop. Intentions to go. Flashes from Ultimate. Shui straight into the crosshairs of Jimmy. Look how many bodies there are to receive them. Everyone's ready. Everyone's gone on. One back from Nerds. Zershan having no issues racking them up. And before I can finish the sentence, the 12th is MOUZ's.
If you compare these halves, you can see that MOUZ, they were in no rush. They were happy to pop out late, whereas Liquid, a lot of their rifle rounds have been very direct and very fast. They feel a little bit more all-in-y. So you're hoping that your flashes are perfect and you catch them coming out of the gray screen. Your crosshair's not going to be in the right place, and well, this is going to be the third and final tactical timeout and last chance for Liquid to pull themselves back into this and potentially push it to the third.
Like, when you cut to Shui's POV swinging out pop there, just seeing 3 CTs that are all going to be able to contribute in that engagement at the same time, you just know they better be perfect flashes.
Well,
they better be
right?
tier flashes.
So even though the flashes are coming in, the crosshairs are still in the right place, and then they're able to play off of each other.
Right, you just saw the first comes from back bomb. Who does the back red or the back red player kill? The guy shooting at back bomb. It's just constant.
Think about how chaotic the comms are in that moment for Liquid. One's here, but then you go to take that fight, and there's a player popping out from elsewhere. You haven't even been able to triangulate their positions. You're hoping that you catch them. Well, final chance, Liquid.
Is it going to be pacey again?
It can't be, surely. For early space, it's fine.
Zershan's hearing a lot of steps towards those halls. Shui. Okay, he seems to have forced Zershan into a more passive stance. Torji's too easy onto Nerds. Asking questions of Ivy. Peeking into the AWPer and now trying to advance. So not playing scared is Naf. Oh, a missed shot. A chance from Torji. Gets away with his life. Important.
2 players already towards B, and it's Spinks and Jimmy, your anchor players on the site where anchors make their money.
It's going to be Spinks and Jimmy. Their own variation.
What an annoying angle.
Setup. Yeah,
what an annoying angle.
Right.
That's it for the util.
Let's see that angle work. Shuey is good on the clear. Good tracking from Jimmy. Brought down. Important trade work from Shuey. Those are impactful frags, and it will be an impactful plant. Plants for Nav. Frees him up to stay. Push forward. And Exertion's flank is still looking like it's pretty damn well timed. Ultimate. Yeah, that's misinformation. Nav, that power position now relinquished. Pushes off the flash. Important. Shuey's still on one. He's doing everything for his boys. Ultimate just needs to live. Shuey has gone down. It's a 1v2 for Ultimate just to extend the play.
Oh, they didn't get it on the bomb.
Right, he planted on the left side. Left side plant. It's been found. Smoke has spread. It is covered by the AWP. MOUZ indeed. 2-0. They make light work of Liquid and will meet Na'Vi in that upper bracket for a spot in the Lanxess.
Yeah, coming out of the break and looking hot are MOUZ. This team showing on Inferno that they have come with clear intent into the new season. The major ended with a loss to Vitality. The new one starts with a win over Liquid. The bane of Shuey's existence, his old teammates celebrating with smiles while he still needs to put this Liquid puzzle together. Are Liquid able to find a solution in stage 2? Well, the lower bracket is where they'll find themselves, and a match against FaZe. We've seen that one before.
A great start for MOUZ here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025. I've got Torzy for a few winning words. First of all, let's talk about that Inferno. Just a super hot start. How hard is that to do, particularly when you're coming out of a player break, everybody's kind of getting resituated? Because that was impressive to start off in that way.
Yeah, we were really happy after that start, and I think Cyclone, our coach, he had really good words that I think starting on Inferno after a player break is a really good map, because I think it relies a lot on team play and playing a lot of default rounds, because it's just such a default map, you know, and I think we did that really good, and I think it gives us a good confidence, you know, going into the next games. So yeah, but the T-side could have been a little bit better, so yeah.
And then we move on to Train. Obviously, you weren't able to pick that into the last head-to-head we saw because the Liquid banned it out back at that elimination series at the Austin Major. Tell me about Train, because you guys basically, they were talking about it on the desk, right? Unless you go up against Vitality, you always beat every opponent. Why are you guys so comfortable on this map?
It's a good question. I think our team is really creative and we like to cook on the maps, you know, so we always try to figure out what's the meta on it, and maybe Vitality is a little bit in front of us, but I think we are a really good train team and we understand the map pretty well, you know, so I think it helps us a lot with this. And yeah, I think it's just a good punish pick versus Liquid because they didn't play it since we beat them, and we felt like if they don't ban it, then it's a good map to punish them. And I think it was a great decision from the coaching staff.
100%. And laying in front of you, the next opponent potentially separating you from the playoffs of IEM Cologne, that's going to be Na'Vi with Makaze in the mix. Have you had any chance to practice, get any reps against them? Are you familiar with Makaze?
No, I didn't practice. We didn't practice versus Na'Vi, if I remember correctly, with Makaze. But I'm excited to play versus them because in Na'Vi Junior, Coolio was his coach, and he's a good friend of mine. And he talked a lot of nice things about him. So yeah, and I think he also looks like a decent upcoming player. And I think he has a great future in front of him. So I'm excited to play versus him. And yeah, but I think we have a good shot.
Yeah. You feeling confident coming into Cologne?
Yeah, we do. Definitely, yes. After last season, I think we are ready to take the next step.
Confidence is going to be key going forward. Thank you so much, Torzy, for your time. MOUZ now one win away from the playoffs of IEM Cologne.
One win away after a very clean series over Team Liquid, 13-7 on Inferno, 13-9 on Train. No issues for MOUZ today. We're joined by Exertion up on the desk. I guess our question for most teams coming into this big event to start off the second season, you've just had the break, so we're always kind of watching for cobwebs for rusty teams, but it looked like you guys were on point already, right out of the gate.
Yeah, I think that we came back to the season pretty good. Obviously, the first days back are always a bit tough in practice, but towards the end of the boot camp, I think we started to start improving actually over last season already, which is super important to do. So, yeah, I think today on train T-side was a bit rough for us, to be honest, but except that, I think we played a solid game today.
How long was your boot camp, if I can ask really quick?
It was 4 practice days we had only. We went for a longer player break.
Cool.
Yeah, it was a long season. I think there's no surprises there. You're one of the few teams that didn't make changes coming into this season. Where do you feel like you guys could improve the most to be able to sort of catch up to Vitality?
Well, I think that's a bit private, obviously, but to give some interesting things in this interview, I would say that maybe the details in general, because I think against Vitality, they are obviously really good individuals they have. So, for example, 5v2s not over-peaking. I think in the official today it happened a bit still, obviously, but we are working on staying alive more, building economy, and more of the actual structure of the game, the foundations, because I think that we sometimes lose some silly clutches to Vitality, for example, because they are really good at winning those. So we know upcoming against them and obviously every other team, if we improve on that, it will give us a better chance.
What do you think of the overpass coming back in now? Another map you can add to the pool, another trick perhaps for a Vitality matchup. Obviously, that's going to be the big story with you guys is if you can overcome Vitality. But with overpass, do you feel like that's an area that you can slide into and give you some power, some strength?
Well, I will say that nobody really knows what we will do. Obviously, it's for a team that, like us, that had Anubis is our permaban. Getting a map removed that was your permaban is a big boost for the team. I think that Spirit have similar thing because they really didn't like it, and now they said overpass is good for them. So I think for us it's a big positive. We can choose whether to do what we want. I think people will need to see what we're gonna do about it. But overall, I think overpass is a really nice map to play. I think it's obviously I think it's very city-sided in my opinion, but other than that, I think it's a much better played map than Anubis.
Also, you guys have played Liquid a couple of times towards the end of last season. Was, comfortable in Dallas, got a little bit close in Austin. Could you tell that there's anything different about them this time around? They did bring in a coach, so did it feel any different to play them or more of the same?
I think it's tough for a coach to have such a high impact so early on when he joins a team, but I would say definitely there is some changes, but still their playstyle is very similar to how they usually play, and today I think we were really on fire. We really didn't give them much chance on City Inferno, for example, and yeah, I mean, we closed it out pretty well, I would say.
I was going to ask you about that because CT Inferno, watching it, like you guys were amazing at the opening kills, obviously, but for me it was like the second follow-up timings. You guys always seem to have 2 people at the point of attack. I like that. I saw that as well. That was good from you. But like, what is the read of the game? Are these just plays you guys are calling out on your own, like by what's happening on the map, or do you see something in Liquid because you guys have played them? So you've not beat them 4 series in a row. You've played them enough to kind of have a feel. Is it prep? Is it just that feel? Is it just you guys doing your own thing and it's working great?
Obviously, I think it's all the stuff you mentioned combined, but I think it's mainly just reading the opponent, which is something that we have put a priority on getting better at this season. I think last season was not bad at it, but something we can definitely get better at. And I think some teams have very obvious tells where they want to go, not specifically Liquid, but I would say outside of top 5, it's very easy to read the opponent sometimes. And I think that if you know that, it's really easy to use. And then, yeah, we're just trying our best to be many on site without really gambling, but more with knowledge.
Yeah.
I think we mentioned you're one of the teams that didn't make changes. Usually Cologne, there's a couple of events that you play before it shows up on the calendar, a bit different this year. So do you think that plays maybe towards your guys' advantage because you kept the same roster and you're just able to sort of build on that this year?
Yeah, I think definitely. Obviously, if you can, it's always nice not to make roster changes. I think anyone else that would tell you otherwise is lying. So I think that it's definitely good to start this season better than last one, because last one we made a change, obviously. So this season, also against our matchup against Vitality, we are more in a fair start in terms of actually the rosters. Obviously, they're at a better form than us. Absolutely, there is no denying that they're the best. But I think that now we're not starting from scratch, and I think that will really help us in our fight against them for for this season at least. And about Cologne, I just love to play these big tournaments because you get to play in front of a big stage. Of course, it's always the goal to get more experience there and to enjoy those fans we have. So yeah, I'm really excited for this tournament.
You guys, you keep mentioning you're at the second best team, just are targeting Vitality, who have you been able to beat. Are you concerned? Maybe not concerned is the wrong word, but are you thinking at all about some of the teams that have made these changes that might be able to catch up to you? Are you looking at like a Falcons and saying that's going to be a dangerous team now with Kaiosuke? Are you looking at Spirit with Zwei and being like that's a team that's going to start climbing up and knocking on the door of this top 3, top 2 territory?
Yeah, of course. I think they definitely have the potential. It's not like they are far away at any point. I think that anyone wants to have the second spot, go for it. I think it sucks to be in it, to be honest. You just feel like they're obviously Vitality are better than us. They won 7 times. So I hate to be in the second place. I actually rather be in the third. So if someone wants to claim their second, go for it.
Come take it.
But no, I'm kidding. But I just think that anyone at any given day can win.
Yeah.
Probably not Vitality at the moment. Obviously, still have not really lost this year. But yeah, I mean, CS is crazy, man. It could happen that Vitality dominate again. It could happen that they don't. And we just have to take the opportunities that is given to us, and we have to keep making them. Like we need to keep working hard to get those, basically.
Yeah. I think it's been cool. You guys have like through the second place, like where you're just hovering there. You guys have felt like it's kept the mentality. I think in the past we've seen some teams knocking on that door for so long that eventually it gives in. You guys have a very good team atmosphere, and I assume that you would prescribe that to the coaching staff as well. I know Cyclone's always mentioned those conversations.
Yeah, of course, and also all our psychologists. I think that they're really on top of. Obviously, we did lose to Vitality last season. Obviously, in bootcamp we talked about it. We had some open talks. I think the worst thing you can do is try to hide it under the table or something.
Bottle it up.
So yeah, I mean, it's obvious they're better than us. It's obvious we need to work more, and we need to figure out how we do it, because if you let that get into your head, that's when you start to lose even more. So it's not worth to do that.
Cool. We're going to let you go, brother. Go have a good one. Go enjoy the celebrations with the team. Enjoy yourself. Yeah. We're going to head out. We're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, there's plenty more IEM Cologne action coming your way. 2 more best of 3s on this afternoon. We'll see you there when we return.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Is the day, guys. We have been tasked to deliver this year's major trophy.
Come on, boss!
And we have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove that we are not some forgotten division.
This is our moment, and we are going to crush it!
Net. One more right at the end as well. Oh my. Nade. Oh, he nearly gets 2 for it as well. Sontix was flustered by it. How many just peered their head up, and how they kind of don't spot each other for that long, I have no idea. But you are right, Heroic. Slowly but surely getting towards this point as we soar in towards Ancient. They still have that narrative building on their shoulders. Can we actually do this? 11-8 to do it in regulation would require a flawless run from here, which is a big ask. Got 5 in a row, but I'm not going to completely discount them. They got 6 in a row over towards Ancient, so it's definitely in their repertoire.
Well, let's see. Big Donk on the A1S. Can he do any damage here? He's kind of in the right spot, although he is smoked off, so we'll see. But they're ready for an outside move of some sort. 2 down secret. Donk watching to see if anyone gets excitable around the smokes themselves. Zontic's hit. Hot feet. It'll be Chopper spotted first. Zontic's on the MP9, expecting the fight. Now maybe gets a bit scary. Smoke starting to go down. Donk catches them moving back. He's not quite quick enough for the headshot there. A dink lands on Nilo. Little chunks being taken out. You got to keep your eyes on Zontix in particular. He's picked up that AK. Shiro knows his mission, and it is to just kind of keep control, keep distraction, buy some time. He is running around like a headless chicken. He's just gone through A, gone through H, up the ladder, and hoping it was enough of a distraction. I don't think it will be the case, but the 5-7 creeps in, and Shiro has found his. It's all on Grix, and the 5-7 takes him out. Left, right, good night from Chopper.
That's a massive round to Scout. We saw them have a very similar round in Ancient really early on that shattered this heroic side, and that's another one of those where it's not exactly the best guns being brought to the table, but they make it work. And this second from Chopper, really well done towards Griggs. Regardless, you probably assume that either way, there would have been something from Shiro in terms of if that was tossed into a 1 versus 1. But Matt series point, Spirit. 12-8 now. And a buyout both ways. Shiro's finally cracked in towards 30. And he gets his favorite AWP back too. Smoke over. Play all the way back. But the crosswalks that come through, that'll shut him down for now.
Yeah, just for the time being. See what Heroic are going to do with them. Zontix holding at ramp. Here's this utility above him. Lost his teammate here as well. He can't hold for the second. But you feel like he's done his job. Chopper's already down fast. LNZ looks to be the thorn in his side. But they will miss each other. Donk gonna join. Are they looking for the swing? A single! Oh, Chopper goes! He just gets the head. That's the bomb hitting the deck. It's actually Donk, though, that fails his mission. That could make all the difference. Youngster is close to the AWP, but Shiro too quick. And a little panicked. He scopes back in. He doesn't know where he is. Double doors opens. Tanir thinks he's safe, and he is not. That will be that. And Spirit to take it in the 2-0. A first map that goes the distance. Heroic looked so damn good on that comeback. Couldn't get it done. The quarter of a second makes a difference. Nuke never really looked to challenge, in all honesty. A few rounds here or there, but Spirit doing what Spirit do.
Yeah, incredible work as well. I mean, you look at map number 1 and it was Donk's heroics. Map number 2, Shiro's heroics. The fact that they have those players that can step up, and not a bad debut from Zwei either. Heroic, true. I think they'll kick themselves in some of the rounds they lost throughout this series. In towards that second map, there was less of them though. I just feel like internally they'll probably look back and said we should have at least have gone to a third there. We should have gone to the side and maybe we could have put pressure on. But unfortunately, you cannot ever afford to take your foot off the gas against a side as good as Spirit. And while they're still going through teething issues and still trying to get everybody online simultaneously, they're still such a menace to deal with. And this is the sort of series where Spirit do show a lot of their prowess and a lot of their individualistic, just mechanical prowess. So fantastic showing for them, and I think it, as a whole, shows why they picked in towards that nuke. As much as it's a good map for Heroic, Spirit are a complete different beast in it. They have such a holistic approach in terms of how they set up rounds. We're sick to see.
Yes, maybe indeed the addition of Survive might just help them out that little bit more in those types of moments where it's getting a bit close, getting a bit tight. Again, as we talked about, to have like a relief system. Yeah.
There's only embers left. And what was a fire? And all the loneliness got me feeling tired. This aching in my chest, it's like a live wire. And the only way it's gonna end is when I can see you again and down. I need something better to do than spending hours thinking of you. Pour another, I've had a few. There's only embers left. All the moments we lost. I'm sick of feeling stuck.
From the team, nobody.
All my teammates are children, so I'm not picking any of them.
You pay for the drinks, so.
The next team of mine, he was always a pretty fruity individual. I'd say Yakindar. I think he would really spice up the time.
Maybe I would call Jim Pat. He's just a nice guy to be with.
No one. I'm trolling. I think I will go with Tessus.
I usually go with Senzo.
Where did you go with him?
Watching cities, yeah.
Maybe Stewie 2K, you know, he was always a good time. I always enjoyed going out with him back in the good old days of Liquid in 2019. So, yeah, he was maybe that guy.
I think I'm calling Brolan. I hear some stories he had when he was going to party, you know, I would call him.
I think it's gonna be Nico, yeah. You pay for the drinks, so.
Maybe like OC, you know, I just saw him out in the hall. I was talking to him. I love Josh, playing with him before, you know, warm-hearted guy. You know, I think he would cheer me up.
Sertian and me are the two hype guys in the team. I like his vibes, you know, he can boost me up and he can lighten me up. So, yeah, I would call Dory.
Who's gonna cheer me up? That has to be Tessus. Yeah.
A new outfit, probably Twist. He's a very fashionable guy, fashionable individual, so I think I could trust him on that.
From the team, nobody. I would call Jimmy.
Pick an outfit? That's gonna have to be Nico, 100%.
New outfit? Maybe Tecmo.
I'll just call Machine. He's not a player, but I mean, seems like he knows what to do there. Oh, maybe Jason Moses O'Toole. He cooks.
Maybe Ludwig Brolan can cook me a nice pasta or some Swedish meatballs.
I'm gonna have to go with Sonic. He's really good at making food.
I think it's just me. Other of us can't cook.
I'm calling Rops. Get that car that he has and come help me out real quick.
Calling my mom, bring my passport please, because all my teammates are already on the plane.
I think it's Tessus. He would instantly jump out the chair and do his best to.
Maybe manager.
No, probably Shui. He's got like that personality prank vibe that he likes to mess with people.
I think also Spinks, he likes to joke a lot, so he would be down to make a big prank.
I think I'm going with Sonic, yeah. He likes to make pranks and troll people.
Again, I might have to pick Jason Moses O'Toole. Like, all my teammates are children, so I'm not picking any of them.
From the team, only Lotan and me has driving license, so I pick Lotan.
Me and Danny, we go way back, so if I called him, he knows it's because I need to get picked up.
Maybe Senzo, he has driver license. Yeah.
I can call Sertian.
That's Nico, 100%.
Maybe Tecmo. He has 6 sticker.
I have good history with Twist so far, so, you know, so I'm sure you could trust me if I said like, yo, like, I might need $1 million. I think maybe you would trust me. I hope so. So, yeah, maybe Twist.
I think I saw a stat that Apex has the highest utility damage per round. I saw it somewhere some time ago, so I guess that one has to be him. Compared to other IGLs, he plays some of the star roles, so he's in a position to throw these nades and do a lot of damage, so I think this one is definitely him, like having the highest utility damage per round. Yeah, now it gets harder. I would say highest last alive percentage should be maybe Major. Not sure about this one, but just by watching Aurora's games, I feel like he's often this guy who is supporting the team with nades, and he's a bit more in the back. He's not the kind of IGL who would just run in and go first. So I think Major is the highest last alive percentage. Maybe I'm the highest pistol round rating. Let me think a little bit, because I'm usually the one not buying Kevlar, so maybe I'm wrong about this one. But I would go with that one. I think I'm the highest pistol round rating, and Brolan should be the highest time alive per round. I'm not sure, like this one is 50-50 for me, because I feel like I'm not insane with the pistols, but I also feel like I'm not the highest time alive, and it's the same for Brolan, so this is like 50-50 for me, but I would just go for me being the highest pistol rated and him being the most time alive. I'm a bit surprised by this.
On Ancient, I used to play mid. I'm playing mid on Dust 2. I used to play mid, I play mid. On Mirage, I used to play short, I play short. Team decided to stay me on these positions. Things especially is like Nico and Danny. It's very comfortable for me, it's very good for me. Thanks to them. On Nuke, I used to play outside, I play ramp. And you're playing alone most of the time. In the team, I don't need to communicate that much, and I like that. Inferno, I didn't play it, but I'm playing Boiler. Oh, Boiler T-side, Boiler T-side. CD side, it's like a short rotation. I didn't play Inferno in Spirit Academy. I played only in Falcons. It's my first time playing Inferno. It's hard. It's hard. I'm communicating most of the time with Rene, Tessus, and Ilya. But I think Ilya is the most, because I didn't play this map. Like never, even on Face It. I don't know the corners, I don't know like anything, any smokes. Train, I used to play Pop. I'm playing Pop. Overpass, B rotation. I played Overpass. It's not that hard for me as Inferno. I play B rotation, it's not like B intro. Yeah. Just guy who rotates, so I like it.
Jason Moses O'Toole didn't lie when he said that there was more Counter-Strike action happening today, and dare I say it, Josh, the action we're about to witness right now could be of a very, very high caliber. The major finals in the Mongols is taking on a team that probably should have and dreamt about and could have been the major finals, but weren't, in Falcons. Two teams right now who are contesting to be in that conversation for top 3, top 4, duking it out against each other, and I am very, very excited to see this game for many different reasons. You and I, Josh, we haven't had the honor of covering a Falcons game yet, with Nico on the server, with Monesi, and now Kyusuke coming in as well. So,
why are you glazing them already, man? We haven't even started here.
Are you as excited as I am?
I'm so excited. It's like when, yeah. So anyways, we got Matt Rife here on the left. No, that's Kyusuke. Do you know who Matt Rife is?
I do know who he is.
Yeah.
He's good at crowd work.
Yeah, he is. Are we good at crowd work?
I don't think so. I think we should move on. I think we should
move
speak about the fake Matt Rife or whatever you want to call him. He is one of the hottest topics of Counter-Strike right now. Kyusuke coming into Falcons. I mean, we know how good he can be. We all seen the highlights. We all seen the Reddit posts. We all seen all the stuff that he's been doing in his former teams as well. Again, it's just been highlights. Have you seen more in depth, what this guy's all about?
Yeah, I mean, what I looked at with regards to his debut with Falcons yesterday was kind of just like, who is he? What type of role does he play? And how does the rest of the team look kind of around him? And what I noticed was he's just really consistent with his mechanics. You can see a 4K here on ramp, locking this down. He's someone that's not afraid to take fights, but he's also someone who's not afraid to die. The amount of times I saw him going out first for his team and dying as a result of it, jumping out with his knife so that Monesi could get the trade, going down secret, flooding out heaven first on CT pistol, retake on A side of nuke. There's so many instances where he has that element of selflessness, the element of confidence, ready to take the fights, and he was winning the vast majority of the duels that he found himself in. So it's kind kind of alleviating all the pressure from the other players, especially Nico, who get to focus on their own game, knowing that he's not going to be a liability.
He is being taught to be perhaps the biggest talent in Counter-Strike right now, and I dived into some of his statistics just to quantify for myself how good is he. He's never had a negative event rating ever. There's been one, but there was only one map, one game where he went 0-56, but that was in combination with another game at the same event. Outside of that, in 24 when he was playing in Spirit Academy, in 25 as well, his average rating, given it's against tier 2, tier 3 opposition, is 130. He's never had a negative event rating. He's never shown any sort of inconsistencies. So my question to you is, when you're dominating tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 season, can you come straight into tier 1 and continue that, or is that too much to ask for?
I think with some players you can, and obviously you have the anomalies where you have Donk come in and just instantly just crush it. I think a vast majority of the players will kind of get by being able to punish players that are not as coordinated as a team, that aren't able to kind of go head to head with you in terms of the mechanical aspect of the game, so winning those duels. So when I look at Kioski and I'm looking at the types of fights he's doing, it's not like he's doing anything super crazy in the sense that he's going up against like 4 people all at the same time and they're flashing him and everything like that. It's usually like the types of fights he is in is kind of like, it's just a 1 versus 1. It's kind of like on the extremity of the map. He's taking his timings perfectly. Like, oh, okay, the pack's outside on Nuke and I'm the ramp player. I'm going to push in here and I'm going to go just take this duel on this lobby player. He doesn't have to really think too hard right now with some of the instances he's in because of his role. I think that's helping him look like he's still able to kind of swing, like hang with everyone. If he had a different role, if he was more of like a star player and had to make better decisions, he was like in one of those decision-making roles, we might see something different. But right now, he's not really been put to the test.
He hasn't been put to the test yet, but there's a reason why Falcons were willing to put up a lot of money for Kyosuke. There was a reason they were willing to bring him in, and I'm curious to see if the coach of Falcons can maybe get more out of it and, teach us a bit more about this new guy.
Zonic, you've obviously seen a hell of a lot of talent come through your teams during your time. Tell me the most thing that stands out the most about Kyosuke and why everybody is kind of so hyped about him as a player.
I mean, I think first and foremost, when I had some talks with him during the player break and, tried to talk to him about that, okay, it's a big step going from Spirit Academy, playing online games, to going straight into Cologne in his first tournament. And I was kind of surprised of how careless he seemed about going into it. And it was as a coach, you kind of want to prepare your players for everything. And, I decided not to talk too much about it and just give him the benefit of the doubt. And then we will take it afterwards if he, let's say, was super nervous yesterday. But it's just, he proven a point, and it was just good to see that it felt natural for him, even though this is a big tournament. Of course, it will be a different step for him when we go on a big stage eventually. So I think I'm positively surprised of how he just seems to, from day one in practice, just, you can see that the talent is definitely there, and now he has also proven it in official.
100%. Whenever I was catching up with him on Media Day, even our pretty much interview yesterday, was saying, I just want to start the game. I just want to get into it. In terms of the Falcons roster overall, would you say that this is the complete version of Falcons, right? That the project, in terms of getting the roster together, this is the one?
Yeah, of course. The amount of firepower we have is definitely there. So of course, yes. I think now we have had new player coming in, needs to get used to us. Also speaking English is a thing that we have to focus on. So, and also some of the players have new roles. Tessus has new roles, even Nico as well. Even though it's something that he has tried mostly before. So it's something that will take a bit of adjustment time, I would say. But happy that we came out strong yesterday.
Let's be completely honest, Josh, here. When you look at the roster, when you look at how it's been developed, and when you look at the final iteration of the current roster that is the Falcons, Nico, Tessus, Kix, and Monesi, Kyosuke, there's no excuses anymore, right? You have all the firepower in the world. You have arguably the most renowned coach as well in the world. You have a great support staff in Falcons. They are now built to build trophies, right? They have to win stuff.
Well, we heard it from Zonic there. If he coaches the team any way, the same way he just did that interview answer, we got no answers. The team's getting no answers probably in game either, because he just basically avoided and dodged kind of anything about how the team's developing.
He's been in Astralis. He's pretty good at that, you know?
Fair play. So I don't know. I think right now they have to kind of just take it tournament by tournament. Sure. Maybe there's slight upgrades. The next people that you would point your fingers at would be Kixon as in-game leader, and then Tess kind of as the final fit. So maybe if one of them proves to be a liability, maybe if Nico thinks he's going to be in-game leader again, I guess we just have to see how they're performing before we can make any other adjustments.
Sure, but wouldn't it be fair to apply some pressure beforehand? It's a team that is getting all the big stars into the team, right? You get MOUZ, you get Nico, you now get Kyusuke as well, arguably the biggest talent in the world of Counter-Strike. You have Sonic as a coach as well. Isn't it fair enough to apply a bit of expectations to them beforehand as well, just on 100%. Face value?
Yeah, I mean, if these guys aren't immediately just coming in here and getting, semifinals, grand finals, they should be title contenders.
Top 3 is the bare minimum.
Top 3 is the bare minimum. They should be in contention for the title. They should be in that conversation. They just need to get to that point and prove it. This is the first tournament with him so far, so it's going to be one of those things where we need to see it develop here, and then we have to see it develop over the next few different tournaments just to kind of pinpoint exactly where they're at, because there are no more excuses after this. If they can't do it here with this roster, then there's serious questions about maybe the core. Maybe you have to start pointing fingers at, I mean, people were already doing that.
Sure.
It needs to come together now, though.
It needs to come together now. That's why I think this matchup is super, super cool, because the opponent they're going up against in the Mongols is a formidable opponent. It's an opponent that plays Counter-Strike at a very high level, so if we want to see Falcons being tested from the early get-go, well, I think Mongols are going to be able to do that. We saw them in Austin. We saw them get all the way to the major final, and by many that was taunted as, I wouldn't necessarily say a fluke, but maybe they were a little bit lucky with other teams not showing up, Falcons being one of them. The bracket also played out in their favor, but at the end of the day, you can only beat who's in front of you. So for them to make the final at the major, that was obviously a massive result. However, is the Mongols a team that you expect to be continuously in that conversation for top 3, top 4, top 5, where they're at right now?
Well, so far this year, they've had a really good year in terms of placements, constant semi-final appearances, second place at the major. And when you look at kind of like the historic kind of path that they got here, this whole year, they've been in that top 5 conversation in terms of world ranking. Now, whether or not you think that they're the 5th best team in the world or not, considering where they came from last year. I know the VRS only started this year, but if you looked at other rankings, HLTV ranking, for example, last year, they were like the beginning of 2024. They were like a top 25, top 30 team. They make their way into top 15, and then it's by this time last year where they actually start ascending into the top 10. So still very inexperienced, still very young, but they haven't really beat the top dogs. They haven't beat Vitality yet in a BO3. They haven't beat MOUZ yet in a BO3. Spirit, I think they've only done it one time. Falcons, they haven't done it yet. So these are big tests that we need to see them prove themselves, because at the moment, they're not title contenders. They're just people that make it all the way off the backs of other teams not performing well.
They have been incredible consistent throughout the year. I would agree with that. But I also, to me, it begs the question, is it a team that we have seen the ceiling of? Is it a team that can get any better than we're seeing right now? We also look at them, coming from Mongolia. It's not like they have a scene where they can pick apart, 5 or 10 different players and bring them into the team. They have a limited talent pool, but they're making the most out of it. So we speak of Falcons and quantify them as almost unlimited potential, whereas for the Mongols, do you think they've peaked already, or is there more in store for them, considering it's still a young squad?
I think with the style that they have right now, they're probably at their peak. They're going to need to develop and expand their playbook. Right now, they thrive in the chaotic moments, fighting around, constantly just moving to wherever the action is. It's almost like their philosophy is, instead of kills are like a means to an end, it's like kills are the end goal. So they just always love to just fight and fight and fight and go seek out the next fight and move to their teammates and help fight with them. And that takes you so far. But when it doesn't work, that's when they need to start expanding that out.
And that's why it's going to be such a fun game when you consider they're going up against MOUZ, Nico, Kyusuke for that matter as well. We have to figure out what maps we're playing on as well. Josh, you have any expectations when it comes to the veto?
I'm wondering if Nuke's going to be in there, Mirage. Those would be the things that I would expect to be played here. Potentially an Ancient pick, but right now, I mean, they just came off a player break, so we can only just assume what they liked last year, or sorry, like the first half of the season, and see what the kind of like the problem maps are. I think Mongols, one of their worst maps is Dust 2, so that's why Falcons goes for it. Maybe a little bit of a punish pick, but yeah, I guess we might see new looks from both teams here.
We do get a very open map pool. Dust 2 picked by Falcons. You have a Mirage coming in from the Mongols. That makes an awful lot of sense. No big surprise in Overpass and Train being removed. It is the permaban for Falcons. Train has been the permaban for a long time for the Mongols as well. Inferno not being picked here by the Falcons. They don't want to risk ending that on a third deciding map. I think that's smart because I do think the Mongols play that to a higher level. Ancient will be the third and final map should we need it. To me, just that is probably the most open map pool you could ask for. Dust 2, very open. Players can express themselves. Mirage, that's Dust 2 on steroids. And I think Ancient is one of those maps as well where all the players basically have the freedom to do whatever they want if they want.
This is going to be action-packed. There's no real like slow maps where you have to do these layered plays. We're just going to see action right out the gate every single round, basically. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be very fun. So we get very close to it now. We know Dust 2 is going to be the first map. We know Falcons like to play that map. We knew Mag used to play that B anchor position as well. It'll be interesting to see what those roles are going to look like. Obviously, we heard that Tessus is taking on new roles. Even the man on the screen right here, Nico, is taking on new roles as well. So your initial expectations on Dust 2 for the Falcons. You said to yourself, top 3, bare minimum. But is it too soon for us to expect already by now that they should beat a team like the Mongols, considering how good Mongols are?
I think when we look at some of the maps, I mean, the maps that we're seeing, Dust 2, Mirage, Ancient, these are the easiest plug-and-play maps because a lot of it is kind of just these openings, and the way that Kiosk is going to be playing is probably going to be this, like, player that just gets to do all these fights on CT side, be that kind of, I'm assuming he's going to be the B-side rotator, probably, so he's going to be the second middle guy. And he's going to have a lot of freedom. Maybe that frees Nico up, though, to not try to overcompensate on not only the CT side, but also the T side in terms of trying to fill the gaps for his team. Oh, I don't feel confident. I think it's going to be B-head. I don't trust them to be able to hold it, so I'm going to go do this thing instead of this other thing that I could actually get a lot of value with. So I'm interested to see how much that frees up Nico to be able to do his things. But I also think that Kiosk is just going to have a free reign at taking whatever duels he wants to take, whether if he is the second B guy, if that frees him up to go middle and explore into lower tunnels. I do want to see that sort of play coming out from him, but I mean, we're just guessing.
Yeah, we're just guessing for now. I can tell you his average rating so far for the Dust 2 has been 1.33. So it's a map that he's very familiar with. He always have a lot of productivity on it. Now, if you look towards the Mongol side as well, their win condition. We saw Centro play incredible well the major. We saw 9-10 step it up with the AWP as well. Although the same characters, so to speak, the same players you want to see pop off today if they want to stand a chance of beating Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's the same thing for the Mongols. Every time I see them play, it comes down to Senzu and Blitz because they are like the people that take the earliest fights in the first fights, and it really comes down to, do they get impact or not? If they don't, then it's just going to be a wash, and Falcons is going to mop the floor with them.
I'm not going to lie, I am incredible excited to get this game going. I think the contrast between the two teams, you have Falcons with all this raw firepower, Kyosuke coming in, going up against the Mongols, who's a team that is so willing to fight constantly on the server. This should be a banger of a game, and if I'm not mistaken, I think we're about ready to kick it off. We have Dust 2 in the mix, we have Mirage in the mix, should we need it, Ancient as well. So let's get to it. Falcons taking on the Mongols.
A lot of eyes on this one, and rightfully so. You have the Mongols on one side, hot off the back of a major grand final appearance in Austin, looking to start this season off with a bang. They're going up against the Falcons, home of kind of the most anticipated player in his debut tournament. Man, going by many names right now, but we've settled on Kyosuke.
Yeah, he said that he doesn't care, right?
Yeah,
We'll
he said he doesn't care, so I'll set what I want. No Kyosuke, no Kioske. I'm going with Kyosuke.
All right, I like it. I'll follow your lead.
The fire.
Falcons, Mongols, and yeah, two teams with very different approaches, I'm sure, over the break. We heard from Techno. He said he didn't touch the game over the player break. Came in, delivered a 184 rating in his first map against 3D Max, a series the Mongols smashed through to get here to face the Falcons. Hotly anticipated head-to-head, and we go straight into this pistol round. Falcons fighting wide out middle with the mid-smoke. Techno down lower, starting strong, and the new boy on the block removed from the block.
Yeah, Falcons have to go looking elsewhere. And they think that long might be the way in. Now, Mazinho's just made his way out. Ooh, dead straight away.
How many?
Are they ready for 9-10, who still steals himself away down in the pit? This is the round in 9-10's hand. 4 players, back turned. First shot lands. Senzu's helped him out, and 9-10 still fighting, but it's a real struggle over on long. Still, he's bought enough time for the rest of the Mongols to move over. There's this backstab closing in on Tesses. One man in front of him. One on the flank. And Tess says on borrowed time, it's a pistol round picked up by the Mongols.
Decent for 9-10 in the pit, even though he only gets one. Adds in some chaos. His team peek off of him. If you want to micro break that down, yeah, he maybe shouldn't have aimed at the player with nades out, right? Prioritize players with guns in hands, but those are such hard positions to stay calm in. 4 players on his screen. The Mongols sweep it. Well handled by Techno on the dualies. And Falcons look to take an eco in the second. Nico's Deeg and Kixon with the mid-smoke. Just jiggling into this B site. Bit of a tag, but needed a clean kill to open up this round, and Mongols aren't going to give it away.
Oh, Senzu tracking them through this smoke.
This is such an interesting head-to-head because of how difficult of a game this should be for the Falcons, just given the Mongols' recent form, coming off the back of a major final, breaking their stage woes, leveling up like never seen.
Dude, I mean,
how many strong individuals we have on this team that are proven versus the Falcons that obviously have a lot of positional changes, things they have to worry about, integrating a new player who, like all new players, says he doesn't feel the pressure. We'll see how long and whether that stands to be true. Nico, don't do anything weird.
Oh, you could feel something building there for Nico. But the Mongols will put him down. Yeah, I think, thinking back to that major run from the Mongols, the coolest thing for me was seeing Senzu just keep up strong performances all throughout the arena games. Someone who does have like a pretty notable drop-off usually.
Yeah. Luckily, none of that really applies now that we're in a group stage game.
This is where the Mongols have always done their best work.
Oh, we'll see if, we'll see if that changes. A team that feels like they could be a shoo-in for the playoffs, but winner of this game, looking for that spot. Just a crunch on this B-bomb site. In come the Falcons. Or blocked at the first opportunity. Aggression on the long side punishes Tessa's holding. And the whole round gets stalled out here. Smoked on both sides. Gone very wrong very quickly here for Falcons. It's all just posturing right now, making it look like they want to hit this cat side. Mongols don't seem convinced. They rotate 9-10 back down to spawn to stop a mid to B. Nico is the insurance policy of this round. Falcons can come back. But it does look like they want to group up eventually for this hit. Blitz in the bomb site. Mizzino tucked in. And Falcons probe that mid to B.
Yeah, Nico's been left there. Oof, walk out through the corridor in mid. While the rest of his team try and set their sights on this A play, but the nades have already been very punishing. That's going to make life a lot easier for Blitz, or at least it was meant to. Kicksam finds him, Nico on this lurk in the downtime. They get past the A hold. They lose Nico down in the spawn though, and so that advantage still with the Mongols here, even as they're on for the retake. The one way in could be Techno on this far forward leap up through the spawn. m0NESY has a chance at this 1v1. The other two are a little further away. m0NESY tries to conceal himself. That's the info. That's what he was waiting for, but on the fade of the smoke, the Mongols pick it up. Keeping this game clean right now to open up.
Yeah, really nice spacing on that 2v1, just standing side by side, and as the smoke fades, m0NESY's trying to isolate a quick duel. He doesn't know they're both there, and then, yeah, just instant trade, even if he were to find that kill. I don't know how Techno cleared out Nico and Spawn. The smoke break gave away his position. Maybe it was mini-map info. What a clear, if not. That felt like that was the insurance policy, as I said, to pick up the round for Falcons. Would have had that long cross for m0NESY, not to be. So Mongols' decisive lead here so far that round was, you know, clean from the get-go in terms of blocking both bomb sites at the right time, blitz with a huge impact HE grenade, the rendered Kaisuke low. The whole round, Falcons were fighting from behind. But a bomb plant won't open up a buy. They go for one more half. Bit of freedom in a round like this. Perhaps to punish on this B bomb site. More strong utility here for the Mongols.
No, the util's been fantastic. I feel like Falcons are starting off these rounds every time with players down at very, very low health before they even see the opposition.
Oh, great position taken here for Techno. Ammo might be the only problem.
And they're very ready for this B hit. There's a third player nearby to help out. Techno! Ooh, that is a beautiful little sequence from him. Up close at the tunnels, through the smoke. He destroys the B hit. Techno lays waste to Team Falcons on that B push.
Really strong start to the game for Techno. High impact rounds here. The pistol and then shutting down the eco bash on the B bomb site. Just a fadeaway shot as they run through the smoke. So stands in an unpre-fireable position as well. He's not in the corner. Oh, quick long bash. Falcons out. Kaisuke full blind and they find him. Everyone re-peeking. Orb here as well. That deep smoke, not on the corner, thrown by the Mongols, allows them to cross pit. Senzu's in lower with an orb, but we know the Senzu's second orb can give and it can take. Kicks and finds it. B's opened up. Oh.
Backstab in for Blitz. Removes one. Kicksan, is he ready for this fight in front of him? Even though the molly gave it away, Techno just that much faster.
I think one thing that's interesting as well is just seeing how Kaisuke adapts to tier 1 play, right? Because sure, there's no doubt about his mechanics and his ability and arguably even his mindset, at least if you go off of what he's saying and how he looked in that first game. Mostly really, really strong. But I think the difference maker is going to be you're playing tier 1 now. You're going to get punished a lot more. These flash peaks are perfect. The utility is really strong. You're not going to have, you know, the looseness of being able to get easy multi-kills like it's a lower tier game or a pug. You're going to get punished every single round. And so staying in the game when you have a slow start, that can be difficult. He's 0-5 right now. It's not the end of the world if you look at how these rounds have gone. But he has to stay focused.
Yeah, you know, I mean, one of the things we kind of learned from a few of these new additions is the sort of prep specifics for your opponent is a newer thing to these guys moving up,
Even
right?
said he's never done that before.
Yeah, it's case kind of as you're early in your career, it's a lot more about building up your own team, your own identity, your own strats. Whereas when you reach the very top level, you not only have to take all that into account, but how then your opponent is likely to play and what they're going to try and do to counter you.
And on the flip side, the Mongols, I think, are the last team doing prep like that, like many teams. They are the best example of playing your own game. Very confident CS. We rarely say they lose on a tactical level. It's just these individuals going cold at really bad times. And so it's very confidence-based. It really is playing your own game to the extreme.
That was always kind of the appeal of the Mongols, even when they very first appeared on your screens, even in other iterations of this squad. It was always the idea that, like, tactically, they had a sound approach to the game.
So are Falcons prepared for what they're meeting right now on a map that historically was underplayed by the Mongols, and a map that maybe wasn't as strong? They look really, really good to begin this game. 5-0. Falcons faking the cat exec. They've got the bomb outside long. Kaisuke into the AWP, calling for a bit of help. Casino holds down catwalk. There's the bomb loose. Falcons got to commit. They have no choice. 20 seconds. Gotta move on.
Looking to just be another cleanup here. Monacy 3 players right in front of him, and they all swing together.
It's a
This is starting to feel really brutal. I mean, Falcons aren't getting close. The game started with that kind of wild pistol round. You had Nico with some promise, right? Hit those 2 crazy shots on the P250. Hasn't managed to get much going since then. Kaisuke still yet to frag in this Dust 2 game, 0-6 on Counter-Strike's most anticipated player.
That's something. Honestly, perhaps realizing he's hit something there. Senzu low on this B-bomb site. Would love the second AWP now. He's going to hang around middle. Oh, good fake for Falcons. They smoke mid, but they've already walked through. And look at the... They had completely caught off guard. Knives are out. That expectation completely rumbled by the Falcons. 5-on-3 just delivered out middle.
This is going to feel great for Falcons. Finally, something goes their way, but they still have to get past the Mongols. They have to convert on these openings, and they do deal with Techno. With Nico deep down here in middle, should prove to be a safe pair of hands to deny this retake. And 910's not moving a muscle. So finally, 7 rounds on from the start of this game, Falcons get on the board, and it's on the back of a mid-play through their own smoke.
It's a very confident move to make it 0-6 down. It's something Falcons feel like they have to pull out at this point because Mongols have had their number every single time, and it is the call that wins the round, not even the individuals.
It's also just a good recognition of like where the game's at. The Mongols up until now have been dominating so much, they're kind of not anticipating you to have the goal to push your own smoke in mid. They're thinking that they have you a little bit scared. These rounds have been quite slow. They petered out, you know, in the final like 25, 30 seconds. That one faster. And with the mid-smoke coming in when it did, it felt like it was another slow round to the Mongols. That's how they understood the picture.
Fair enough.
Nice for the Falcons, but we have to see if they can chain together some rounds on the back of this, right? They've broken a 6-round streak of the Mongols. All well and good to finally come through with that round break. But now you need your own success. It can't just be a one and done.
I really like that move for Falcons, but as you say, got to break the Mongols' money here and now. This is your opportunity. Seize it. Double AWP pulled out for the Mongols. Honestly, back for another mid-cross. Smoke comes down. He won't get a chance. Only one player makes it over. 4 long to start this round for Mongols, but after they take control, they start to rotate. Punished once in mid. Blitz doesn't want to let it happen again. Falcons look to battle on Cat. Nice escape there. As the molly comes down, the AWP line was gone, so they had to dodge. Senzu committing.
Very deep line, and Nico thrust into that fight. Kaisuke trying to open up the A play. You've waited a long time for him to get the ball rolling on this. Here's the push out. Tease up the rest of the Falcons to move in. Kicksand Craters. You hope that they've not handed Blitz a chance here. Oh my god, a follow-up on a Kaisuke! Blitz trying to make Falcons live to regret that chase down into the spawn. 2 to find still in front of him, and Tesses brings the fight immediately. Oh, nearly gave that one away, did the Falcons.
Yeah, he had a chance to 1v1 as well on the site. I'm surprised he's spamming the smoke so much instead of jumping up and looking for that kill, but quick rotate to set up the flash, shuts down the round. Nice try for Blitz. Even better for Kaisuke, who gets this one-tap entry and goes on the double kill to open up the round. Falcons, they do break that money. That's what we were waiting for. Deagle on this B site about to get punished here. Boxed in a corner. Nades soon to fly in. Techno does get a kill with a USP, but Eco Bash here.
God, he's dinked another.
It should be fine. They don't need to hurry. You see 3, expect 5. And they will.
On Tesses' job right now. He's just hanging around outside the long doors.
Don't want your ecos?
Nope.
Liar. Everybody wants their ecos.
Everyone else to go fight Techno, who's just dinking everyone with the USP. Oh my god! See, Tessez has it blessed.
Stop.
Eco's been fed to the USPs as well.
Can he yoink?
Come on. Come on, arms. Grow a little, would you?
Age blew it away. Oh god.
No health on Kaisuke hanging around. He really wants the ecos.
Yeah, now you save. Sorry, but you save.
And where's Tessez ended up in all this?
Mid-doors.
Yeah.
Fun round.
Dude, he had it easy. Everyone else is stressed a little after that. Tessez is like, I literally don't know why everyone's so pressed right now.
A's clear.
They didn't push long. A's clear. It's fine. They were all B. We knew they were B, guys. You went and fought them. Oh, God. Tessez, come on. Been bigging you up this whole time. Yeah, just get away. Get away from 9-10. And so well contained there. Could have got weird with all the dinks and damage done on the back of the vanilla pistols. The Falcons will keep this streak going. That's now 3 in a row.
Ten fields another AWP at least. Mongols don't want to let Falcons edge out 6-6 on the half, given how this game began. It was a very dominant start. Kaisuke had the long spawn, takes the AWP for a pick. Might get something here. He just shoots through that nade smoke, finds a kill. What a read. I really don't think he saw Mazzino. Now he looks for a little bit more. No way he goes through that smoke. It's very deep, though. It's missed completely.
Oh, that's so brutal. There's the setup. Kicksam with the util. Kaisuke with the double entry out long doors.
He was 0-6?
0-6.
He's back.
And now topping the board for the Falcons. Eight and 1 since that slow start.
3 ecos, but, you know, someone's got to get him. AWP at the car. He almost runs into it. Surely a molly for this position. No, just a flash. Monacy traps him in, and 9-10 saw that was an AWP. He needs to try and escape from this one. Bounding out behind the smoke. Falcons won't overcommit. They still have the advantage here. Do they want to risk it against the 9-10 AWP? Doesn't look like it. Departing the position. Back to B. Techno, 11-5. He's held strong. Got to be his best round yet.
Yeah, gonna need a multi-kill at a Techno if the Mongols even want to give this a try.
What was that?
Flash has at least given an early warning to Techno about this B hit. There's one. In a 3-on-3 now, the fact that he's not traded.
Yikes smoke.
Techno could even justify just waiting for his team, but this smoke in the gap around it proves pretty tantalizing. And his team are going to come up and play close to this miss smoke in at the doors. On for the retake now. There's still a Molotov on 9-10 too. That could flush out Nico. Looks like it's going to go in over towards tunnels instead. And so Nico gets to keep playing at the car. This is now a very strong crossfire. Monacy in support from the tunnels. And his AWP sings. 4 in a row for the Falcons as they try and match the Mongols' 6th straight start.
Yeah, understandable the Techno plays safe there. It is like the smart thing to do on paper, but I do wonder what would have happened if he came through that smoke. He tried to fight for one more. A 2v2, if he gets 1-for-1, a 2v2 is way more winnable there for Mongols than a 3v3. Of course, there's risk.
I also think it's kind of brutal. They flubbed the one Molotov they had that could have made a world of difference. Monacy was able to just peek out tunnels regardless because it missed.
Didn't flush Nico.
That went anywhere else, right? It felt like it would have found impact. Any of the other kind of mollyable positions, or if they just landed it in the tunnels. Monacy went on to close the round with 2 on the AWP. In the position they tried to molly.
Some little details catching Mongols out here, and now the comeback is on. From 6-0 down, Falcons look to level out the scoreline at the half. Definitely within reach. Mongols going to force 2 more buys here in this round. Careful, but they make it. Honestly allows that, waits for the AWP peak. 9-10 will not give it to him. Just holding down the B site instead. Lax on the A hold here for the Mongols.
Kazuga also looked a little shocked when Zonic was celebrating at the end of the round there. We talk about all the things that are new to him, having the kind of the father of the Astralis era screaming at you every time you win a round is definitely a new thing too.
Just a GOAT coach shouting at you. You know, at least it's positive. Definitely intense. Does feel like a B play here for the Falcons. Playing into the Mongols' hands somewhat with this AWP and 3-man setup. Senzu's being baited for as well by Techno. Will the nameplate matter if they kill Techno in mid? Will they realize what's up? 9-10's about to reveal everything on this AWP. You would expect a lurk smoke at the front of tunnels here for the Falcons, but only Kyosuke has one. So they just go in contact with a couple of flashbangs. 9-10 hits his shot.
Oh, that's a collateral as well. 9-10 has brought 3 players down low and made it very easy for the rest of the Mongols coming in, cleaning up. Just m0NESY remains. That shot sails past him. The one guy who wasn't tagged, convincing double to open, but one to the dome out of Senzu, fearless. m0NESY 2 kills deep on his way to a clutch. Senzu still fights him. And so Falcons won't be able to match that 6-round streak. The Mongols put a stop to it after 4. Now, at bare minimum, they've won out the half on the CT side.
I don't think Falcons expected a buy just based on the util they're throwing, the way they're hitting that B bomb site, right? There's no lurk smoke for an anti-AWP. They're throwing the cool molly that lands on the top box. You'd expect a pistol, maybe an MP9 up there. I don't think they realize how much money Mongols actually had. Caught off by a heavy investment in that round. Because even if it's just a B stack with pistols, Falcons should still feel confident in that one. They meet their maker. Mongols recover a round. Double AWP whenever they get the chance. Missed shot for 9-10. Senzu's got his at B. Kyosuke's found some entries from this position before. Looks for them again. Mizuno is very low.
Thank God. No one from Falcons was nearby to punish him mid.
Trade.
Kaisuke with the trade. Still Mizuno able to stop that spillover from shore. Out long, Tessez quelled. Nothing found here for the Falcons outside of that one trade kill from Kaisuke. m0NESY and Nico.
Oh, so cocky.
They'll fall at the hands of these pushes, and the Mongols tee off this series with a convincing start, 8-4 on the Falcons map pick of Dust 2.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
A month after a major final, the Mongols look to keep up their fighting form. 8-4 at the end of the first half here on Dust 2. It's Falcons' map pick for playoffs, may I add, and the Mongols so far controlling the game. We had a couple of comeback rounds for the Falcons there in that first half, but ultimately the headline will read, the Mongols are back.
Yeah, they put up a fantastic showing. And even though we might be here to try and get the eye test on Kaisuke, you can't forget about the Mongols. They've sent a poignant reminder of that here in this first half. And if they find success in this pistol round, they will be moving towards the win on the Falcons map pick.
It's very exciting, Vito. With Mirage up next as well. A map the Falcons looked good on yesterday. The Mongols are no strangers to, safe to say. Double cat setup, Nico and Monasi. With even Tessa supplementing. If Mongols come around this corner, they've got to be careful. There's no flash for this, and it's Nico to force it. Don't know about Senzu, but Monasi clears his corners to his demise. Nico trades out long. Look at the bomb. Reset T-spawn. They want to fake this out completely. They want to trust their captain to clutch. This will get a bomb plant.
Yeah, the Mongols will have that. How much can these two do?
Oh my.
9-10. Oh my god! Whoa, there's the backstab! And so here it is, the 1v1. Kaisuke, most anticipated player versus Blitz, the battle-hardened captain of the Mongols. 9-10, 3 kills deep in this pistol round, did everything to try and put Blitz in a winnable position. And so it's Brawn meets Brains. Blitz backs off into the tunnels. Trying to play the long game around this defuse. Kaisuke needs to be gifted a fight, needs to be given a kill. Tap on the bomb. He's going to have one chance to make this count. And a missed shot from Kaisuke. It's a pistol round for the Mongols in a game. They hold all the cards in now.
Yeah, welcome to the big leagues, buddy. Blitz pulls an absolute crazy rotation, and he makes that read immediately when the cat push comes in, knowing that Mongols can sell the fake. I don't think he expected his team to get away with that much. I thought that'd be a 1v2, 1v3 for Blitz. Fantastic P250 shots for 9-10. And Blitz will finish the job. Really sick round for the Mongols.
Oh, all right, there's the revenge. Oh my god, it's a lot of damage on the spray. Well handled from Senzu. In the final bullet, he'll put a third up on the board. Good job taking that extra second just to collect himself. Every shot really counting there on the long push.
My God, don't you just see the things that Kaisuke does add to this team, right? Just the fact that he can get away with 2 1-deeks on long. You know, the firepower is definitely a factor here for the Falcons. When you consider you have strong pistol players already. Tessa's pulling off that 4KD yesterday. No introduction for Nico needed. There's definitely intrigue in this team, but right now, Mongols are just one-upping everything the Falcons bring to the table. Senzu late, but he's got the cover on the flank. So this should just be a round locked in for the Mongols with a bomb plant on B.
Senzu's on for the ace. Kill number 4 might have been kind of ugly, and he won't even get to try kill number 5 because 9-10's got it.
This is it. This is the game right now. Falcons need that next rifle round. They have 1 eco here. And the Mongols could make quick work of this new Falcons project on their map pick. If anything, all this just fills me with is joy that the Mongols have come into a new season starting as strong as they ended the last.
I mean, you want to feel like you're still powering up, right? If you're the Mongols, this is a team that have been on the cusp of greatness for what feels like a very long time now. And finally showing some promise of delivering in these stage games. You want them to keep hitting hard in the group stage matches.
Yeah, even though you look at their playoff bracket run, it wasn't necessarily the hardest. It was one of the easier ones. But I think just mentally... Oh my god, wait, what? No, chill. I know
already on this Deagle, and the Mongols write it off.
Okay,
Techno's got space in B, but Kaisuke has armed the rest of the Falcons. 2 from his Deagle. Guns dropped over at long.
Slows him down a lot, though. Still, the bomb's got to cover a lot of ground, and there's grenades for the post plant here for the Mongols. This is still not an easy round. It just requires the Mongols to not make any big mistakes.
Ooh, Techno is very, very deep, trying to hold off rotates.
Yeah. And they're still scared of lower. Look how tenuous Blitz is.
There's just been big gaps all across the map, right? And you don't have perfect info here on the Falcons. You can expect an Aileen. You don't know how quickly they abandon that. You don't know if they went for the guns at long.
Oh, Techno announces it as well.
And they're going to drop this smoke. Yeah, now they know he's deep. They know they have a kill potentially right here. And so Nico collects it.
Winnable.
Blitz left alone in this clutch. 4 players left to beat. None of them armored, but all of them armed. Ready to come on through now that these smokes have faded. Blitz, this is not an easy round. 2 in at the doorway. Blitz lines them up. Even more where that came from. Blitz isn't stopping. 1v4. All the eyeballs, all the attention on Kaisuke. Well, it should be on Blitz, but that clutch right there. A thing of beauty. The Mongols ripping Dust 2 out the hands of the Falcons.
Oh, what can you say about that? Just a perfect play for Blitz again on the late rotation. And Techno's kicking himself for almost throwing away the opportunity. But Blitz uplifts his entire team in that round there. 4 kills from the car, the most predictable position in this spot.
Who's that in the background?
the cool echoes in the nightmare of the Falcons.
That gets you pumped up, doesn't it?
That feels like GG. Ooh. And yeah, 1 tapped out of middle. Senzu. Just a year's more experience than Kaisuke, but it goes a long way, doesn't it? My God. You would have just felt 4 AKs or 4 rifles. They could have just one-tapped that car player. I'm shocked Blitz makes it that easy. Window swing is a little late, I gotta say, on that 4v1. He gets 2 kills, crouches, uncrouches, gets a 3rd kill. Trade feels way too late. Oh, maybe a spot there. Senzu motor mouthing. I think they've got a realization that a player's crossed on the balcony. And now you know it's certain. Orb trained in as Senzu goes to hard clear this position. Peace. And that is it. Ladies and gents, that's probably the game. Broken by Senzu.
Dude, what's so wild here is just how comfortable this has felt. You know, outside of those like 2 clutches from Blitz, 1 in the pistol, 1 in that 1v4 we just saw, there hasn't been a lot of stress put on the Mongols in this game. This has been a very, very comfortable lead that they've held. They went 6-0 to start. They stopped a 4-round streak from the Mongols and from the Falcons. And outside of that, nothing has been found here for this Falcons squad on their map pick of Dust 2. This is a super one-sided win.
And you can't say there was an opportunity for Falcons to, you know, win some important rounds and certainly get back in this game. Felt like they were on for that 6-round streak as well on the first half. But just a flash in the pan here on Dust as the Mongols kick dust in their face. Are those tears or eye drops? Mirage up next as well, the very map that the Mongols destroyed Vitality on in that grand final of the major. 13-5 on the stage.
And just to go back to the Kaisuke conversation, one of the reasons I think he is so anticipated is, for some folks, you know, you kind of caught the donk bus a little bit late, and then this new young prospect comes along, Kaisuke, looking fantastic, having everyone singing his praises. Everyone gets in on it, but as a result, there are these comparisons to Donk. Obviously, Donk's debut in Katowice went on to win that tournament, didn't drop a series at his first event with that Spirit squad. I mean, I think they played in that.
Oh yeah,
before, but you get what I mean, right? Their first
huge
event.
First huge event, yeah.
And Kaisuke in danger now in this series.
I mean, he's not been the problem. Not just going off of the numbers, he's made the seemingly impossible rounds look possible, but no one's really held a candle to him. No one's really come up clutch here for the Falcons. Nico tries, but is it too late as the B site overwhelmed here by the Horde? Bomb coming in as well. Smokes it down. They just throw themselves through the doors, trying to stop this with bodies. And that is the problem. Mongols have more coming through. Kixon even nades himself? How does that happen? It may not matter. They've got the swing together, and Falcons live to fight one more round.
About time, right? That's what Falcons are probably feeling. About time we get back on the board and stop one of these clutches. They play it early. They don't give Mizinho the room. Not looking to repeat the mistake of that last B retake. They run him down on the bomb plant.
It's a good nade.
I mean, Kicksan, bro, if they were Carr, that nade would have done great damage.
He got two. He got his, Harry. Okay, just a delay in the programming here as Mongols have another full buy to try and end this.
Ooh. Tries his hand at the flick, does Monacy. There you go, a little nade stockpile.
Yeah. Just keep them coming. Why stop? Second one hits.
It's an awkward death in the downtime. Techno, through the smoke at this B site, just spammed Kicksan out of play. His woes continue. So the captain of Falcons gone. And an advantage here for the Mongols. This is all just posturing as well from the Mongols on this T-sub. Right? They get the kill over towards B. They made a bit of noise down here in middle. They were 3 strong at those long doors. They didn't like what they saw, and so they've changed their mind. That's because Tessez only just reblocked them over at long with 30 seconds left. That's forced a very late change of plan out of the Mongols. And so they're going to try and swap this into a mid to B with only 15 seconds left.
Still Senzu lucky on Cat. They just need these entries or none of this matters. Full blind. Kiyasuke lines him up, knocks him down. Double kill while running and gunning, and Senzu is too far away from the play to make any difference. Falcons will do it. On to 6, back-to-back rounds. Barely hanging on in this game. But Kiyasuke and Nico keep him in it again. Full blind spraying. And Senzu goes, sorry, 910. I have Kevlar, you know, I saved it. There's nothing I can do here. So 910 walks out middle. Right now, only Monacy watching this from the ramp side. Could jump a pistol over the angle, maybe have the AWP peek it. Rifle trades places. Nico on that rotation. Got to be very careful.
Yeah, has to be really careful. This AWP could find him right now. Nico is just moved out of the... Oh, right back into the danger zone, actually. Thankfully, Senzu on this AWP hasn't gone looking that way yet.
Oh, he's been abandoned.
And now Senzu alone in mid. Kaisuke might just peek him on a close line, and the AWP might not be the gun for the job here. Gonna pluck Nico from the ranks. Oh, ready for the re-swing, but leaves it to chance.
Just run.
And now they're gonna try get out B. Kixan, this should be an easy round for him. The Glocks run up, and he's just able to pepper them from afar. Bit of help from Kaisuke as well.
I mean, Josh called his position on the desk. He said he's probably going to be that, you know, B rotation player. Fighting mid, picking the fights he wants, playing off of Nico's utility in that round. So it's a few swaps in position with CT, with Kixan going from the position Kiyosuke's in, playing B anchor, which was MOUZ's position before. So he seems to be getting accommodated. He seems to be getting given spots he wants to play in. It's what the conversation has been from Zonic and from Falcons, right? Helping this young player feel comfortable. I'm not entertaining this yet, but a couple of gun rounds could be all it takes here. 12-7. Mongols with no AWP. And double AWP for Falcons. Hey, whatever it takes to stop Nico AWPing, I'm all for. Nice.
Him Kaisuke, him AWP, Monacy as well in the feed, and so that's both AWPs firing off and finding success. The Mongols instantly in a horrible position in this round.
Round over. You know, you've got to try it, I think, because it's so early.
Also, I mean, the Mongols have been lethal in these clutch situations.
Sure.
Won all of them so far.
It almost forces you into B where you can win the round with the entries, right? If you get 2 kills, maybe for the cost of 1, what are you in? You're in a 2-on-3. That's winnable on this B bomb site, but Kiyosuke's here. Should be a simple shot. The lurk smoke makes things more complicated. Kixan alongside him. Molly comes in. They're charging through.
Easily done on the first. Kaisuke showing off his proficiency on the big green. Gonna round it out with a third.
He's looked bloody good.
Stealing Monacy's thunder there. His AWP sings.
Monacy 10-14. Kiyosuke 22-14. Think of all those Deagle 2Ks on lost rounds. None of these felt like they mattered, but now as Falcons start to come back into this matchup, Kaisuke's scoreline looks all the more impressive. Can he continue to close out rounds here for the Falcons? 4 separate them from overtime.
I mean, this match right now is serving as a big reminder of what Kaisuke was brought here to do, why he's been given this much freedom and responsibility as a new player moving into this squad alongside one of the best duos in Counter-Strike in Nico and Monacy. He's in this squad to put up big performances, put up big numbers, and be the turning point. 22-14. He's certainly living up to that. 4 rounds in this game now, and money broken for the Mongols.
Mongols are very proficient in these kind of rounds. These quick pops, right? Pistols, low pressure, mid to B split. And again, it's not like Falcons have read this necessarily. There are only 2 players on this side of the map. We're again going to look to this new addition to have to hold strong alongside Kixan. They're burning util in this B bomb site, but Mongols knew this. They were ready for it. They throw in the second volley out middle as now Falcons have to win a 2v5.
Still feels like they're trying this mid to be because of the presence of that second AWP, and Kaisuke traded it out. Him and Kixan on the rifles cleanly deal with that B play.
That has to feel so good for Kixan, knowing you can call that move to crunch the mid players and your teammate comes out with you, drops 3 kills, goes back to the B bomb site. They don't even let Mongols get comfortable. They don't even cross in. This comeback is on an eco round with an idea behind it just gets destroyed. Mongols can feel it now. No longer 12-4.
Because they don't have to worry about planning for the future, do the Falcons? They're not afraid of spending this money. Kaisuke dons the double AWP again. Swapped off of it in the last round, knowing that it was going to be pistols. Played the rifle, got 3 with it. Back-to-back triple kills for Kaisuke on different guns. He'll take that AWP back again, firing off. It's also a bit awkward for the Mongols, right? With this like hot swap on and off the AWP, they don't know whose AWP just fired.
Sure.
Was that MOUZ or was that Kaisuke? No one really knows.
How to find out.
It's not till his name is in the kill feed that you'll have any idea who's donning this AWP.
I mean, he could have had that kill, but his teammate kind of blocks his angle there. Didn't want to shoot through him on a jiggle. Still, Falcons get out. They have a smoke molly left on this B bomb site. Mongols try and force the reaction by throwing the smokes again, but they might just have to go with it. They've got nothing left.
Oh, and there's Kaisuke dead straight away. Kicksan also falls. This time, the B site hold does nothing. Up until now, the Falcons have been able to rely on Kaisuke as the turning point. Here, it's got to be MOUZ and Nico with Tesses brought down low, trying to get out through mid. And the Mongols eased into a 5-on-3 post plant. A lot of time off this bomb.
Impossible. 5 on the bomb site. No tunnels flank. It's done.
There's one from MOUZ. Ilya trying to make the impossible probable, but he can't find anything. Nico finished off, and the Mongols, after breaking a bit of a sweat there, finally get past their kryptonite with Kaisuke and Kicksan out of the round. The victory is teed up for the Mongols. They're now 1 map away from those playoffs.
I'm coming.
I have rotation, guys.
One more CT. One more long, maybe.
And one long, yes. Maxim. Flashing long.
Flash.
That's dead.
Put upper dead. Last one, short player. Watch it.
CT. I thought it's beep there. CT.
I'm planning it.
He's holding mid. CT, guys.
Secure round.
Half HP. Half HP.
He's going on me, Ilya.
Okay. Could be up elevator, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. Flash goes behind 2 times.
He's half HP. Half HP.
No bullets. Nice.
Nice. Look out, guys.
I'm planting. I have tunnel, guys.
I'm hiding car, guys.
I'm taking tower. I have door.
I'm full hiding car,
We're
guys.
not holding window. I have tunnel for myself, guys, okay?
Yeah, maybe they can pick you from window if they go out.
They cannot. One window. 2 around window. Coming window.
One more window should be.
I have window now as well. I have door.
Nice. Opposite should be. Opposite. House. Nice. I'm fighting short.
What did they do now? I mean, for short reaction, guys.
I'm running
mid
short.
with you.
Short, it's not reaction. Wait, I have time. Sound. Under Xbox.
One out B.
Hey, press
Out B.
Damian. Flashing over, let's commit Damian. Flashing again over. Wait mid smoke. Nice. Coming.
One more tunnel. Going on me.
Out. Nice.
One more.
2v1. Yes. Swing here. 3. I'm shifting. Let's go.
Nice.
Techno, you of course had an incredible end to the first season of 2025, making it to the grand finals of the Austin Major. Can you tell me how much of a confidence boost that was for the team getting that result?
Of course, it's an amazing feeling. And you know, that's a grand, major grand final. And just by technically at the second best team in the world, but not in the ranking, yeah, I mean. and it's a very perfect feeling for us. Yeah.
There were some points where some other players on the Mongols had said they maybe felt nerves on stage. Do you feel like those are completely gone now that you've put up that result?
I always say that tournament by tournament, it's getting better, and that nervous and struggles can't be gone suddenly, you know, and it should take time, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's totally a process. Today, versus Falcons, you get to go up versus Kyosuke, a name that everybody's talking about. Have you had any practice against Falcons with this lineup?
Not really, but we didn't do any practice in this break, and I think we just played 3 or 4 days before, yeah.
Any thoughts on Kyosuke and what you've seen from him so far here in Cologne?
By watching his pop demos, of course he's a good player and I have a really good aim, and it would be an interesting match against him.
Very excited to see it go down. Techno, I'm going to give you this pen and you can sign the wall behind you any way you like. Put your signature on it.
Not the start Falcons would have hoped for. The Mongols coming out in Dust 2 and playing significantly better Counter-Strike than the Falcons, despite them picking the map. Josh, are you surprised by how well playing Mongols were, or are you a little bit disappointed in the Falcons?
I would say I'm a little bit disappointed in the Falcons, considering it was their map pick. Yeah. I thought maybe the game plan could have been a little bit better, but then when I was actually processing what they were trying to do, it made sense to me. I think the fact that they lost both pistols made it very difficult, but I thought their T side, what they tried to do was basically do a little bit of misdirection to cause the Mongols to push into different positions so that they'd be ready to punish them. But the first gun round, Tessis loses to Mazzinho pushing long. The next gun round, Nico loses that fight in B tunnels, and everything kind of spirals out of control because they're already 7-0 down, that even though they made it look really good coming back, they just lost too many rounds early on.
A bit of a cosmetic comeback. I agree with you. Losing both pistols, not being able to convert in any of those, and basically starting both half on the back foot, that is going to cause some upset, especially when you are looking at an MR12 system. We did see in the second half that they came alive. Kyosuke as well picked up the secondary op. So if you are to find any positive from the Falcons, is it the resilience and the fact that the young new guy didn't seem to be affected by the fact that they were getting owned in this game, but still picked it up and still tried to fight back?
Yeah, I think the CT side in general was pretty good for the side of the Falcons. And, going into CT side of Mirage here, that means that maybe they keep some of that momentum. Maybe they get to shake it off. The Mongols is kind of the Mongols. You get what you're given from them, right? They're going to go and peak. They're going to fight. They're going to be really good. I mean, Blitz winning that 1 versus 4 on that T side to save themselves from getting eco'd. Yep. You have the Mongols kind of playing the same level every single time. So it's kind of not even worth talking about them in a sense, because it's like they're going to fight and they're good at those shots. But it's on the Falcons right now to keep this momentum from the CT side and at least pick up like one of the pistols or win a clutch. Sure. Like yesterday, MOUZ was winning all the clutches, and today, he just didn't look the same.
We'll get to Mirage, we'll get to the pistols. I just want to stay on the Mongols for a little bit longer, because we did see in Austin as well that they made it, that they can play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. And I think it's fair to say, as you also have pointed out, that it stands by the individuals. Whenever they're playing well, whenever they're taking their fights and they're winning them, that's when the Mongols is at their most dangerous path. Techno so far in this tournament has played way above what we normally see from him. I think Sensu has been decent. 9-10 came alive here as well. If we see the Mongols play at this level as they did in Austin as well, would you consider them to be one of the favorites to go into a semi-final, maybe even another grand final?
I think playoffs and getting into semi-finals is not really a question for the Mongols. It seems like they always get there. It's the title contenders that they seem to struggle against the most. So as long as they can dodge those types of teams, but Falcons is supposed to be one of those teams. So if they get to dodge like Vitality, if they get to dodge MOUZ, then yeah, we'll see them make it all the way to the semi-finals. But I mean, it's a BO3 for a reason. And right now, they still have this big test to kind of get over. They still have to win. It is their map pick and it's their playground, but still, they still have to get over this first
That's
hurdle.
the thing, because I've been very impressed with the Mongols when it comes to MOUZ, the way they approach it, the way they're able to change up the pace, in particular on the T side. I feel like when you're playing against them, they have this explosiveness to them. Again, it comes from the individuals. So if your Falcons were sitting right behind us right now, are you a little bit afraid heading into MOUZ, or are you more comfortable given that it's an open map and it's a map where players like MOUZ, players like Nico, players like Kyusuke, they can express themselves?
Judging by the way that they attempted to play the Dust 2, this is the Falcons that is, they had like an idea, they had the game plan. I think a few different moments didn't go in their favor. So going into Mirage, I feel like they understand how the Mongols is going to play, and they understand that probably middle, especially like towards short, towards connector, is going to be a big area of contention. So if, you know, Kyosuke is in position to just fight this and win those duels and really put the threat of, you know, Senzu or Blitz down, I think that's when we're going to see kind of like not only just like a back and forth a little bit more, but maybe even like a one-sided in the favor of the Falcons.
We established the win condition for Falcons, obviously winning a pistol round, you know, getting off to a decent start. If you look towards the side of the Mongols, for them to edge out this game 2-0, what's a win condition for them?
Well, they're a bit of a double-edged sword, right? So they win by their playstyle and they lose by their playstyle. So it comes down to them just continuing to win the duels that they're given, and then also just make sure that they're winning these clutches. I think that's the biggest thing right now, because when you have players like MOUZ, he wins most of his clutches. If he's not winning his clutches today, or you're, you know, being able to put him down, that's going to be a big thing for you to handle.
And your gut feeling right now, Josh, are we looking at a third potential Ancient, or are we looking at a Mongols 2-0?
Oh boy, I don't know. I'm just going to say it's going to go to Ancient, just because it's CS and it's 2025 and the funniest things happen.
I would love for it to go to Ancient, right? I think Mirage is going to be a map where we're going to see a lot of firepower. One question I have for you before we head into the next map quickly. Do you think Kixon is going to call a fast-paced T-side or a slow-paced T-side, given what he has to work with?
I think they're utilizing Nico's slow-paced play and getting those lurks going, getting them established, and doing a little bit of this back-and-forth play.
That's the cool thing. Every time we see the Falcons, we learn something. It's still early days in their progress. Right now, they're facing backs against the wall, down 0-1 against the Mongols. They have to win Mirage in order to stay alive in this series. We will be back with that map in a short while.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Hi, my name is Kyosuke. I joined Falcons. The teams I played before, it was only one team. It was Spirit Academy. The coach, Sotvik, teach me everything. I learned from him a lot. How I found out about CS, just my older brother showed me, and I was getting better and better every day. My manager in Spirit Academy, he just told me in TeamSpeak, Falcons interested in you, and negotiations started. Not a whole position changed. We've been hardworking all the bootcamp. I think everyone in the team enjoyed. I think I'm best at aiming and crosshair placement. I'm trying to improve it. I don't feel like that pressure as people talk. I don't feel that. Yes, of course I'm ready. That's why I'm joining Falcons.
And then in terms of the MP9, you said it's worse. Right, I imagine you're not using the MP9 a lot.
Sometimes.
I actually should look at this. How often does Donk use the MP9? I reckon very rare. Get him the AK, let him go. You were using the MP9 a lot though, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna go UMP? I've seen a lot more UMPs coming out.
Actually, it was a funny thing. For some reason, I just had, because UMP is cheaper by $50.
Yes.
It's 1,200 exactly, and the MP9 is 1,250.
Okay.
And then in the second buy round, I got the bonus money, and I haven't just enough for UMP Kevlar, but not MP9 Kevlar.
Ah.
So like that's also an interesting thing.
Yeah,
I think the MP9 is I mean, in terms of the damage, I think it's going to be the same. Just get used to the recoil. It is worse. And I think too, if you have the money, definitely will prioritize the FAMAS. I think FAMAS will be the superior, sort of a low buy budget weapon if you have that kind of economy. But I think just have to test a little bit the MP9 because the recoil is tougher.
Okay. You don't strike me as a man using the MP9 too much. I feel like you just go Deagle, mate.
No, yeah, I mean, I haven't used too much of an MP9, but it was strong. It was super strong, and obviously I started to use it more and more, but it is worse now, I could tell. So, but UMP, I was a big fan of UMP before as well, so I think I want to give it a shot for UMP.
Okay.
'Cause, I don't know, just Deagle sometimes now in CS2
it's not hidden.
It's hard. Yeah. It can be hard.
Because I've seen some, like, obviously Nertz is an MP7 guy. You never see any MP5. MP5's super rare. Like, a couple of players buy it, and I think, are they trolling?
It's just too expensive for what you get.
Yeah, well, it sounds cool. That's about it.
True.
That's about all you get from it. But yeah, I feel like, this change promotes a lot of other cool things, so it's going to be nice to see more of it at Cologne. We've only had 2 days of play here, right? And it's not the top team so far. We're lacking the big names like you guys.
The Mongols are just a map away from guaranteeing a playoffs appearance here in Cologne. That's starting this season off with a bang, looking to replicate how they ended last season, all the way into the major final where they fell at the hands of Vitality. Here they're able to long out the Falcons and Kaisuke as he tops the charts. In this big time matchup, now we go to Mirage. It's the map pick of the Mongols. A home map for this squad. Falcons will have their work cut out for them if they want to lock in a playoff appearance today.
Yeah, Kaisuke 1v9, it felt like on that previous map at times. A 1.61 rating is not a bad showing on Dust 2, but now he's got to do it on Mirage, and this is where we know Mongols do some of their best work. Beating Vitality is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this team on Mirage. Very comfortable as we enter the T side for the Mongols. A team that look for playoffs, and what an exciting time to see them in the playoffs of an event like Cologne, where we know they can finally do it, Harry, where they've taken that burden off their back. Despite the quality of teams maybe they played until that grand final, mentally, this is a different squad now. They come in confident. Senzu takes that opening kill in the window, and Mongols have an open map. Short or con is available. They could pull back easily here. But Messino's in Palace. Kixon's stop 9-10. Does that change their mind?
Tess says, here's this fullback. That's the bomb.
Dear.
And he will get it.
Dear, oh dear.
Bomb dropped and away from the Mongols. Now the alarm bells start going off. This is a recovery mission.
Honestly, he needs to come and help. He's started to push in through now. Kixon stops Techno. They're trying to trap Tesses, but he's got support coming soon. Tesses holding strong in the B apartments to make it 3, and the pistol locked in for the Falcons. Bit of a silly mistake for Blitz, running back up, not realizing the Falcons have pushed in deep. Especially with the amount of room they were getting on the B bomb side. They saw no one when Senzu was wide swinging from short. Blitz finds out the hard way. It will cost Mongols the pistol.
Kaisuke stole the high five that was bound for Tessa's 3K.
Min-maxing.
Come on, Zonic Dog. Let me get some of that. Dap me up.
Senzu 1D window, what do we think? Yep, there it is.
Ooh. Switched on as he makes his way out into top mid. He wasn't ready for the presence of a third player swinging through the connector. So this is looking... have a nice close for the Falcons. 4 alive. m0NESY the only casualty in the round at the hands of that Deeg.
m0NESY struggled last map. Didn't really get any like long pops or anything when he had that CTA WP in the second half. Wasn't really part of the comeback, it felt like. But started just as slow as he finished, really. Hoping we get a better game out of m0NESY. Falcons need him now.
Yeah, I felt like Kaisuke in the few rounds he had the AWP actually got more done.
Well, definitely. They also hit his
m0NESY
bomb sites, so...
Dead again first, out in mid.
Such a quick swing for the Mongols. Before the smoke even blooms in window, they are wide out middle, catching Falcons, and they know Kaisuke dropped under.
Yeah, you want the Don comparison. Let's see how Kaisuke does reeling in this mid control. Gonna try and get out when the smoke's down. He's very, very low. But still in the picture for now. Kaisuke goes back in, manages to survive a second crossing. Nico not so fortunate, and Kixan dead over in Palace. This is quickly shaping up to be a Mongols round.
I mean, Nico took his teammate's bullet there. Get down, Mr. Maxim. Winning this should be impossible, and yeah, leaning into the save immediately for the Falcons is the right move as Mongols set their sights on A. Nice kill for Mizinho as well. When Kixan gets Molly behind him, he knows he's in a cage. Not allowed to escape. And maybe that's a goal here for Senzu to find these last couple of kills on the way out. Simply done. Nice wall bang. This guy's invincible right now, but there is a timer on his life. They're still coming in. Mongols dedicating every player to hunt. No one even on A. They should find him, right?
There's really nowhere else he can be. Molly in, make sure he's not close on the left, and that really only leaves one spot in the apartments. The Mongols chase him down and don't allow that save to come through.
3 low players, but all survive. Mongols get on the game early. Just a ballsy mid-swing. Falcons not expecting that, that's for sure. m0NESY picked out a window back-to-back rounds. Falcons get on the timeouts early this time. A lot of mid spawns here.
I mean, this is a cobbled together investment, but it will feature the m0NESY AWP. Marked already about his slow start on Dust 2. Has his weapon of choice here on Mirage. The best weapon in the round and one of 3 guns purchased up. You want m0NESY. Put that AWP to use. Starts off over towards triple, and the Mongols, they themselves take a pretty patient, slow round here. They're looking for mid-control to open up.
I'd also like to find out what they have, what weaponry's in play, bleed out that limited utility. I don't know about the AWP. It's the big surprise. Eco with a rifle as well. Winnable if Mongols storm into this A bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the kind of ideal setting here for m0NESY is he doesn't have to fire this AWP till there's like 30 seconds left, right as the Mongols are executing into him. That would be the ideal. Because for now, he still has this element of surprise. The Mongols are coming back, and there's the first kill from this AWP. 45 seconds left. The Mongols are committed to this A play.
A lot of players here. Kixon up in Palace. 1D goes really, really far as he spams it. Modesty falls off. They could wallbang him out right now. He tries to escape, catches them with nades. Mongols moving in. Kixon back under balcony. Quick reposition, hot on their heels as he finds Techno. Can't do one more, but his job is done. This Deagle's in the bomb site. Kaiosuke with a round in the palm of his hand, and he crunches it. 2 headshots, clinical as Falcons find their force.
2 players back turn, trigger discipline needed. Great stuff from Kaiosuke. Looks very calm in that moment. And delivers on an unexpected round win here for the Falcons. The Mongols able to open, helped out massively by that Palace push from Kixan. It only strengthened Kaiosuke's position as well. So the Falcons will keep the lead. That's a head-in-the-hand moment for the Mongols, because that was their chance to break Falcons' money, take full control over this map.
And by the time they realize they're going into that AWP, they're already pretty much committed on Ramp and Palace at 40 seconds. They had no choice but to brave the stack. Honestly, it looks like he caught a whiff of a player crossing. So mid-control is conceded by Falcons. Jumping on B is Tasses. But Mongols are in no hurry to go. They burn his smoke. Just a smoke flash left on this CT defense. So the Mongols do look interested in going for a B execute. Gonna have Senzu supporting up short. Late utility into the window. Nico tries to get the info. He catches him with nades out. Still big info. Will Falcons piece this one together? It looks like it. Nico's begun to rotate B.
Here's the pop for the Mongols. Kaiosuke opens up. Nico makes it around as a third piece over towards this B site. And so as Tesses takes the attention away, you're hoping that's where Nico could have picked up the slack. Instead, Blitz will find him on a reload. And the Falcons have to retake this a man down. The Monosiorp removed back in the market, and Kixan arriving too late up through the catwalk decides not to play.
Hey, they had the stack, they had the info, they had the first kill, and still the Mongols break through. Very impressive shots right when they need to land for Blitz, stopping that AWP from allowing Kixan entry. And the Mongols even saved that AWP as well, so it's not going to get much better than that. 4v5 in the site, all theirs.
Yeah, it's a round you really don't feel very happy about giving away if you're Falcons. You had the right read, 3 strong. You actually win the first 2 fights as well, right? Kaiosuke gets his. Tess says much the same. But awkward from Nico, who fully mag dumped into the apartments.
Ooh.
Even wilder when you think it was Senzu to find Tesses at the bench. That was the one that got away from Nico in mid.
And now just the hero gun saved, so... Hey, Mongols, they were meant to break it in the last round. Instead, they've done it here. Good time to stack this A site, as is often the case. Messino's aware of it. He's not going to push any deeper. They'll come to him. They're still going. The Mongols are out of there. That B split looking enticing right now. Only a USP in the bomb site. Kaiosuke rotating in with a Deagle, but while he's hit some shots, this should be a little bit too far gone.
Oh, well, not a bad way for it to open. Kaiosuke, Deagle connecting onto the head. of the Mongols captain, but no one else able to replicate it. The rest of this hold gets chewed through. Here's this very in-demand backstab. The Falcons have been waiting for this for a long time. That push starting all the way through the palace. And Senzu can deal with it cleanly. Wasn't even aware that Kicksan crept in up close.
4 kills from Senzu. He's really having a game right now. Very strong opening map on Dust 2, top performer for his team. Finding high impact to begin this game. 4 playoffs. Quarters or semis, that's up to you later. Right now, Mongols are just trying to lock that spot in and 10 rounds away from it. And this is a very weak buy for the Falcons coming in. Mongols are going to pounce.
Senzu continues his hot streak, will get spammed out, but they return to sender. That's Blitz. Teeing up another round for the Mongols.
Excellent change of pace for the Mongols after doing all these slow rounds, these mid-takes, these B-splits. Falcons feel like this AAA they've been running round after round is wasted. Well, no one's here this time, and Mongols just jump the gun in. Got to retake now, got to do it without a kit.
1 kill from Tesses holds the promise of sending the Falcons back in for this retake. But they lose all their ground past that initial kill, leaving just Monacy in the hot seat.
Okay.
Oh my god, first 2 come in. 9-10 left in this, has to hit this shot. Out of ammo on Monacy, pistol pulled and they'll clash. 4 HP the difference on that round.
Oh, that hurts so much for Monacy. So close, but not to be. No kit, 1 more bullet. AK runs dry, and the Mongols do it. A very risky move to just charge that A bomb site, but read well that we wouldn't have another triple stack 3 rounds in a row for the Falcons. It had enough of it. 9-10 saves it. Falcons back to broke.
Woo! 9-10 starting to feel a bit more comfortable now as well. Takes an early fight on that AWP.
Yeah, Monacy's been having a rough game right now, right? Those early window peaks with Senzu finding him in the first couple of rounds. Losing that clutch when you feel like it doesn't come down to you. It comes down to the ammo in your gun. And now being picked again by the guy who just 1v1'd him. Difficult beginning to the game, and he wasn't really there on Dust 2 either. Can someone from Falcons fill the void? Maybe not on this eco. Now they stack B. Mongols leave options open with Techno and Mizzino both lurking. And the more active for Mizzino, the better, because he's about to realize A site is underprotected. This will pull the bomb back. This wins the round. Full stack avoided. To be fair, it's a nice move from Mizzino when you consider how much aggression has happened in the Palace and the CT side. Kickson pushing in, him and Tesses pushing in, the flanks, especially on these low economy rounds. When Mizzino sees nothing even on balcony, that's a big warning sign. That's a red flag. Mongols get the ick on B.
You know, we talk about Monacy having a kind of strugglesome series. Feels like out of the 2 like bedrock stars on this team, him and Nico. Nico's someone who you're kind of anticipating maybe a bit of a dip in performance from, right? He's had to make some concessions in accommodating Kaisuke in this roster. But for Monacy, you know, still has his same level of owner, still gets to decide his play. He's the one who you really want to have stepping up, especially in an era that's being dominated by these strong rifle and AWP duos. For me, the terrifying comparison is someone like a Shiro in Spirit, who prior to making the roster change and actually bringing Zwei into the squad, they at first tried to reinvent Shiro and his role in the team, giving him a lot more ownership over opening duels, having him be a lot more involved, and he's looking so much better for it. And, you know, you see a player like that kind of reinvent themselves and coming out of their shell. Then you look at MOUZ, someone who used to be able to just dominate these games where you never really question the mileage you could get out of him, but in this series the impact just hasn't been there.
An AWP and a spawn. Maybe this could be the round. Might need to be here for MOUZ.
And he will have mid fights. MOUZ with the spawn. Smoked at the top of middle to allow passage out. The Mongols don't make life easy for this AWP to get going.
They try to set him up though. I mean, Falcons have a lineup to break the top mid smoke through the window smoke, so the HE lands, but Mongols don't come out middle. They just throw this full volley and then reset to an execute on the A site. Again, this is underprotected. It should start to dawn on Falcons as you see MOUZ rotate CT to get in position.
It's another round where he's in the right place with the AWP, right? Set up a ticket. This is the good line for your AWPer.
Oh my!
He gets knocked out straight away. Not a shot fired from the MOUZ AWP. It's on these rifles that the Falcons' hopes now hinge upon. And the first man falls. It's Kixan offering up that tipping point kill, putting the Mongols in a 4-on-3 with that bomb down. Good follow-up nade damage, 9-10. A tag down range, Kaisuke is very wounded. And it's a round that Falcons are reluctant to give up, but they're not really given a say in the matter here.
Rough. Surprise, again, MOUZ just doesn't shoot on the flash. You know, sometimes you'll expect a flash to come through and they're a little bit delayed, so you're holding the shot. But man, the way the Mongols are shooting right now, you don't get to hold that shot. You got to take it immediately. He would have had a kill. But Mongols just dome him. They are switched on right now, in playoff form. A contender for this event, no doubt, in the way they've played in these couple of games so far at Cologne. Last season and the ending of it should certainly raise those expectations, but it's nice to see they're proving it here and now in important matches. Have we got anything here for the Falcons? They field a buy around the saved guns. MOUZ gets another chance, puts it to use.
Good break on that smoke. Far more active stance in fighting for this mid control. The Falcons have kind of been looking to do that in these last few rounds because the Mongols have started leaving this area dry. It's not fights Falcons have been able to find. Mazinho, even though he kind of stole himself away, prepared for a push there, didn't go into that corner fully believing it. And so Tesses, another aggressive round through the apartments, holds promise.
Yoink.
Blitz with the steal. Pair of golden balls on Blitz as he's gone through and grabbed that bomb back. Will he be ready for Kixan? Surely not.
Who's ready for that?
And so looking to be a flawless round here. Just like on Dust 2, Falcons trying to aim for that split half. They fell shy of that ambition on the previous map. But here it's still obtainable.
Oh, yeah. Every kill matters here for Senzu. But right now it's also survival. And Falcons, I don't think they should risk hunting this gun with their economy not established on this CT side. They only just break through after a 5-round streak from the Mongols. Counter-terrorists win. So take what you can get. Falcons back on the board. Nice opening kill for MOUZ. And the bomb drop for Tesses. That split half, or the prospect of it, looming for the Falcons. As Mongols call their first time out of the map. Palace pop.
Okay.
With no flash.
Might not be ready for this exact call, but are in the right place to deal with it. Kixan holding onto this smoke. This should be the swing position in this round. If he can multi-kill, I mean, he's got the most of them for the Falcons so far. Kixan, the captain, proven to be a reliable piece for the Falcons. That double up immediately sends the Mongols packing. Just 2 players left, as in the blink of an eye, this plan of a cheeky hit out through Palace is torn to shreds.
Very bold move. Very bold indeed, considering there's no one supporting with util. A Palace smoke is all that sets Falcons up to win the round. There's no distraction on the A ramp. I feel like it's a waterfall for a reason. You get the entry and the dam is broken. The round will crumble, but Mongols just get dried up immediately. So Falcons, 2 clean rounds. So it seems. And the Mongols are playing for those guns in the next.
Nice to see Kixan thriving as well at the start of Mirage. You know, often the case that IGLs can afford to be a little quieter, slip down the scoreboard.
Oh, don't throw. Don't throw! 2v5!
It's not time.
You're right.
But still, bit of extra damage on the way out.
I got scared, Harry.
Yeah, I know, it's all good. Look, everyone's a little scared of Falcons throwing away those rounds since
yeah,
the major.
true. Yeah.
It's fine.
It's happened before, yeah.
Your anxiety is understandable, Hugo, but it's all fine.
Didn't like that.
As I was saying, though, relieving to see Kixan stepping up. Not something you often say about IGLs, but ever since he joined this Falcon squad, the thing that makes Kixan an exciting captain to look at is that he doesn't necessarily play like one. There's an opening for 9-10, charging out mid behind this smoke. Not something that the Falcons have had to worry about yet, but Kaisuke is giving chase all the way out in the top middle. Oh, over the map, the kills come through for the Mongols. If you've blinked, you've missed it. It's only m0NESY left standing. 1 versus 4, dead in the window. The Mongols once more win out this half. They are surging towards a playoff appearance. Can the Falcons stop them? The Mongols trying to capitalize on a red-hot Mirage. Pull up into the lead here in this second half, moving over to the CT side. They sit Hugo just a couple of rounds away, guaranteeing a playoff spot here in Cologne.
Oh, that feels good. That feels very good for the Mongols after breaking their playoff woes at the end of last season in a major playoff run, no less. Now they look to get to the tippity top of Counter-Strike royalty here at Cologne.
Yeah, a squad that used to thrive in the groups but feared the stages, now long for more time on the biggest and best stages in Counter-Strike. They can go from the major finals in to a Cologne playoff berth. These are all promising signs. The Mongolia's squad. Tessez double up in the pistol. Yosuke taking it further, and he's even got Kixan here to help him out. Techno arriving very, very late on the backstab, trades off the dual Berettas in favor of a Glock he's found on his way through the spawn. On the line was Kixan. That was supposed to be a nice, easy kill. Instead, it's a dink done the other way. 2 dinks from Techno 4K. Hold on a second. He might have something here. Knows about Kaisuke in the site and seems so ready for Nico over in Palace. If he can isolate this one, but he can't quite get his bearings. Kaisuke a little bit quicker and pistol round picked up for the Falcons. Maybe there's still some hope here of a 3-map series after all.
Yeah, Mongols came in explosive to the pistol and to the T side, and Falcons do the same on the pistol. Quick AXEC. Tassis and Kyosuke opening up strong. And maybe there's still rounds in this game.
Stay in the game, let's keep fighting until end.
T side with Galil's out mid and Mongols force themselves. Never a team to like to full eco. Always aggressive in their purchasing. Always putting their money where their mouth is.
Sometimes to their detriment.
Definitely.
When it works, it can feel really good for the Mongols, but going for these types of buys aren't without their risks. You delay your rifle round in favor of the promise of some Deegs and armor. Seemingly like no specific kind of set play in mind for the Mongols. Instead, they just go into an A-side lean on this 4-spy round. Oof. Oh my god. Senzu on the spam.
This is getting weird.
Another man dead in the connector. Kaisuke's offered that one up. The Blitzed Eagle chimes in for a little bit more. And it's only Tessez left. In a world of hurt, that bomb lost on short. The 4-spy win for the Mongols, teed up right here and ripe for the taking. Tessez secures kill number 1, but that's just the beginning of this clutch attempt from Rene. Moving up towards short. Flash to try and displace, but there's a scout tag. Things are feeling awkward, and the pistols close in. Huge round from Senzu's Deeg.
And without risk, there is no reward, and so the Mongols 4-spy yet again prevails. 18 and 8 on Senzu, 3K off the Deagle, and it breaks Falcons' bank early in the game. The worst possible round to lose. And the worst time to lose it, with playoffs so close. Head in hands for Zonic. Look at what the Falcons have to show for it. Deagle armor themselves. Nico needs this, and he's got it.
Finally, something for Nico.
Had a tough series, and an even tougher map.
Yeah, Monacy certainly struggled across the whole series, but the kind of depths of Nico's struggle here on Nuke, running far deeper. Nuke on Mirage, rather. This definitely isn't Nuke.
Safe bet. How do you maximize your chance of winning this round. It's grouping for Falcons into a one-man hold. Techno seems very committed here. That's a key smoke timing. They try and punish. He can hold this for a few more seconds at least. No reinforcements to be seen. Committed for Techno, living and dying on the result of this play. The round risk, and it's all going to fall apart. Falcons answer the call. Falcons find their force. 3 on 5. The Mongols want to risk their guns. Whoa, what?
Oh, what?
It shows pacifism. It's not an option.
Look, you get a kill like that. Surely that's an invitation to give this a go. One more back from Mazinho. You're always getting enough to keep you interested. Never enough to feel great about this retake either. It will be a reluctant save from the Mongols. And so back and forth we go to open up this second half. It's both teams trading these 4-spy wins now. The double save a requirement here to make sure the Mongols can still go blow for blow with Falcons in the next.
A quiet game from Nico, but hits that 1D. Tesses, I won't call it a 1D, but does the same on B. And it goes a long way. It keeps Falcons in this game. Battling back and forth as 2 M4s are saved. Mongols get to try one more. That's wild. We've all been there.
I mean, a lot of the game for the Mongols right now is propped up by this stellar series that Senzu is giving us. Tess says, come on. You got him.
Really nice.
They deal with the double lower take convincingly. Techno's been burned by this aggression once already, and well, the second time's not much better. He's having a game where he just feels like he's eating a magnet. Can't do anything right.
Wearing his chain to the MRI.
Pockets full of safety pins.
Wallet full of coins.
Ugh. Eating 20 quid in 5 pence piece, or you go for the MRI. Just to feel something. Here we go.
What the hell?
Mazinho. Mazinho.
Medical advice.
There's one. I don't know. Why do I have faith in Senzu's Deeg in this one?
I mean, I get it, but also, no.
I want him to try it, man. He's
Senzu ain't walking
so
through that
good
door.
today.
There are guns to save, Harry.
Presumably.
MP9. It's not even good.
Yeah, come on. He's realized that too. Am I really going to save an MP9? Oh, that's what he wants. Down there in lower.
Even game now. Falcons truly back into it. Felt like that second round force would have been spelling their demise, but they give it right back to the Mongols and put them on pistols.
Let's go. Thank you. Let's go, Nico. I finally entered the game, baby, for round. Drop one.
It's good though, Nico making a joke about it.
Better late than never.
Saw Kaisuke talking about how Nico is the life and soul of the team. Always one to offer up a joke, and apparently whenever he speaks, everyone listens. Whenever he jokes, everyone laughs. And so hopefully The laissez-faire attitude from Nico can rub off, and you can see Falcons build something up here. They do lose Kicksan to open up this round on a chance Deeg out of Blitz. His Deagles looked really good. Any more? The aforementioned Blitz Deagle.
Surely not. Blitz.
Oh, we got the
escaped.
moves. Just going to elude capture on this Apps push. And trying to bait Falcons into a stacked B site.
Will Falcons be fodder to the chance Deeg? Or can they eat their way through this B site 4-man stack?
They are going right into it. Techno with the Zeus pulled. There's one! AK picked up for Techno. How much more mileage does he have? A reposition with the rifle, holding for a window drop. m0NESY and Nico, the two struggling players for Falcons. What's supposed to be their hottest duo, their greatest strength,
Eagle
have to pick up this round. It's just pistols.
I'm scared.
9-10, don't know how he's still in this, and finally will get put down. Nico and m0NESY. It takes them until the second map of this series, but good for a round.
Dude, these anti-ecos are taking years off Zonic's life. I can just see it, dude. Terrifying Zeus kill. Great second molly that burns Techno on his reposition. Gives m0NESY the info to hard clear him here. Without that AK pickup felt like enough. Scary, scary situation, but one that Falcons still survive. A round lead as we enter the first gun round here for Mongols. m0NESY attempting on the jump shot, but Jumpy Techno survives. Very slow start for the Falcons, moving back to this A attack. 2-man split in middle. Pretty typical round here for the Falcons. Mongols have Mizinho in the sandwich. 9-10 AWPing Spawn and Blitz. Trying to stop this mid split. Fighting through the smoke, both players blind. Meanwhile, Palace pop.
Mizinho's been waiting for rounds for one of these A plays. Let's see what he's got for us. That's a big whiff for m0NESY. You feel like that should have been the punish. He's even able to get a dink off, and in comes Blitz out through the connector. Kicksan's backstab considered. Blitz not missing. And Senzu only now moving into the picture. It's a m0NESY clutch required. And this has been a game more about m0NESY's misses than the shots he's hit. Can he buck that trend now? He's going to have to.
Look at the flank.
Multi-million-dollar AWPer. Supposed to deliver in moments like this. First shot sails past, and there's that flank connecting. A tie game. 4 from the captain of the Mongols to make it happen. Blitz being very, very active in this game, always keeping the Falcons guessing. He's had a number of fantastic clutch rounds in this series already. This is a guy determined to get to playoffs today.
Yeah, made some excellent moves on Dust 2, and I love the reset in this 2-on-1 as well, giving m0NESY time. Doesn't exactly favor him. He has nowhere to go but play the bomb site. And the paranoia ever present here as Mongols are catching right back up, evening out the score and burning Falcons' final tactical timeout here. In round number 19, more to be played. And even then the money is far from perfect. You can't get an AWP with Kevlar here on m0NESY. He's got to make that call. He's going to go with the rifle. Feels like Falcons could try and abuse this B bomb site. Techno's been having trouble. He's 5-13. Maybe a weak point. But the AWP starts there as well. Another classic round opener here for the Mongols. Going to be boosting that AWP up. Or no, short instead. They want to fight middle. Meanwhile, Falcons go for an A pop.
They're going to be going into the stack. Getting past Mazinho this time cleanly, but no other kills past that point. m0NESY! And the push from Kixan was supposed to tip the scales. It has, but not in the favor of Falcons. They lose that man. m0NESY and NiKo, another round that these two have got to cook, and that plant will get denied. Double digits achieved for the Mongols. Money running out for Falcons. They can't buy their way out of this. They are in the hole.
Absolutely. 2K per player. Going to have to give over 11 if you're making the right call in this position. And again, fight for another comeback late in the game from the Falcons. Is it too late today? Certainly seems like it could be. Orp in the right place. Just don't get one deeked.
I mean, you hope this series serving as a bit of a wake-up call for both NiKo and m0NESY, right? Like, you have had them both struggling in this entire series, and in spite of that, Falcons have still taken these games pretty darn close versus the Mongols. You wonder what it would feel like if you were getting, 50% more out of m0NESY or NiKo. It doesn't even have to be the both of them.
Both had real trouble.
There's one round in this game, and you have 13 kills on that duo combined.
Yeah, I think it's one thing back on Dust 2. It felt like there were a lot of Bs and mid to Bs and like cat fakes, and they never really committed into m0NESY's AWP long. NiKo was never really... He didn't want to force anything CT side, but I mean, in this map, they've had way more opportunity, especially on this T side, losing important money rounds, playing pretty standard executes and A splits, and neither of them have really been able to win those rounds you would expect of them.
It's one of these weird games where, like, I think if you're Falcons and you come out of it, you go, damn, it's kind of cool that we kept it so close with two of our biggest stars, like, botting out the entire time, but... that's not what you want, and it only matters as well if they go on to recover in the rest of the tournament, because right now, this series starting to feel as good as done. It all hinges on this rifle round for the Falcons. This is the comeback. This is the chance to try and make this a 3-map series and keep competing for those playoffs. It all hinges on finding success right now.
God, the stakes aren't very high then, Harry. You've only got one chance. What can Falcons show? Or is it the end of the road and down to that lower bracket? Double Palace push. Mongols never lose their signature confidence. Coming back in with an aggressive round opener, a high risk, high reward move that sets Mazinho up for late in the game. It allows them to play more players on that B bomb site, to worry about middle more. NiKo in a lurk position on the ramp, on his own, 6 in 10. Still a very strong position to find value as Falcons spread their wings in middle. That break is a second too early to find Kixan crossing up catwalk. The boost for the young buck in window. He sees nothing. Mongols aren't giving them the kills. The flankers come in on A. NiKo still doesn't know. He is yet to make a move. They will need him to find this AWP when it announces itself on ticket.
Oh my god, that was a collateral down in connector. That is the worst possible start to this must-win rifle round.
These blocks NiKo.
A block from 9-10 removes the chance of a trade. The round starting to get very strung out here for Falcons. They've got one man over on short. They're starting to aggress and try and take some space away over here on A. 1v1 offered up, Kixan able to win it, and that has drawn, rotates away. The Falcons forced the reaction they were hoping for, but as 9-10 moves back in, he leaves no stone unturned. Quick check on Tesses at the spawn. Senzu now here to fight alongside him. They're putting a lot of pressure on, and the Falcons never really had time to get comfortable here. NiKo, the only guy who made it away, steals himself at ramp. Kixan low on health in the connector, is a dead man walking, and so it's NiKo or it's nothing. This is the playoffs on the line. This is where NiKo has to deliver, and it's just one in that clutch attempt. 9-10 brings it home. 12 on the board. 3 chances for the Mongols to secure playoffs here and now.
9-10 MVP, man. That CT position, we saw it against Vitality, does it against Falcons, puts up so much stoppage to that site take. And even when they mis-rotate, when they find Kixon on short and lose a player, Mizzino, who's flanked Palace, says, guys, B's clear. It has to be A. 9-10 barely departs, reads that Tesses could be deep, and puts on 3 kills to close the round. 3 chances, as you say. It feels like the Mongols are good for it. Falcons have not landed on this T side. Four rounds in a row for the Mongols. Falcons cannot find comfort. Smokes over A, but it's Con where the hit comes from, and if Mongols push ramp, they find the bomb. That's
Huge
it.
pickups, and that should be the beginning of the end. Trying to take it convincingly in this final round. They even swing on Senzu. The bomb is dropped. Falcons have to recover that, and in doing so, they've got to move through Mongols' territory. That's just not happening. Kaisuke left as the last man, and at times he's felt like the only man, the one that could have made the difference but can't. The Mongols secure playoffs cleanly over the Falcons, finishing last season with a final in Austin at the Major. They start this one with a playoff berth in Cologne. The ambitions and the goals for this team morphing as the seasons change. Playoffs were their expectation, and that's where they belong. For Falcons, they're going to have to battle back. A slow day in the office for Nico and Monesi. We came into this game wanting to watch Kaisuke at his Cologne debut, and he did not crumble. It was the veteran players for the Falcons that never showed up.
Yeah, eye test for Kaisuke, very, very good indeed, but we do need more from Nico. We need more from Monesi. If Falcons are going to make this lower bracket run, it's fraught with peril. There are many teams to watch out for there. Underdogs that Falcons have already beaten, but also big dogs too for the Mongols. Looking good. They could even secure semi-finals in their seeding match. They have to play the winner of Vitality taking on G2, which will be our next game coming up as well. Very excited to see how far Mongols can go in Cologne.
Mongols earn themselves a spot in the playoffs of IEM Cologne 2025. I've got Mizzino because this is the first time you'll be in Lanxess, right? Tell me about that feeling.
Yeah, we've come here 3rd time in Cologne, and now we made it to Lanxess Arena. Yeah, I'm very happy about it. Yeah.
You've made so many playoffs in a row in 2025. I think you're on 5 right now if we're looking at back-to-back. Is this the best version of Mongols that we've seen so far?
I think maybe 80%, not full dominant version, yeah.
Okay. Tell me a bit about that blitz 1v4 on Dust 2. What was your reaction to that?
First, we were laughing about Techno. He just accidentally misclicked in mid, yeah. And like he's 1 HP, and we were just kind of nervous, yeah. It's 10-4, we lost Echo. That would be damage our economy, yeah. And he was 1 versus 4 took it, yeah.
It was crazy. If there's one thing I learned about the Mongols in Austin, is that you have so many fans watching at home. So would you like to say anything to them in Mongolian?
In Mongolian? Maybe I will tell it international. Yeah. Thank you for cheering for us, and keep cheer for us. We will not lose your belief. Keep believe for us. And this year, maybe we're going to lift some trophy. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mizzino. We'll be seeing you in the Lanxess. Congratulations.
We will be seeing the Mongols at the playoff here at IEM Cologne, and after a very well-deserved victory versus the Falcons. They won Falcons map pick on Dust 2 rather convincingly, and I'd say it was the same case here on Mirage. Yeah, Falcons did have a couple of moments in this game where they could have made the game close, and maybe they could have applied a bit more pressure, but at the end of the day, Josh, it did feel like Mongols were not only 1 step ahead, but a couple step ahead of Falcons.
I mean, Senzu had more kills by headshots alone than Nico and Monesi had kills combined. So, I mean, when you have like your 2 kind of like star players that are playing to that level so low, not getting any of the openings or any of the clutches or anything going, then yeah, the Mongols are going to just run away with it because they are a team that's built on taking those fights, and it looked like Senzu was just able to just run around and there was nothing to stop him.
I didn't want to say it heading into the game because sample size, recency bias, etc. But Nico's last 3 months, stats-wise, 108 rating, I believe that is. I think that's the worst period of 3 months he's had in 4 or 5 years. Is there a case to be made right now that Nico, with m0NESY coming into the lineup, with Kyusuke coming into the lineup, with his form declining, that maybe we're not seeing the same, impactful Nico that we've been used to? I know a 3-month period is a rather small sample size for a player that's been dominating for 5 years, but I see a trend right now, and it's going downwards for Nico for the first time in his career.
I mean, if you're looking at just the stats, then you could make that argument, but I mean, it's just so mind-boggling to me. On CT side, I'm watching the read that Nico has. He breaks open a window smoke, knows that it's going to be a B hit, stacks the site. They have 3 players there. They get the first kill, and then he just drops 20 bullets into like a wall, hits nothing, and then gets caught on a reload. So it's, I don't know, because some of the decision making looks like it's there sometimes and he's just missing shots, and then other times it looks like he's lacking the confidence, especially on that T side. The fact that they kind of just grouped and tried doing these like weird A hits. They never tried to do this kind of style that they had on Dust 2, kind of rock the boat a bit. It felt like Nico's just like, I'm just going to group with the pack because I'm not hitting anything. Except for that dig.
Except for that dig. It's something we have to keep an eye out for. I'm not saying Nico's playing bad Counter-Strike. He's just not up to his usual self. Let's put it that way. For the Mongols, they continue the good trend. We saw it in Austin. We've seen it now throughout the entire year almost. They keep making playoff over and over again. I believe it's the 5th playoff in a row now for the side of the Mongols. They're playing good Counter-Strike, Josh. You said to yourself, a semi-final should almost be a given when they're playing at this level.
Right now, yeah. I mean, you're always going to kind of count them in for the playoffs. It's just what happens at that stage when they get into the arena. They've got some arena reps under their belt now, so they're looking better with those. But it's still kind of those elite title contender teams that they struggle with. So again, every time we see them at a tournament, playoffs for sure, semifinals probably a given. What happens after that, don't know. Right now they looked pretty good, but I mean, Falcons looked horrendous. Like you don't see m0NESY and Nico both playing so poorly. Maybe one or the other every now and then. If you look at the major, then maybe both together all the time. But the Mongols is going to give you that consistent output, and it's whether or not the other teams are going to stop them or not. And right now, neither of the teams in the group stopped them.
I was just about to say, right, we know for a fact now Mongols made it to the playoff. They still have an opportunity to go straight into the semi-final. We'll dive into that later. Now for Falcons, obviously their goal is obviously to come into the tournament, do well, get to know Kyusuke as well, but anything but a playoff for a team that is so stacked would still be a bit disappointing. From what you saw in this game as well, are you afraid that that's not going to be the case, that Falcons currently don't have the level to make the playoff?
Look, I'm not afraid about it. I'm not on the team, but look, Kaisoki looks like he's playing pretty well individually. It's just the rest of the team. I'm not sure what's going on in some of these moments, but it's when they need to win these clutches, when they rely on it so much, when like even they won both pistols here, but then they get Deagle ecoed the very next round. They need to find some way to be a little bit more consistent with how they play out some of these mid-rounds. Yesterday, when I watched the game back, it looked like their mid-rounds were doing pretty well. It looked like Nico kind of slot into that soft lurk spot. If we want to look at Mirage, for example, he gets to choose. Is he going to be Palace? Is he going to be Ramp? Is he going to group middle or B with his teammates? Is he going to ask people to double up with him so he could walk out on a timing? But today, it just felt like none of that was there. I don't know if it's something about their confidence, or was it a game plan? Was it Kixon's calls? What was it exactly? We can't pinpoint from the outside looking in. We just see kind of what happened. We don't know though, why did they choose that?
That's the cool thing about the Falcons, right? Every time we see them play right now, we learn, and it's still early days. It's still small sample size, but obviously if they play Counter-Strike at the level we saw today, then it's going to be tough for them to make the playoff. There's so many good teams here at IEM Cologne. We still have one more cool game happening here on the A stream, so you have still more Counter-Strike to watch today. I know Kyusuke and Falcons couldn't get the win against the Mongols. That doesn't take away from the next one. We have the best team in the world taking on G2. The former powerhouse, dare say it, in G2. They still have some interesting players, but can they do anything against Vitality, who's unbeatable at the moment? Well, you have to wait and see after the break.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Oh, forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Would you feel better if I said that this touch could last forever? Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven. If I said this is love, would you feel better? Better. Would you feel better if I said that this touch could last forever? Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven. If I said this is love, would you feel better? Would you feel better if I said that this Would you feel better?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mole.
What? Not this again.
Crucial, DHL, esports division logistics have been leaked. They got everything. Comms, strats. Most importantly, our trophy transportation plans.
I don't know how, and I don't know why, but somehow this job turns everything into a coach scandal level investigation.
And I will find out who did this.
Good luck with that.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing.
Okay.
Tell me, Chad, gatekeeper of information, master of the VACnet, what was your role in this operation?
I anticipated this. From the moment I heard there was a leak, I knew you'd come to me first. Why? Because that's what I do. I oversee all office systems, from configs to auto execs to peripherals. If there was a leak, I would have known about it first. I see things others don't.
Huh. Sees things others don't. Very suspicious, you could say.
Come on now, Alex. If I wanted to destroy you, I'd do it properly. Steam logins, friends lists, skins, VAC bans. You'd go down for good.
Okay, but... You wouldn't do that, would you?
I wouldn't, but I could.
Yeah, you could. But you wouldn't.
But I could.
You could.
I could.
You could. Yeah, but why would you? When you could lead this investigation.
Me and you.
Batman, I'm Robin. I'm in the underpants.
Batman.
You're Batman.
Me. Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. Thankfully, my time on the dark side of IRC means I know a couple of very bad people capable of many great things. If we want to solve this mystery, we need to go to a master leaker.
Yeah, I can do it, but it's not going to be cheap.
To some, this may feel like a waste of time. But to me, we have now ruled out 2 crucial candidates. Raya. Front of house. The Wall Street of logistics. Emails, calls. If external communications were intercepted, they were intercepted here.
Sounds like a great theory. You should totally investigate that.
Huh. Clever. What is that, decoy screen? 40,000 viewers? I mean, mind you, could blow up any time I like. DHL Esports Logistics.
Alex!
Who is this?
What are you doing?
Listen, Buster! I don't know who you are, but if you don't start singing like a canary, things will end badly for you. Hey, who is the name of the mall? Give me the name of the mall!
This is Frankie Ward from head office. I don't appreciate your tone. What do you mean, mole? Has there been another breach?
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Just walk! Please, just walk!
Oh, this is good.
So, what exactly am I looking at?
Just the usual. Alex has left his stream on for like 4 days. It's great.
Yeah, well, my dad be up your dad any day.
Did you say 4 whole days?
Yeah, what's the problem?
I think we may have found our mole.
Wow! Secret meeting. Love the initiative. What's the mission?
Yeah, okay, mate. Oh, you got a B-Tech in sport, have you? Oh, congratulations, mate. Yeah, good luck in life. Bro, stop talking. You're embarrassing yourself.
How could you let this happen?
Human error is not in my job description.
You sure?
But I mean, normally it's usually just friends and family, 2 to 3 viewers, you know?
Actually, no, Alex. By the end, you were pulling about 5 to 10,000.
5 to 10,000. I told you, didn't I?
This is not good, Alex. This is not good, man.
What are you talking about? We just went viral. All the internet's talking about us. The Twitchers, the Kickers, all of them.
Please, guys.
5 to 10.
God. I said I'm going A!
sweeping it under the rug.
Like it never even happened.
We're so gonna get hacked.
Final game of the day. Vitality, the undisputed kings of Counter-Strike at the moment, the reigning major champions, the team that everyone is looking to beat, is taking on G2, who used to be a powerhouse. They used to be a team that you could always count in for the IEM Cologne, for the IEM Katowice, for the big events to make an impact. I'm not sure that's the case anymore. We are here to learn about G2 because they've changed the direction completely. Gone is MOUZ, gone is NiKo, gone is the undisputed stars of Counter-Strike. In comes Honda as an in-game leader, in comes MOUZ. Your first-hand impression on G2 so far?
Well, they're doing better than Falcons are without the so-called powerhouse superstars. So I think they're doing a good job doing more with less, it seems like.
More is sometimes less, Josh. I've heard that somewhere, and I don't know, I've never experienced that myself. Anyway, one of the players that has been replacing one of those powerhouse names, so to speak, is MOUZ, a guy that I think is unfamiliar with a lot of people out there, but has been around in Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike for quite some time. He spent an awful lot of time in Fnatic, as you can see. He was in Sampi before that as well, and now he's finally getting his big shot at G2. I know he is unknown for most, but anything you picked up on?
No, I mean, spending a couple of years almost with Fnatic is going to get you a little bit of experience, but as you go closer and closer to the top of the scene, you start to pick up on how teams and players do things, from everything, from out of the game, from the preparation to how they approach the practice games and everything. And I think one thing that I can look at right now with MOUZ compared to someone like MOUZ, for example, is that MOUZ is consistent no matter who he's playing against. He's always going to have around that 1.1 rating. He top 50, top 5, doesn't matter. But when you look at MOUZ, you're going to see some sort of performance drop off for him. And part of that is because of the inexperience, and part of that's going to be from his role. So when you look at, Falcons' new pickup, or you look at just like Donk getting picked up by Spirit, you're looking at some of these new names coming into the mix. You're looking at them being like, these are the next superstars. But you don't really see G2 picking up MOUZ being like, this is the next superstar. He's kind of just like a role player who's in, I guess, a mixture of different roles actually for the team.
And that's what I'm talking about, the change of direction, right? G2 has always been known to have the superstars at hand in NiKo and MOUZ. Now it feels like they're changing direction. They perhaps are looking to become a more well-rounded team where the strength lies within the team and not necessarily the individuals. Is that a direction that you think is in term, I guess, or currently modern in this day and age of Counter-Strike, that it's more about the team than the individuals?
Well, I mean, Gamer Legion's doing that right now, so maybe G2's looking to kind of do the same thing. I mean, they did kind of go for that Sun Pius pickup. I think Heavy God was also quite a good pickup. I think people give MOUZ a lot of, it's big shoes to fill, coming in to kind of fill that space for NiKo, but I think a lot of the decisions they're making is definitely part economical, but also part these players aren't bad, and together they are gelling well as a unit. You could see it when they play, the flow of the game, the tempo, the pacing. They're not trying to do anything like super crazy or super flashy. They're kind of doing this low risk CS, and they're doing things together, and it's working out for them.
I wish we had more time because there's a lot of different storylines I want to pick up on when it comes to G2, but one of the big ones is Honda transitioning into becoming an in-game leader. Now, we've seen that with a lot of different players over the years. There's many examples of players who did that transition where it never really worked out. Now, knowing Honda and having seen him play for the past 5 years, do you think you have some of the qualities that would make a great in-game leader?
I think in-game leading has its own learning curve, right? Because
you've been there yourself, yeah?
I have. It's not just like you start a round and you call a strat. You have to do the mid-rounding. You have to do the preparation. You have to lead the VOD review. You have to bring ideas. All the while, you also have to be the out-of-game leader, and you also have to work on yourself as an individual. So balancing all of that while also incorporating everything that you want to bring into the team. And then on top of that, having your own kind of vision for how you want the game to be played, the philosophy you have for each map. That's something that you really have to flesh out, and it's not easy. You can't just wake up one day and just be like, oh, I'm going to do this and it's going to be perfect. Every in-game leader's gone through this kind of struggle and process of things. I mean, you look at the other team and we have an example of that too with Apex.
Apex. Yeah, I was just about to say, Apex who transitioned from being a relentless, aggressive entry fragger to now becoming arguably the best in-game leader in the world. I wonder if Hunter has found inspiration in that, and for that we had Trace find out what he's thinking about his new role.
All right, we got Hunter from G2. They've got a game today versus Vitality, and we're going to talk a little bit about that transition to the in-game leadership role that you have now. Hunter, tell us a little bit about it.
I mean, it's been so far really good, I would say. Boot camp and all preparation before Cologne went well. Of course, there's a lot of work, a lot of responsibilities, changing roles, all of these things, but that's normal, just the beginning. Need to keep up going, and we need to play more games, and yeah, we have one today.
You definitely have a big one in front of you today in Vitality. Let's backtrack just a little bit over to game versus Furia. I'm looking at a 13-11 scoreline on Dust 2. Tell me about calling versus Furia. I mean, you guys got a pistol round +3. It's not an optimal half, but tell me a little bit about the calling there.
I mean, City side was good because we just committed to the plan that we had from our coach. T side, at the beginning, we won 2 rounds. Then after, I would say we went into their game. We played the way they wanted us to play, and I think it was mainly on me, the way we did at the beginning, and it wasn't pretty. But yeah, I think Fury as well is a good team. We played on their map pick. I think Dust 2 is their strong map. It wasn't easy, but at the end, the most important that we closed it out and we won.
And just to contrast that, right? I'm looking at the T side over in Inferno. This is hot. You're the highest rated guy over there on G2. So is that more of about how you are approaching the game with your team, or can you tell me how that contrasts so well?
I mean, on Inferno, we played more on our feelings comparing to Dust 2. On Dust 2, because we had the big lead, and before, from my experience, every time you have a big lead, you want to do something individually, a lot individually, just to show up and, to win the game yourself. And that's what I didn't want to happen. And then I was calling more set things. But on Inferno, it's the beginning. We didn't have any lead. We started from 0-0. We just played on feeling. We did what we practiced mostly. And yeah, it was much better comparing to Dust 2 T side.
Thank you very much, Hunter.
No problem. Thanks.
Just want to set the context for people at home as well, because one thing is transitioning into becoming an in-game leader. Another thing is having to integrate 2 new players into a team as well as a new coach. Son Payer's joining, Matt is joining, Hunter becoming an in-game leader, Saw coming in as a coach. There's a lot of changes happening right now in G2, so the task at hand for Hunter is not easy. However, there's a player on the other side who's shown that it's possible to make that transition, and there's Sage Steel, right now, I guess, arguably the best in-game leader in the world.
Well, he's definitely on the best team in the world, and he's got the superstars around him, so you could definitely make that argument. Look, I think there's a lot of things that he does well, and part of that is not even just necessarily the calling he does. It's all the other elements that he brings to the team. He is also the vibes guy in a lot of ways. He is the guy that smack talks the other team and gets in their heads a bit. He's the guy that motivates his team every time. You can see it on the screen right now. So he's got these other elements that he really leans on. So it's not just about, does he have the best plays in mind, because he's got other players on his team that he could rely upon. You can ask Rops.
Yeah, you can ask
Rops.
That's true. I know perfection doesn't exist, but is he the most well-rounded in-game leader Counter-Strike has to offer right now?
I think there's a good argument for that, especially at the top tier level, because he does have these standout performances, especially from time to time in these big grand final moments as well. He does that frequently, so that's a good thing. Being able to show that resilience, being able to do this day in, day out. I think he does show a lot of the qualities at a way above average. Like, you look at Kerrigan, it's like, how often is he going to have a standout game versus Apex's individual performance? So I'd say you could make a really good argument for that.
I could make a really good argument for that. I question if we can make a good argument for speaking to Exter, so I'll let Trace try.
Award-winning, champion-winning, and major-winning team, Vitality. I've got Xtaz in front of me. They've got G2 in front of them. We're going to talk a little bit today about the map pool. All right, tell me a little about the integration of Overpass.
I'm happy with the veto first. We want to play Overpass again. So, okay, we didn't want to pick it, but maybe as a decider, we want to prove Insta we can be maybe the best team in the world on this map.
Tell me about putting your team through the motions of playing on Overpass again. I mean, for some, it's been a few years, but for others, it's kind of finding that congealed method as a team. So tell me how you guys are doing it.
Honestly, the map didn't change at all. So it was kind of easy just for Rops. It's definitely a new position on CT. So when we got to the news, we were really happy. We talked about, we tried to think about what we did in the past with the map, how we want to play on T side. Then create 2-3 strats, specific strat, and now we need more data to see if it works or not.
Any thoughts on the updates currently to the game?
I think I like what G2 did actually with the new roster. I think they did well, so I expect a good game today.
So tell me, how annoying was it to play against Device yesterday on their T-sided nuke?
We had some issue with discipline. Of course, it was the first game of the season. That's a bit annoying because we knew he likes to pick like that on different positions. We knew it, but we were surprised. So yeah, it was some mistake. We tried to fix it for today, especially with Empires, because apparently in the past Empires played pretty good against Vitality.
Thank you much for your time.
You're welcome.
Here we go. Extra showing a bit of respect for his opponents in Son Payas, who's also coming in to make his debut versus Vitality in the G2 jersey. A point of conversation we have to touch upon is the new map pool and Overpass coming into play. Vitality, we can add so many accolades to them, right? We can label them as the best team in the world. We can maybe label them as the best team to ever play Counter-Strike. A new map comes in, Overpass. The first thing they do is instant pick it into the tournament, and they seemingly play well on that map as well. Is there anything this team can't do?
Well, it's a bit of a statement, right? Picking Overpass, it's like it's a new map in the pool. When you usually look at the best team in the world that is so good in like all these other maps, you kind of look at that new map coming out and being like, oh, this kind of evens the playing field a bit. Yeah. Like, we want to pick it against them because they're not going to have as much practice. They're not going to be as rehearsed as they are on all these other maps. So what a Vitality do? They come in, they pick it instantly in the first match that they play at the tournament, and it really sets a precedent like, hey, like, we have this in our pool and we're not afraid to pick it. So what are you going to do now?
No nuke, T2 says. That makes sense. No Ancient. We've never seen Vitality play an Ancient, so no big surprise right here. However, do you think they're going to pick Overpass once more? Inferno will be picked by G2. We heard Honda say that he feels somewhat comfortable on Inferno in terms of the calling duties that he has at task. At that one, we know MOUZ is a player that can play Inferno to a high level as well, so maybe that's a bit of a comfort pick for G2. Vitality, do they do it again?
Well, I mean, they're holding it for a second, just keeping that tension up there, because I think like you can pick any map if you're Vitality right now and it'll still work. They go for the train pick. They've picked it a couple times at previous events, but just touching on that Inferno pick, I think that is a good key to success for G2 against Vitality. It's like one of the most 50-50 maps, more so than anything else that's remaining, and it's going to be, what, a coin flip. What do you choose?
Yeah, that's the weird thing about Inferno, right? Because they were unbeatable on Inferno for a long time. I think they had a win streak of 12 or 13 games in a row, and then they lost that game to Legacy out of nowhere, 13-3 in Austin, and then they lost to MOUZ, 13-4 as well.
Do they leave it in for the decider map here?
I mean, G2 is willing to play it. And so is Vitality. So Overpass potentially as the third deciding map. I very much like that. Now, Inferno, I agree with you. I think it's a comfort pick for G2. Vitality are normally a very, very strong team on Inferno, but they have had a couple of weird-ass games on the map. As I said, in Austin, they lost to Legacy. They lost to MOUZ as well. 13-3 to Legacy, 13-4 to MOUZ, and then ended up winning against the Mongols in the major final where they absolutely manhandled them. So I think you're right when you're saying that if you're G2, you're looking towards Vitality, you were maybe hoping that Overpass, a new map into the map pool, could have been a weakness. But let's be honest, if I asked you this question, what I'm going to do now, Josh, does Vitality have any weakness?
It doesn't seem like it right now. I don't know. Maybe you can like shine a light in their faces or something as soon as they start playing. I think outside of that,
is discipline an issue?
I would say probably discipline, and then when they start to kind of spiral by losing rounds, they'll do these force buys and they'll dig themselves a bigger hole. The problem is they have so much talent on the team that they usually just have ZywOo. As long as he's got an AK in his hands, he'll bail them out of whatever situation that Apex might accidentally call them into. So it's tough to say, because anytime you say they have a weakness here, they have something that makes up for it like tenfold.
You ruined it, Josh.
You
ruined it.
Sorry.
You said the name ZywOo. I thought we were going to be able to go through an entire segment speaking about Vitality without mentioning arguably the best player in the world, which is also a story of how stacked that lineup is. Robs, ZywOo, Flamesy, you name it. If you're G2, I guess winning is not really on the cards here, right? But would you be satisfied if they're able to push both maps into double digits, maybe even win a map, or is it still too early for G2?
I think double digits on both would be good. I think Inferno, it really comes down to how that first half opens up with... I think they are going to rely probably half the gun rounds on just straight up B executes, and it's going to be on, well, who's defending there, like Apex? I think it's going to be a really big struggle for these guys to be able to hold their composure and deal with the G2 execute. It looks like they're very efficient with the nade usage, that they have enough nades to do smokes and mollies on the exec, and we don't see that much. Vitality, we'll see how they defend against that.
I think a key to victory, regardless, is going to be MOUZ, especially when it comes to Inferno. His aggression and his ability to open up rounds and apply a bit of pressure. If MOUZ is playing well, then maybe G2 have a shot at taking down Vitality, at the very least on Inferno. And that's where we're heading right now. We are ready with the first map between G2 and Vitality. Inferno's on the card, so let's get it going.
After the near-perfect last season in 2025, the only event Vitality dropped was the first of it back at Bounty. They're looking to start Cologne even stronger and try and do it again here as they did last year. Team Vitality reigning champs, major champs, all the accolades you could want, and then maybe some more, taking on G2 with a new look roster, who I don't want to underrate until I've seen them up against the very best. They dismantled Furia pretty heavy-handedly, and part of that was a dominant T-side on Inferno, so why not kick it off?
Yeah, they also have a title to defend in Cologne. Winner of that last year went on to take a bunch right off the top, including a Katowice and the Major. Vitality are the kind of return to Counter-Strike monarchy. They are the royalty right now of the CS world. And it's MOUZ to open up.
It's been a rock. Drops the same.
And it's looking lights out in the pistol. Only Hunter remains. Not a bad start. Hold on. Hunter, 3 kills deep, going for the ace clutch, and it will get denied.
Hey, don't count Hunter out of an ace clutch on Inferno. Did you not see that 1v5 against Furia? But not to be today. Vitality shut him down. Nice double from Rops on the balcony, no less. And MOUZ just really been going strength to strength as an anchor player.
Everyone's loving this guy. He got his own hashtag.
Yeah.
Going to be knighted soon, if you were to guess. And then we'll have to start calling him Sir Merriman.
You're not already? Disgraceful.
No, he hasn't earned the title yet. It would be inappropriate, Hugo.
Oh, sorry. Pish posh. This round should be a wish-wash, unless MOUZ can do something miraculous with the AK. Hero rifle. Dropped by Hunter, setting up his star. Oh. He just missed Mezzi in that cubby there. MOUZ. Opportunity open against Rops in the pit. Heavy God jumps out, pistols get in the way. MOUZ finds that entry kill, double up. Maybe there's a chance after all, but ZywOo says no.
Very well handled to stop the spillover. Once MOUZ gets the first 2, ZywOo has to multi-kill there, or else that one gets out of control. He'll go on and close it with a 3rd. Nice stuff for ZywOo. Bit of money made as well. Holds the promise of bringing an AWP into play, but for the time being, he's more than happy on that AK picked up from the body of MOUZ MD.
Decent enough round for G2 to justify that investment. And yeah, Hunter will take a backseat on guns, but he can throw all the grenades. And just by the way Inferno plays, there's going to be guns to pick up soon enough. See how heavy Vitality play Banana. They've got 3 players starting B. Mezzi doesn't support, he just drops his grenades and rotates. Vitality, oof. Trade out some damage, but they receive it all. Meanwhile, G2 look like they want to commit early in this round to an A-pop.
Oh, Rops tries to nail the transfer. It's going to fall onto Mezzi. Only gets away with 1. This is a retake now. Vitality have this A-site hold broken apart. Up until now, they've been able to stop it every time G2 have looked for this space. So, first time left in one of these retakes for Apex and Flames. A bold move through the back line. Nets Apex 1 in the apartments. Hunter required to clutch again for G2, and he can't do it. First rifle round secured for Vitality. And a chance to start amassing a little streak of rounds to open up Inferno.
Yeah, calmly done. Just a round where everyone does their job there. Every A player holding with a kill each. No one spectacular, everyone just enough. And Apex with a well-timed flank to find that Abs player. Flames baiting for him on the long side, putting pressure on Hunter with that util. And Vitality walking over the line. So another mid-investment here for G2. Very slow on their banana approach in these rounds so far, knowing the worry of grenades. You just almost expect your banana player to be starting on half health in these positions, but G2 don't want to hang anyone out to dry. MOUZ is that banana man. He moves up with the bomb behind him. Oh, that molly forces him forward and then backward. The flash denies his commitment.
Oh, and the follow-up util's doing a lot of damage here, constantly keeping G2 uncomfortable. They're going to try and break through now. There's the flashes. Flames turns on a dime to try and reel that one in for Vitality.
Maybe.
Pius might have made it through, but he's the sole survivor of this banana play, and not for long. A third player in tow. ZywOo is quick to deal with that B hit.
He's a clinical as well, right? G2 making some intrigue in these rounds, getting some good positions at times, but Vitality always offering up a kill when they need to. And so the first timeout comes from Saw on this T side. A G2 team that is definitely worthy of some intrigue with the pieces in this roster.
No, 100%. And you know, I think also you've just gone through a heavy rework. You have Hunter now, like, officially in the IGL position. We'd heard even towards the end of like Snax' tenure, he was doing a lot of the mid-rounding anyway. So kind of a perfect transition into the role for him. But, you know, there are still a lot of changes here, and you are undoubtedly the heavy underdogs in this match. Really, it doesn't matter who plays Vitality, they are the underdogs. For G2, with the cacophony of changes going on, the new leadership, situating a new AWPer in the lineup, there are a lot of changes. So I think what matters here is you just want to see G2 playing good CS and getting close in these rounds, in this game. That would be fantastic. I think that's already enough.
Yeah.
The expectation is so firmly that this is a Vitality playoff berth.
For sure. And there's no, on paper, there's no like big weak link. All these players have had a lot of potential in what we've seen from them under this roster, under previous rosters as well. And we know Hunter can frag as long as the in-game leading doesn't hold him back. He certainly can clutch. So, ooh, getting a little bit scary. Hello, Heavy God. He's hit the timing again. He did it last time on the eco. This is more impactful. ZywOo doesn't realize that's a very small gap that Heavy God has hit, and Mezzy is rotating knife out, learns the hard way. Now G2 collapsing upon this B site.
Yeah, this is nice. This is good real estate. It's the play that G2 wanted. And all the conditions are there to make this B split happen. Now, ZywOo can complicate matters. He's coming in with this backstab on a Heavy God, and it feels like they've worked out exactly where he is. Tries to play through this smoke now, but ZywOo's right there with him.
Wait.
They've walked past each other, and ZywOo will be the one rewarded. Apex threads the needle on this smoke down at Coffins. Only good for the first. And some damage taken from that Molotov softens up ZywOo, but this is the duo. The late game, late round duo of Rops and ZywOo that make Vitality so scary. Putting a stop to these two can feel like a whole different task.
Nice push, though.
They traded places nicely, wrapping around and taking the ruins back off of Vitality, but they seem aware. Good check for Rops. Some Pius has been spotted. That defuse being held. He's got to close the gap. And with Rops covering, Vitality's twosome, terrifying in that moment. Show us what they're capable of.
It's just hard to cast Vitality without glazing them constantly, but it's another such a great example of the communication and the trust in this team that they have in each other. When Mezzy dies in spawn, Apex takes a bit of a bait. ZywOo then says, I have the position. He walks through the smoke before Heavy God, and that allows Apex and Flames to both get one on the B-bomb site. They both held their own with a killer piece. We know how important that is on Inferno, of getting yours, of holding a site with at least a kill. And so ZywOo coming in on the rotation allows that to happen. Him and Rops win out that 2v2. And Vitality don't drop the ball yet. They haven't skipped a beat in this song. And now ZywOo is armed and even more dangerous. G2, a contact, info peek, up banana, and attempted an entry. Could cost you your life. The jump peek is a nice way to figure out the AWPs here. ZywOo immediately rotates. The G is up.
I think as well, right? That game yesterday versus Astralis for Vitality, they got like surprisingly pushed around more than you would have expected going into that game. But I think that probably served as a bit of a wake-up call. You had Extaz talking about it in an interview before this series, saying, you know, this was vibe was kind of more of a temperament thing. You know, everyone's a little bit eager. The composure isn't necessarily there, and they were still able to close that game out.
Ooh.
So this is Vitality looking to kind of be more well-drilled. Well, here's a real test for Rops. His two teammates fall on this A-hole. The clean kill from Hunter in these entries to get past Rops, stop him getting away with madness down in the pit. Mattis running interference, getting out through mid, opening up on the long side. That's a very well put together round for G2 where everything aligns.
Yeah, great flash dodge from Mattis and then just swings long, finds the AWP. So huge double entry at a time that G2 needed it. They win the round off that. Definitely the most unproven piece of this new roster. We've seen some players on the stages. Mattis, not quite the same track record, but definitely potential seen throughout his previous team, seen in Fnatic. So excited to see how he's going to perform playing under a top dog organization. G2 get on the board.
Let's just keep working. Yep. Round by round. Keep the focus.
Some pious T-side AWP saved on from ZywOo.
Horrible nades for MOUZ MD, but
hello.
He's got the shots to back it up. ZywOo drive-byed out of this round. The hands of a low-health MOUZ, clean stuff. And a gift of a 5v4 rolled out here for G2. They'll set their sights now on top mid, popping through on these flashes. The defense for Vitality is very split up. Mezzi falling back on the long side, just trying to watch this half of the map. Meant to free up Rops a little, but he won't get there in time to save Rops his life. Bomb retrieved, Hunter spammed to death. Another back from Mezzi. He's kept this round alive for Vitality. The only reason there's intrigue here and the urge to give it a go is this 3K from Vitality's Brit. Got to get past some Pius's AWP down in the pit, and that can be a very tricky task, a tall order. Heavy got burns alive. He was full health. That molly completely destroys him. And Mezzi rounded out with a fourth. Dan's getting animated. Hear him talking about that molly.
Yeah,
lineup.
I think it's because it lands and it doesn't look like it's going to spread, and then by the time you realize it has, you're trapped in the corner with nowhere to go. Tries to run through it, too late. Apex burns him out. And Vitality win a retake, all thanks to Mezzi's 4 kills. Through smoke as well, locked out on long. That's a shocking round to lose for G2. And even a bit of panic from Sampires, dropping that molly and app so he can peek long, gives away his position. Look at that molly. Oh, it was burning from the beginning. He missed the jump. That's it. He just missed the jump. That's all it took.
Oh, very heavy God. Got to learn to jump a little higher. Yeesh.
Yeesh indeed. I mean, those, yeah.
I mean, that's a really rough way. Like, you know, now within the hindsight of knowing it's a flub jump, the difference between getting to play that 2v2 out and leaving it all to some pious down in the pit, you know, getting to those positions in the round is not easy either for G2. So sticking the landing and converting upon them really matters.
The Mongols boost. Oh. There's that third piece on the B-bomb site. Some jump damage here, but no, second time is cocky and Hunter punishes. There's still 2 more in position. And Apex, we know, as Adesk was saying, sharp as ever. Without a doubt, as a captain, the strongest individual. Certainly helps he's on the best team in the world. Oh, they get out mid. That warning shot for ZywOo sends him back. And Apex continues to block the B-bomb site, so G2, a chance to execute here with 1 smoke and more than enough flashbangs. Got to pick their nades wisely. Meanwhile, Vitality getting curious, knowing that dedicating 3 means they have to go for a play. They clear out apps. It's all too late. They run through the smoke on B, and Apex can just give it up if he wants. 4 on 2. Have the plant. We will retake. Say Vitality.
Mezzi up through the back line. Could have ended the round right there. It's Mattis. Pincered by all of Vitality.
3 for Apex. Puts another round down from G2. G2, I mean, we're seeing decisive moves. We're seeing them get in winnable positions, but then the firepower just gets unleashed for Team Vitality. These post plants are plenty. These opening kills in back-to-back rounds. None of this saving G2 from the inevitable.
Oh, Robs feeling spicy. Plays through the mid-smoke. Gets all the way down here into alt mid. This isn't aggression that they've seen yet. And that door being open is the ultimate hint to Robs.
Oh, God. Oh, he was watching it.
The odd routing for Heavy God, the decision to go back out through the door is why he gets that kill.
And even then, barely. But another 5v4 for Vitality, for G2 rather. Can they really make the most of it? They must. Meanwhile, Vitality risk it all. Triple B. ZywOo scoped alone on the A side. They block again. The smoke. G2 look to lay up and execute, but this bomb can go back if they don't like what they see. Are they really committing with only 3 players? This feels like a fake just because of the lurking.
Oh, there's the kill to open up the back door. There's the kill that brings that bomb around and into the A play.
20 seconds, should be fine. Still a bit of paranoia.
Oh my God.
He's got it. There's no one here to stop him.
It makes me nervous, but yeah, it's all well and good. Some pious moving in, and that plant will be found.
Right?
Any second now. There you go. Every time, G2, man, you're always making us nervous regardless of the roster.
Yeah, new players, still same fear, I guess.
It's got to be like just a team-wide memo at this point.
Make it interesting, guys.
Play them on with as much time left as possible if we can.
5 seconds? Plenty. Okay, I like that. I was scared for a moment that G2 were going to exec and commit, but they just send one player in with a bunch of flashes and double molly exec. Then they go back into the A site, uncovered by the lurker out apps. So nice entries from Heavy God. Capitalizing on their 5v4 this time around.
Yes, I can.
Well, nice bit of misdirection there for G2. And we've said kind of the metric they're being judged by in this game is playing a good game, being able to pull the wall over Vitality's eyes in some of these rounds. This is a big first outing and a difficult draw to get. Bit of the clash for Banana. MOUZ MD lines him up, knocks him down. And just like that, G2 have found their breakthrough. They can start streaking some rounds together here, and they can look to make this a very competitive half.
Game has opened up now, thanks to MOUZ.
Okay, he does have a 1v1 at the site, but like, it's fine. Rops doesn't know that.
Yeah, it's no kit, not happening. G2 not panicking, although maybe they should a little bit. Rops is going to get peaked right at the end. Should not be able to survive with this many players. They'll make it so. G2, 3 rounds on the T side and the start of something here, as you say. Opportunity to get a 5-round T half. Still yet to see the lean on CT versus T side, how that's changed coming into this season, given the changes, not only the nerf of the MP9, but also the increase in money. Expecting better CT halves on a map that was T-sided, like Inferno, especially in this game.
Some frustration for Apex there. Knows how important that round was. Kind of couldn't believe they all lined up in Banana. Just Eagles here for Vitality. They're still threatening, even in these low econ rounds. Going to get past ZywOo, and that was the one danger present inside of A. G2 certainly coming into this with a game plan right from the get-go. They've looked to exploit some of these A holds. They were getting real close at the start of the game. As it's kind of continued, they've been trading these contacts out between A and B. Vitality, never entirely sure where these plays are ending up. And even in more B-focused rounds, the lurking has felt good for G2.
Yeah, they have so much firepower. I really like how they're just committing with some early hits as well. Sending MOUZ straight up Banana, but still going for the A attack, knowing Vitality will rotate Mezzi off. There's been some really decisive calling in this T side from G2, and it's going to net them a 4-round half at worst case, looking for that final buy here against Team Vitality. This would really sweeten the deal. G2 playing with pace, with bravado. For the longest time, we knew Hunter was just calling pistols for G2 for years at least, across multiple different rosters. He's already had a bit of a taste of the prep and the work that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone who just was also aware he can bring stuff to the table in this regard, and it's a good way of kind of rejuvenating his career. Oh, heavy guard. There's the opening. Mattis.
Wow.
A double kill of his own. Whenever you kind of fling him out on these long wraps, Mattis has been there for good mileage. Now he's in with the backstab. They're not ready for Flames also in the library. That's the third player seen over here. But MOUZ MD will silence him, and G2 go on to make this a competitive half after all. That's 4 in a row down the stretch, rounds that weren't particularly close. Can G2 pull something off here versus Vitality?
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
That's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Coming into this, Vitality were undoubtedly the heavy favorites and the heavy hitters. They start the game off 7-1 in their favor. It was all smiles. Dan was coming in with the shit talk. That's Apex, by the way. He was yelling down the line. But then that turned to frustration. 4 rounds to close from G2. They get out with a good half. And now they move on to the defensive side. This is their map pick to open. See if they can show us why.
Yeah, lots of native Vitality. Got a plan in store. Flash ready for Hunter at this B bomb site. Double sandbags. It's about to be a bit of a brawl at Banana. Apex flashing them in. Hunters will come right after the fact. There it goes into it as G2 force the fight. They even get out with one. Matt is being set up to succeed. They will eat grenades, but if MOUZ can go down, Mattis can activate. They clear him as well. Good check from Mezzi. Will not fall for G2's tricks, and now that B bomb site is tantalizing.
Ooh. Hunter dead on that swing, forced out by the Vitality util. And they hear this first player rotated over. They hear some Pius. Might just have to be a save for G2. Get out with the armor on Heavy God and some Pius. And yeah, the round is decided. Vitality with a punishing B hit and a great check from Mezzi. Expected, not always as it seemed around the sandbags. Weirdly, it kind of felt like MOUZ going so deep in the corner also screwed the pooch a little. It felt like to even spot MOUZ, they would have seen Mattis too.
Definitely. I guess he didn't expect to survive for so long. That flash was pretty good for Hunter. Maybe too good. Vitality close out their pistol round, and this could be where it all comes unraveled here for G2. They're going to force up, try and kick him in the teeth.
Yeah, look, Mezzi saw him on the jump.
Yeah.
And dude, it's great to see Mezzi playing this well. Guy who's done everything across his career. You really don't expect him to have to hit that hard in the Vitality jersey with some of the other players around him. Someone who's always kind of pushed and demanded more of himself. Playing his best Counter-Strike after becoming a father too. So that's wild. He, I know, I think it takes a hell of a lot. Giving faith to all the parents out there that you can still be good at Counter-Strike.
Okay. Important distinction. They're going to push down mid. Good timing. They should have heard Rops drop as well, so they know there's a late player. Now he's running it as well. Backstab on Banana. ZywOo just missed that timing, and Heavy God hits his to perfection. Oh, God, he picked that player. Only got damage, and Flames is able to convert very quickly. Rops knows they're deep mid. They can just about escape. Rops hungering for that refrag. MOUZ aggressive on B, and G2 poking and prodding. Leaves them bleeding. 3 on 4. It's a good call for Vitality to go A. After seeing a flank, you know that B would be heavily enforced. And G2 haven't moved off that commitment. It's only Hunter here. He's dead.
And there's that backstab. Never even gets to shoot them.
Solid call for Vitality. They don't jump the gun. 8 seconds on the plant. Lock it in.
Now, Hugo, I haven't asked you this yet.
Okay.
I want you to go on record. What do you think of Apex's new hair?
His cut. It looks good, man.
Yeah,
it's not the first time he's done it. It looks good. I like it. You know, he put it on the line. He said, if I win another major, I'll cut my hair. You want a major? Cut his hair.
What does he do if he wins another major? How do you top this?
Well, I don't think he's put anything on the line.
Fully hairless. I want to see him.
What, armpits and all?
Like he goes in.
Did you inspect it?
What's that cream stuff they put on that like burns hair off him? Veet? I think it's called Veet. I don't know. I want him to go in a vat of that.
A vat?
I think it would hurt, actually.
Yeah,
it would really hurt.
Maybe don't do that.
Someone who liberally put it somewhere, but maybe you shouldn't. It will hurt, Apex, but I think you should try it.
It's too much detail, actually, for me. I wish I knew less. Ah, looks good, man. It's growing back quick. Now, Bald Woo. That I'd pay for.
No, ZywOo's got the curls going on. I like this new era.
They're just going to walk it in. Boost is nice. It's a classic G2 move. m0NESY used to do this a lot. Nico too, but not today. G2 rid of that B-bomb site.
I think this was always a bit of a worry, right? When Vitality get onto the T side and they get to set the pace and they get to run at you grouped more often than not. That was going to be the toughest task for this G2 squad, and this next rifle round has to hit. If it doesn't, Vitality have secured Inferno. It's all but done.
And they're coming for the kills as well. Or at least they were. Rops is waiting for the kills to come to him. It's very Rops, and it works out. The question asked, why is he there? It's a good question. Apex says the same. Rops, the turret.
What if they win another major? They go the opposite route.
Yeah.
And like,
wear
X
wigs
has to get like a hair transplant or something. Like, that would be mad, wouldn't it?
Be quite the investment.
It would be a wild, like, way to escalate the stakes.
I don't know what to say. Wigs will do.
Yeah, wigs. Will he wear wigs? He sure will.
When will he wear wigs?
When will he wear wigs? Will wear wigs? Is Mezzi included in this too?
All right, G2, this is it. This is your shot. 10-5 up. Vitality exerting control over this game. There was a glimmer of hope for G2. Can it be sparked again?
Here's the take of top banana. MOUZ and Mattis ahead of the util. Boost up over the top. Apex gets the info, but
sick.
struggles to reel Mattis in. It's going to fall onto ZywOo, but he doesn't want to go too soon. He's alone with the bomb. He's got teammates making their way over.
Yeah, I think part of the fear is there's a third player there as well. So even if you swing for the trade onto Mattis and you get that kill, you could lose the bomb to another guy. It's only 25 seconds, Vitality. They're going to have to just go into this B bomb site. And dare I say, they have still pretty good odds. It's just this boost to worry about, and they don't have a smoke. This will not be the first angle they clear. Checking the site, 15 seconds to go, both in the spawn site. Lay it up, but he's anti-flash, and there was no flash in sight. Vitality own it now. Bomb planted. They win a 3v4 like that. Awkward.
And because you're just hemorrhaging rounds, 2-on-3, you're kind of nearby. G2, they want to give it a look in. No, they're going to stop here at Banana, go no further, and try and save these guns, run it back in the next, and hope, beyond hope, that Heavy God and Sampaius can deliver something heroic.
Yeah, Sampaius had a pretty rough debut despite G2 stomping over Furia in that previous game, but it's not looking any better here. It was never gonna against Vitality, but he had 1 or 2 T-side orbs. No kills to talk about. CT side tried to go for the mid boost. No kill available. And now saving. This game is slipping through his fingers, that's for sure. Vitality 11-5. And G2, a last-ditch attempt here. Got to buy up. Round these guns. Nice try for Mattis, but yeah, it's awkward. Hard game to save here. And across the board, top to bottom, Vitality, a rock. No weak link. ZywOo is your bottom fragger. You're having a good time.
Yeah. No, I think it's starting to feel really awkward too. You know, the B-hold's been getting kind of picked apart. That last round, one of the best results it's had from that double out of Mattis, and not even that was enough to stop the onslaught. And Inferno can start to feel really rough when that's the case. You know, you can't just start biting down on the smallest bit of util over towards B, because Vitality will use that against you. But then you're always ending up with, you know, 2-3 players at the end of these rounds just relegated to the save. Surplus to requirement.
Nice opening move for Hunter, but if they just go through this smoke, they've still got a 4-on-2. Vitality will take those odds.
Yeah,
nice grenade.
It is the consequence of like one of these early leans, right? Now you're under-defended inside of A. There's that much more pressure on Hunter to do something on that swing out towards long.
Here we go.
Can't get it going down in the pit. It's Heavy God up next. One of the saved rifles trying to get put to work. It's cancelled out straight away.
Oh, Mezzi 1Gs.
Was it Mezzi 1G? And that's faithful to the 1Gs. Oh, Molly taking him out of play. Is that going to give a route back into this for G2?
It might make them lose all their money in trying. They're certainly going to give it a go. Good grenade available. Is going to throw a few in. Mattis will eat one as well. Down in the pit. MOUZ walking out. Contact play, but the timing is so good for Flames. And they spam the smoke as well. G2 going to give it up. I don't think Sampaius has been in the right position at all in this game. He has not had a chance to fire an AWP shot. Unlucky, really. 3 and 8. He's not even dying. He started B this time. Vitality popped through the mid smoke. Really been a rough look for the Spanish AWPer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were just saying how it's been a lot of these B hits. At Sampaius trying to be involved, trying to be in the right place. Every other round, he's found himself inside of A. And he actually ends up out of the action again.
Wait, that's... Oh, that's cute, man. Is that Mezzi and his kid? Yeah. Oh, that's cute. What a keycap. Yeah, it's, I mean, 3 and 8.
You laughed at first. Is that because you thought it was Apex?
I thought it was Apex kissing Zywoo or something. It looked like Apex.
Obviously, bit of a mistaken identity there for Hugo. It wasn't chuckling at the gift of life.
No. Oh, God.
But it was the bald guy on his team. Here we are. Push out towards long. Vitality swinging for the fences, looking for the close.
Yeah, should be brutal here. One in the sight, gone immediately. Heavy God trading. Sampaius hits an AWP shot, but it's all too little, Harry, and it's all too late. Vitality coming into Cologne with a point to prove, a statement to make, and playoffs to secure. This puts them one map closer and 1 kill away. Inferno secured. We go to train. Team Vitality, a new season, still setting high standards and still living up to them every step of the way.
Boom. One middle.
Let's banana. Let's go rotate. Let's rotate. Let's rotate.
Mid. One more middle. Moment. Down. One shot. One shot. Abs.
Let's go through. Flashing. Nice Robin.
Tight. Shock.
I'm stuck. Coming through. Shot. On the right. Together. Yes, no. Go on the right. Nice drop.
Okay.
No one B. Hey. Okay. Say guys, no one B.
Abs.
Short. That's short. Nice. One mid. One HP mid.
And abs as well.
Short. You have a put? No, I'm going abs. Go for it. I smoke out mini pit and I'm going short. Yes, careful boiler. You want me to check or no? You can check one side. Yes, one should be abs or short. We have no utility, bro. I have kit. Let's go, guys. Left side. I think left side. I'm coming short. I'm smoked. Shocks. I'm going to the smoke. Nice! They block me.
I'm on the side. Careful. Flash.
I'm going. I flash above. Body hit shot. Careful side. Should be side.
Side dead.
Library 1 HP. He's picking that.
Nice.
I'm taking lobby.
Let's do B players.
Yeah, I'm planting Vino.
3v2.
I'm lobby. Vino's mid. Keep me out. Arch sharp only. Yeah. Last arch. In the smoke. You can I resmoke. That was it.
Nice, boys.
Another dominant performance coming in for Vitality. Dare say it. I feel like a broken record when I say that Vitality are just miles ahead of not only G2 but everyone at the moment. I was maybe hoping coming out of the player break that they would start slow, that they would ease into things, but let's be honest, just nothing so far here in Cologne suggests that Vitality is still not the best team in the world.
It's so boring. You're just glazing Vitality all the time. Yeah, they're the best team. We all get it, dude. Okay, let's move on, man.
Okay, listen. Let's give you a challenge then. First half, there was a moment, a short moment, a brief moment, where it felt like G2 could compete versus Vitality. Do you have an example of that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, if we want to go straight into it, basically Vitality, they were 5-0 up, but then we go into, G2, they're able to win one round, and then it looks like they're able to pick up another round here. They do a very fast opening towards B, and I'm going to pause it for a second and show you what's going on here, because from spawn, we're throwing a smoke over here. It's going to land and put out whatever molly that goes there. Normally, T's will throw a molly at the car area to prevent any CTs from like pushing and swinging, but instead of doing that, what G2 is actually going to do is they're going to run up, they're going to have the smoke to put out a molly for MOUZ, they're going to bounce a molly off of this wall, it's going to land sandbags, and then they're going to have just layered flashes, and that allows MOUZ just to run up uncontested and take down ZywOo. Now, this is where it gets very interesting, because that was ZywOo. Wait a minute. ZywOo, he normally plays A. What does that mean? That means that there's 2 more players on B. That means over on A, there's only 2 players defending. And then you can either play one over on Arch side and one over on the pit lane side, or you could double up on a spot. So instantly, there's that reaction from G2. They're going to group. They know exactly what's going on. They know it's going to be one on the left, one on the right at most, or maybe they're doubled up somewhere. So they transfer the flashes, they go for this pop, they're going to run down Mezzi, or try to at least, but Mezzi's going to get away with it, he's going to get a kill here, and this is basically the whole game, just how messy everything is. Going back out through a smoke, just messy. It's a 3-on-2. The advantage is for G2. And somehow, by the end of all of this, Vitality is actually going to win the round. So, round 3 it happened as well. G2, they do a Halls pop, 2 versus 2. That was the first of the Vitality clutches. And there were just too many of these instances where Vitality just pull magic out of it like a rabbit out of the hat in the end, in the 3-on-2s, 2-on-3s, whatever. They just win those.
So moral of the story is G2 had a decent idea of what they wanted to do, but the execution of said idea?
The execution was fine. It was like the 2v2s where everything just fell apart for them. Vitality, Apex, I think, was alive in both situations. On the round 3, I think he came out Halls and got a 2K. It's just like, and you can see him on the screen afterwards, just shouting at the other team. It's just Vitality in these 2v2s. They have too many players that are good in these moments, and G2, they need to get over that hurdle.
13-5, was that a deceiving scoreline? Do you think the game was closer than the scoreline suggests?
I think the first half was closer than it suggests. I think it could have probably easily been a 7-5 or even 8-4 in favor of G2 in terms of like getting into the ideal situations to close out the rounds. After that, though, in the second half, I'm not sure. I give it to Vitality. They worked hard for it.
Oh, you're glazing Vitality now. He's on my team. Let's move to second half. Let's move to round 16, because I think that was the final nail in the coffin for me at the very least. We have a round again where G2 in the beginning of the round have a pretty decent shot at winning it. Again, we come into a 4v3. They got the opening kills. Then ZywOo walks in uncontested with a finesse, and I'm not quite sure about this setup for G2. They're not really aware of what's going to happen, and for ZywOo to just walk in here and get a double entry just like that while you have 2 players stacked in CT spawn, it cannot happen, can it?
It's the thing is, Vitality, they were out of smokes, they were out of flashes, they used them all early in the round, they lost the players. So what happens is G2, they're like, well, we have the man advantage, we're expecting them to smoke here. They try to outplay Vitality, but they actually outplay themselves, because the low HP player is the one that's spotting for info, and the other guy's playing anti-flash, boosted up, waiting to play off that first contact. Like, why not do the inverse of that? Or why not have like Hunter go hide back site and Matt is just bait, like, hey, I'm playing retake from spawn. They just outthought themselves, and Vitality just walk in like, oh, okay, free bomb site.
Free bomb
3-on-4, by the way.
3-on-4 again. Another chance for G2 and another one slipping out of their hands. I do want to praise Vitality just a little bit more before we move into the second map. Messi, I think, again, we spoke about him in the earlier season as well. He's becoming a dad and this whole dad buff story. Don't really want to dive into that, but I think he's really making his impact every single time I see him play. You praised him for round 7, the way he rotated right here, the way he got a couple of kills. I think his CT side defense overall for Vitality. He's a stable, reliable player. And often we find ourselves here on the desk still saying that we just want a bit more consistency coming out of the players. We don't care about the high highs if they have low lows, but I feel like Messi is consistently delivering for Vitality pretty much every single game.
Yeah, I think when we talk about consistency, it all comes down to the types of risk you're taking. But the fact that Vitality is basically bulldozing through all their competition so consistently all year long, they can get away with anything. And then every player on the team knows that if they make a mistake, they have everyone else on the team to bail them out. And at the very least, they're going to be able to make a comeback, take it to overtime, and win there if you know, they really make too many mistakes. I think one of the first rounds that Vitality actually lost was Rops just like running down into second middle and taking an early duel, right? So when they have that lead, that buffer, I think they just the risk reward, they just change it up and say, whatever, we're taking high risks.
And I feel that's where Messi is declining lately in that department. He's not the one taking the biggest risk, you know. He's the one that always is standing back, you know. Whenever Robs is doing something, or whenever Saivu is doing something, or whenever the Apex is losing his mind, which happens from time to time, there's always this stability in Messi, and he showed that once more here in Inferno. We do have a second map guaranteed in this matchup, and I personally think, and I'm doing it again, I think it's going to be the last map of this series, especially considering its train. Vitality have such a deep, varied map pool. They could have gone anywhere. They could have gone Overpass. They could have gone Train. They could have gone somewhere else as well. Even Mirage could have been a pick for them. Now, Train, I feel like that's a punish pick towards G2. You're bringing in a new in-game lead on Hunter, who's never called on Train. You bring in two new players in Sun Payers and Mattis, and now you have to play Train against Vitality as well. Is it just too much to handle for G2, and do you think that's why Vitality picked the map?
Would it be strange for me to think that Vitality is just coming into the group stage here, trying to practice the maps that they need the most amount of reps on, and just like, you know what, it's group stage and we're probably going to win this thing anyway, so let's just get the extra reps, the extra practice? I don't know, because, you know, you're going against a team that you don't really know what to expect, and you're doing it on a map where they could have studied you. It's a bold statement, just like the Overpass on day one. So, I mean, G2, sure, new IGL, new to the role, new players coming in, but we also don't know what to expect from them, and we can see that they like their little set plays, and they like to switch up the tempo a lot as well.
Yeah, and neither does Vitality. Obviously, they don't have any data, any demos to watch from G2. Is that the one silver lining that could perhaps make this game close?
That could. I mean, we also see these like 2014 style happy lurks, you know, Heavy God just like over on Inferno Halls while his team is doing a fake exec B just to pull the rotate and get the kill. Maybe we see the same thing there, like on Inner or towards Ivy, where they do some sort of elaborate fake and just, you know, pivot back to the other site using these deep inserted lurks.
One thing we do know for sure is that we're moving into Train. Another thing I do know for sure is that if G2 is unable to win this map, well, then they would have lost this game to Vitality. I'm going to stop glazing Vitality because I think they do the speaking on the server for themselves. You see it right here, having won 83% of their games on the map of Train. We're taking a break, and once we're back, it's going to be with what I think is going to be the final map in this matchup between G2 and Vitality.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Hello guys, this is Mattis and I joined G2 this month in July 2025. Before G2 I joined Fnatic. That was one of my best pickups before because I was trying to get out of my regional teams and stuff to experience more how to play on the bigger stages. Obviously always had a higher expectation also for myself. Even on my regional teams I was only a short period of time, I think it was around 2 years to be honest, and I always wanted more. I thought in a way where I can show myself up more and be helpful to and show everyone that I can be on the higher stages, especially show it to myself and prove it. Playing on the biggest stages as I always wanted to when I was grinding in my regions, and basically since I was a child, and I saw it's possible to like play on these tournaments, and it's very nice.
info.
One close sight, and one... Taco. One close, one ramp.
Один близко, другой рампа.
Ele tava rampa, ele tem perna.
Vamos, caralho, vamos.
Nice.
Damn, he was 24. I should have finished him off.
Pause.
Ele.
Galera, bora fazer aquela tática da SK, lembram? Malek, you go con, smoke left side. Make sure to go short. We're gonna be going monster. We're gonna be spamming the smoke. Castratus is gonna cross it. Bolodoy has the cross. Okay, you got it? Make sure he understands.
Короче, debuff.
Ele vive o jogo.
Guys, it's only 7-1. We can win, boys.
It's just Molodoy and Yuri in a 2v4 now.
And this is where you wonder if that communication will come into play.
Eu vou flashar pra você.
He'll flash for him.
On dá flash, sim.
Ok, давай.
Ok, go.
Ok, vamos.
Flashei.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Guys, I understand what is boom.
Okay. It can still work.
Wow. I'm confused after that one. Yo. Okay, here we are, Hugo. Vitality taking on G2. Vitality a map up, and now just a map away from securing a little playoff berth for themselves for Counter-Strike's #1 team. Undisputed #1 at that. This is par for the course. They are up to expectations right now in that first map. It was a clinic put on by Mezzi, Flames, and Rops. ZywOo and Apex barely even required. Is there any hope for G2 on train?
You wouldn't think so, right? Just looking at the numbers, obviously a good map for Vitality, one they proved to be very strong on as well, and a map that G2 had never even played. So, let alone this new team, even the previous roster did not touch train. So this is going to be a hard-fought fight, battle, everything, all of the above for G2. How do they come over a team Vitality who are looking red hot right now, almost a guarantee for playoffs, favorites for the whole tournament? At least the pressure's off.
See how brutal Vitality can make it. It's Flames.
That's pretty brutal.
That's a pretty nice way to start the pistol, I reckon.
Kind of doesn't matter where you go now.
Well, good news. They've done it. Actually, I say that. Hunt is still alive. And we all remember that clutch from the other day, Hugo.
Yeah, we do. It'd be nice to see Sampaius be in the right position for maybe the first time this series.
Oh, well, in a way, he is. Everyone's coming to his bomb site. So let's see what Sampaius can do. Swing, full blind, getting run at, chase down, pins it in. Sampaius just the one and done. But the Hunter 1v4. No one expects the Hunter 1v4.
True. Nobody.
Literally no one thinks he can win this.
They may have a point.
And who am I to argue with everyone? They've nailed it. It's another great decision. It will be the save. So pistol round secured for Vitality. And really, that whole pistol was on rails after the Flames and Rops triple opening in a second.
Oh no. Oh no. Apex looking pleased about that one. And I like that G2 came in with an idea to go for a crunch together. It's just Glocks v USPs and even Julies, and Flames makes it look easy. Run and gun. Force coming through for G2. Taking space again, trying to keep Vitality honest. A main locked out. G2 not afraid.
It looked like they were going to come in with some aggression there, but decided against it.
Hunter could throw this nade in. They could swing off that, but Mattis waits for this swing. It's coming through. 5-7 up close. Lovely shot. Rops responds. Vitality are in the A site. G2, not a lot of positions to hide behind, but they're making them work, getting value. One each. There's another for MOUZ. And, oh dear, trade's looking good. Flank is in. There's only one man left. But he is more than a man. More than a mere mortal. ZywOo 1v2, not to be, as Heavy God puts him down, and G2 win their force by. That throws a spanner in the works.
It most certainly does. ZywOo made to look very mortal, in fact, in that 1v2. And a huge pickup for this G2 squad, coming into it with 5-7s, starting things off with the intention of really denying this space out in the yard, playing for pop first, and then refocusing their attention back onto those players crossing out through main. Oh no, now you've pissed him off. Look what you've done. Look what you've done for yourselves.
And it would have to be some pious, wouldn't it? Scout headshot. Ooh, looking for more. ZywOo.
ZywOo just punching heads. Look what you made me do! Hell of an opening.
And there's damage done. I don't want to get too worried. There's no nades. Closing around is going to be really hard, but if they find a clean 5v3, who's to say? Especially with this Ivy control and that smoke fade, Vitality have so much room. MOUZ comes back to clear it out, but they're all here. Oh, there's that 5v3.
God, you're cooked. ZywOo's been AFK in this game. And now he's starting to get switched on. There's the Ropsteeg coming into the picture as well. One more man in main. They know about him. They know they have Mattis trapped. The time might be on for Heavy God to make a move, and he does get activated, but he's suddenly thrown into this all alone. Messi with the reposition, tag heard, that's info. Bomb's not planted for anyone right now. They're going to have to close the gap on Heavy God. That gives him chances at these fights. Robs has closed the distance, plays in the sight. Nade deafens him, and Heavy God pulls off the clutch. A huge round to come through from one of the rifling stars of G2.
Yeah, sick. Really well played. Got the jump info on the con player, mollied him out, forced Vitality to come and check that bomb because he could have a kit. They don't know that. He's got A4. So Vitality come running and Heavy God goes gunning. 5v3 lost by Vitality on that force buy. Thanks to a huge clutch from one of the firepower pieces of this G2 team. Oh, it's a real temptation to buy here for Vitality after getting 4 kills, but they just don't really have a lot of money behind this. Just a couple of pistols would be way safer rather than risk their economy early in this game. Feels like a hard map to win ecos on. Oh, Shadow. Not fun. And a couple of flashes just to charge this A site. Should be an impossibility. Nice. It's flash and Deeg follow-up, but there's still 3 rifles moving in.
Another flash. Another attempt at the Deeg for Messi. But G2 come for that main space. Some Pius making AWP money. Just ZywOo, and not for long.
G2. Very good start to this game. In a map that felt destined to be Vitality's. G2 puff up their chest, but this is where the game really gets going. 4 now coming out for Team Vitality. AWP for Sumpires farmed. Let's see if he can reap what he sowed. Oh, that's nasty for Rops. That is so nasty. Wallbang into Pop Dog to find Hunter, and Apex sees another up close. Can his team activate from main? Can they bail him out right now? That smoke's in the way, and Apex forced into the fight by the Molotov will find nothing.
Feels awkward. He knows he has a window there with the molly coming out. He tries to close the gap on MOUZ, but just can't secure the kill. And now an option to re-aggress into the Pop Dog.
G2 making a lot of plays. It's really confidence inspiring that they're coming through with nothing to lose in trying and taking real estate back from Vitality round after round. Pop pushing, main pushing, everything. Flanking Ivy now. Vitality are boxed into main. If they go back, they die. But if they walk A, it's open for the taking. G2 don't know that all of Vitality are behind this smoke. Sumpires. Oh, it's too deep. And Vitality take that space, take that opportunity afforded by a missed bit of util. Sumpires getting crept on. And now they know.
Oh, the scope in. Only further telling them, only further selling Sumpires.
That's just, I mean, for G2, they just thought the Vitality are regrouping B. Sumpires is more cautionary about Pop Dog as G2 stack that inner sight. Vitality hit the golden timing to walk into A, and I think G2 should give it up. Positionally locked out by the utility. Heavy Gob with control, but no time to win this round, and Flames has found him as well, stalling the kill until it's all but guaranteed. 2 kills, still not enough as Mezzi hits the fadeaway. Vitality do win that 3-on-3.
Terrorists win.
This was just...
Oh, this and a gnarly little wallbang.
Remember Nico?
Hunter immediately after dying, hit him with the WTF, Robin.
Nico did that at the first event with Train that I remember. Can't remember against who. It was in Bucharest, I think.
Very quick tech pause there. Some issues for Heavy God, but quickly resolved. So we're back in. This season was the dawn of this ZywOo and Rops duo. I want this new season for Vitality a bit more of a Mezzi focus. I'm loving what he's given us.
Oh, careful, Flash is perfect. MOUZ couldn't get that molly out. Apex double entry, delightful. Opens up this entire back halls for Vitality. They smoke the rotation, and they can just sit here. They can chill here. It's like having ramp on nuke. You don't need to go with it. Wait for their team to close the net. ZywOo. Clinical shot as Mattis falls off the box. And a 4-on-2 where Vitality just pull the brakes. Not even got the bomb yet. How many can they get on this T side? That's my question. Feels like world's the oyster right now. ever since they got onto guns. Flawless for Vitality.
Not even the save is guaranteed here. Vitality have really boxed G2 into a corner. If you look at how the map has shrunk on down, there's only so many areas left.
Oh, get owned. Honestly, just get owned. Get absolutely embarrassed. He jumped the AWP shot. ZywOo. Y'all call this team auraless? Come on.
I mean, I think that's the sick thing about this kind of Vitality timeline we're in. With the dominance they've shown. Oh, hang on a second, because they're about to just charge out A. It's less of a charge. They've actually just put one guy out here.
Yeah, he's just chilling in the site.
I don't have any friends here. It's just me. And that's where he wants to be. G2 have been putting a lot of attention on this B site at the start of this game.
Oh no.
Feels like they want to try and deal with some of these like ROPS lurks in towards Pop. That can be hard to deal with. ROPS very much not a one-note type of player. Has a bunch of different timings and paces he likes to play for this control at. So that will be hard to deal with.
They flash me. Look at his face.
Yeah, you know, I think, considering you haven't really had like a period of this type of dominance since, you know, Astralis of old. The thing I think that is really, really sick with Vitality is they play the villains very, very well. Right, Astralis kind of became villains because everyone hates seeing them win everything. And they were like robots with how they played. Vitality have a more human element at the core. Apex very much the talisman for the shit talk, the BM from this team.
Yeah.
And he embodies that well. He wears it like a suit of armor, in fact. He likes being the bad guy.
And you have to respect that. And even Austin did. It was nice to see, even after the major win, after all the cheers and jeers, the boos of Vitality, they still gave him his flowers, his round of applause. At the end of it all, respecting the game. And you have to when Vitality are in the server. G2 right now, finding out the hard way. Full buy coming in. Another opportunity. B control nades. Flames gonna get run at. Mac 10 overwhelmed, but Vitality, they have pop door control very quick. G2 got to be cognizant. And they are. Punish as Hunter gets repositioned by that molly. Vitality creep through the smoke. Both of them.
Yeah, they're ready to come through. Two different types of util here. Mattis up close, but his teammates reduced to dust around him. He doesn't have much of a better time. ZywOo, another multi-kill. Oh, that's a nice transfer for Heavy God. But couldn't manage to regain control for the next one. Apex pumping up the squad as Vitality are finding a lot of success on this T-half now. That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, G2 had burned their smokes on cutting out A main, and so when Hunter gets mollied, he just has to run into Apex.
What's your thoughts on this? Sumpire starting B in most of these rounds.
Really? Without the AWP as well. It's interesting.
He's gone there both with and without it.
I mean, with the AWP, it makes sense to play up close and look for that early pick. You know Vitality are at least going to cross B upper. But you would expect Heavy God anchoring this bomb site.
Nearly promise on this round. They've done a lot of damage. You've seen these 5-7s work for G2 before. MOUZ MD armed with a deagle. Headshots required. Only good for number 1. And it's Mezzi playing a trade game there with 3 kills to stop that from getting out of hand. Sampaius dances AWP again.
Yeah, let's have a look, because he's not exactly been, you know, when he's been at his best, he's been a stable AWPer, he's been reliable, hitting the easy shots, bit of a turret, not necessarily like the guy forcing every opening kill. But I want to see that from Sampaius, because he's been left out of the conversation this entire BO3.
Finally kind of leaning over towards Ivy with the AWP, the far more standard starting position for your AWPer.
I guess he was here in that 3v3 when he had the AWP last, but missed some awkward timings. Ivy can just feel like such a punishing position, though, if you don't get the fights. As he's crossed, maybe Sampaius saw that, depending on his angle. Doesn't look like it. Just holding the line. Flames mollied out. Survives. G2 made it clear they want this A main control. All CT side long, and so Vitality are playing for that. Looking to retake it late in the round. Couple on B, Heavy God and Hunter. Vitality, just the plan is to not give up this early kill. You can see no one's playing their position yet. There's a minute on the clock. They've bled out some time. They've bled out some util. Mezzi's keeping pressure on this AWP with a deep smoke. Oh, it's just a luck shot. That's more like it, though. Sampaius needed that kill. And now they go for the B hit. It's all they've got.
Way better feeling to the start of this round for G2. They're going to have a Sampaius AWP rotate available fairly quickly. MOUZ also coming through the connector. For now, Hunter just has to buy time. His teammates are on their way. He doesn't last long, but MOUZ stakes his claim to this B site defense and has kept the route open to rotate for G2.
And HP.
It's very low health for both players on Vitality. Flames does a lot of damage, but really needed that to be the kill. Rops might be a formidable clutcher, but at 1 health, even he has his limits.
It's not even a save for the economy. It's just a realistic expectation. If I walk down this ramp, I will die. So why bother? It's a understandable save. It's not going to change anything, really. G2. I mean, sure, you'll take this. It may have been a trick up Vitality's sleeve for Mezzi to flank late after those entries into B, but big round for MOUZ, who gets a lot of damage and 2 kills on the rotation. Gets her at the right time. Gives G2 a fighting chance in this game after all.
So we're only posting here for the early peek at upper, not trying to play with his spawn. The AWPer that is Sampaius, who once more gets the better of Mezzi over here at Ivy.
More like it.
And you just feel the change now that he started leaning outside on the start with the AWP. The freedom goes up for Sampaius. He's able to force some of these early fights, and now he plays that rotate back in a B. These movements are a lot nicer for Sampaius to work with.
Taking matters into his own hands, but Vitality are about to explode out of this lurk smoke from upper. He might not even find the angle. Player hiding inside of it. Sampaius provides the overwatch. 1 more shot connects. They do spam the smoke, but not to completion, and you got to finish the job. Apex there, off the bomb will. 3 on 3 here. ZywOo getting aggressive.
He's pushing up on the AWP. Haven't really seen ZywOo with the AWP yet, so let's see what he's got. Oh, it's a lovely sequence from ZywOo. A second shot. A hard one to hit, and he's even ready for this wrap in through the heavens. 3 kills deep on the ZywOo AWP. First time he's really looked to bring one onto the field, and the impact felt straight away.
He's trying to stick it.
Will he get the 4th?
Oh!
Just leaves now.
No,
Mattis moving in.
No way.
Diffuse being held. That molly shouldn't finish the job. It's ZywOo to stop him.
The Mattis I know from practice will do it as well.
Played him before, huh? Played him before.
And ZywOo's got a wallbang to deal with that exact play.
I don't think there was time, to be honest. I think it was very, very close. I'm not sure he would have had it. The molly certainly makes it hot, and ZywOo, ample shot to guarantee the round.
Nice try.
All right, Vitality make it a very nice T-side haul after all. And Mezzi needing a bit of support on Ivy after these 2 aggressive Sampaius rounds. Does MOUZ know what is truly around this corner? Sampai's pushed up Pop with the AWP. 3 clearing the B halls as we speak. MOUZ knows there could be players around this position. There's a gap in the smoke. MOUZ won't fire off.
It's another one of these like B openers out of Sampai's, but he actually starts, gets all the way through Pop. So he will be able to help this A play.
Oh dear.
There's the Sampai's AWP. A little bit more mileage from Sampai's. And this is why him being out, oh my god! Okay, well that's flipped the script. Sampai's job's not done yet. Can't be content with just the double. He needs even more. And there's no stopping Flames. And there is actually. The flank in from Heavy God's gonna do it.
30.
Apex 1v1. Time of the essence. Starts to tick down and get away from Apex. He plays in. Looking for that bomb. It's now been picked up.
Just go B. That's it. Perfect repause. Heavy God. Someone's got to find him a kit right now. Time already an issue. Realizing that bomb is gone. Realizing what the best play would be to go to that inner sight. And Heavy God has not found a kit. So this kill must be quick.
And at this point, Apex could be anywhere. Heavy God has to consider every available option. Locates him for the clutch, and just like that, Heavy God pulls up with a much-needed 5th round for G2. More signs of promise from G2 in the first half of Train here. They get out with 5 rounds, but they managed to accomplish that feat back at Inferno. And then 5 was all they got, if you remember. Vitality went on to run away with that and finish it 13-5.
Yeah, to me, the story isn't about G2 anymore. They've had a couple of glimmers of positive moments, but it's really about Vitality running through to those playoffs, and they look to do it with a nice clean 2-0. 70 rounds on Train is par for the course, in fact, more than they would need. Can they sweeten the deal with a pistol round? Only Mezzi Inner just getting there in time, as it looks like G2 are going to execute. Mattis on a late lurk up Ivy. No kit here. Mezzi just playing for info.
HE goes in a little too early. That could have been a high damage nade. Instead, gonna have to do this with the guns of Vitality. ZywOo dealt with, but here's the rest of them pouring on in, out through the connector and into Heavy God, who has started this pistol round off strong. Not ready to discount this guy. He's been giving a great performance here on Train. Heavy God, a hat trick in the round, starting to get pressured now, but not crumbling, far from it. Heavy God turns to gold, and Mezzi gets finished off. That's the ace for Heavy God.
Monster map for Heavy God. The high impact pistol after a clutch to close the half. He's doing it all, putting his team in his pocket. And right now there's room for all 4. Massive pistol ace to give G2 a fighting chance in Train after all.
I mean, it's a very exciting performance from Heavy God that we're getting right now. You know, when he first joined this G2 squad, you saw signs of promise and you knew what he was capable of from his former projects, but the way in which he's carried so much impact in every one of these rounds that G2 have, I mean, he's nearly 20 kills deep. Most kills in the server. This is no small feat. And it's kept the hopes alive for G2.
Ooh.
Mag 7.
Oh, God. Mag
can be good. It can be bad.
Oh, God.
And there it is being really bad. I'm sorry, Apex.
Yeah, we saw both sides, at least. Still winnable. In a weird 2v4, this Deagle needs to hit something here and now. Stops Hunter escaping. Mezzi realizes what that means. He's running around to this B bomb site, but they think someone's deeper. Heavy God just getting here in time. ZywOo can't connect, and now Mezzi low as well. That should be G2 converting.
Yeah, Mezzi's just going to save the big iron on his hip and that scout.
This game's got legs on it, though. Maybe there's more in store for G2.
I mean, look, Heavy God and this type of performance is giving you a tremendous deal of faith that the job is not done yet, and they can and do still have more fight left in them.
Yes, the fear is once we get the guns out, because they did the same thing back last map, or at the start of this map rather, where they lost pistol, they won the force, converted the money, and then as soon as Vitality got rifles out, they won 5 straight. At that point, their T-side's already good. So, yeah, okay, you're going to get one more anti-eco, one more chance to dance, but then Vitality should be looking to lock them out. And even these buys are threatening. Mag 7, the roll of the dice that comes with every shot.
This is actually a lot of money put back into this round from Vitality.
Sure.
Especially after the force in the one prior.
As he can drop scout, play Deagle, I mean, they have a lot to work with.
Certainly more than G2 should be ready for.
Apex. Ooh. I'm scared. Hunter should be.
Oh, dude, it's such a cursed gun.
It is
if not even Apex can make it work, what hope does anyone have?
We saw at the major, didn't he get like a jumping 3 or 4K with it? I think against MOUZ in the playoffs, got jumping 3K at Banana. It can happen. Not here though. Hunter dodges it, and G2. That was a lot of investment for Vitality. They just run over it. Here comes that full buy to make or break this game. Could G2 give us another map?
Yeah, I mean, look, because Vitality still feeling confident and playing within that, put more money into this round, they're kind of extra vulnerable all of a sudden. G2 moving into pole position at 8-7 with a chance to break Vitality's money in this next rifle round. 100%. And that really does decide just how far G2 can take this. It's a powerful position to be in.
It's a swing round.
Hunter warming into this role as the captain. Let's see what he cooks up.
Yeah, they had a clear game plan. CT side, right? Taking that A main control, controlling Pop Dog a lot of aggression late in the round. Once the orb got activated, it got a lot easier for G2. So expecting this map in the series, perhaps. Oh, missed insta for Apex. Not happy about that.
Yeah.
Luckily, G2 don't look to challenge A main, so it won't come to matter. It's Ivy control where Mezzi has to watch out.
And they're already past his smoke. They beat the timing. He gets a dink down range. Softens up that first player in, and then they get picked apart by the Frenchman. There's one back for MOUZ.
Look where they are.
Going to send him out through main. They've kind of traded places here, but the problem is that bomb remains in Ivy. And so having to go and recover that now with G2.
Players past the molly, though. Does Hunter realize Mezzi on the left side finds it for free. ZywOo cowering back at the bomb site. They don't clear him, and he makes them regret that. 3 kills from ZywOo in the first gun round. The crucial gun round that we've been setting up was a requirement for Vitality, making this simple enough. Without it, it would have been a Vitality attempting a comeback late in the day. They've yet to break G2's money after clean anti-ecos. That's everything Vitality would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly this like flips the script, right? You're back to a tie game. That pressure's never gone away. And in fact, it's G2 staring down the barrel of a reset here. They've lost MOUZ to open up this round. That's one of their fire starters gone, one of their opening pieces removed.
Very cheeky. Would suck to die to that angle, that's for sure. And ZywOo wasn't a requirement on Inferno. Everyone else playing great as well. Well, he's gone above and beyond in this game. 18 and 11. That 3K on the gun round of high impact. Staying mobile with the AK here. G2 setting up an execute on this yard. Hunter coming from Pop Dog. The linchpin to this round needs to find an opening kill. Oh,
Apex with a big spot. Nice bit of info gathering there. Spots the main contingent of this A split. With Pop still smoked, there's no assistance available yet. And so there's no chance at the trade for Pius's death. Vitality actually respond with even more aggression, playing into Pop. They've knocked out one half of this split, and they'll finish off the remaining piece. Apex shouting them down as Vitality re-enter the lead.
Just so active. They're constantly getting information, constantly offering utility. The jump spot for Apex, the flash for the repeat. ZywOo swings Pop as soon as that smoke fades. G2 don't get to play their game in this round. They get to the advantage, ready to attack A. And then Vitality just knock him out. Now money broken, 10 rounds available. And Hunter really just laying it on thick here for G2. Reminding them of the game plan.
It's nice, you kind of just give away freedom in this round to your players with Deagles. You talk over this coming rifle round. Hunter is deep in thought with how to address this problem. How to get one over Vitality. Ooh. It's an awkward exchange out through Ivy. G2 weren't expecting to have much of a chance in this round, but they've got it into a 3-on-3. It's caught the attention of Vitality, who have shifted 2 players over. Third man in rotation won't be required. Flames douses the heat of G2 in that one and stops the Deags in their tracks.
This deep in the game with money not built up on the T side. Every rifle round is essentially a 2-for-1.
I was curious if we were going to get a pause here, right? After Hunter had kind of spent that last round going over the game plan. But not wanting Vitality to anticipate much of a change. Saw it like he gave the nod and they've played through.
Lurk smoke out main.
Let's see what the idea here is for this G2 squad. No attention paid towards that B site in the opening of the round. Instead, the one man over there is Heavy God, and he's taken pop control instantly.
Is he on a mad angle as well, but that does leave him out of the picture when it comes to this A hit. They've got to stop it.
Heavy God first in the crosshairs of Apex and a little ahead of the rest of his team, hoping now that they can make amends for this. They get out through Olaf, Hunter and Mattis carving this path in. But in the blink of an eye, it's been stopped. The pace taken out of it. Some Pious wounded and getting flanked. Mezzi brings it home for Vitality.
And it hasn't been stressful, really. Ever since those guns came out, it's been decisive, clean rounds, never getting more than 2 kills for G2. 4 in a row for Vitality, maintaining the economy and stretching the lead out on this CT side. They were a little bit late to the party as G2 converted on both pistols. But once we've hit rifle rounds, Vitality flex their muscles. Pistols galore. Or pistols gore as Zaiwu lays him to rest at the Ivy side. That's an overwhelming Mattis chase. It's an AWP gifted. Oh dear. Could that be something?
Yeah. Maybe it's Algor, because the climate on this round's changing. Mattis with the AWP. Takes a line that kind of cuts this site in half.
They're giving him time. And I think G2 might even get a plant out of this one. Vitality run the rotation to come in on a pop flank. Buys everyone time, including G2. Backside stick. Rob's clearing. A lot of ground to cover here. Con plant is really dangerous for Vitality. They've got the util and kits, but Apex, even then, is really taking his time on this pop push. That re-smoke blocks Vitality.
Yeah, and considering all the time taken, you want him to have a big payoff at the end of it, but there isn't really one in sight. The only player you can look for is Hunter. Mattis and Heavy got a freedom to play around this bomb, and Hunter's actually disappeared through the smoke. This is building into a convincing spot for G2. There's a lot of time ticked off this bomb. Vitality have got to get a move on. The flanks connect. Hunter comes through with a big backstab, and Apex can't win this. Kills are plenty, sure, but the bomb too far gone. G2 will not go down quietly.
Yeah, that is not a round that they're meant to win by any means. A 3v5 on pistols, that was not in the script. G2 grabbed that orb, they put it to use, and in the silence, Vitality kind of outplay themselves. Making that rotation really loudly out of connector beckons G2 in, and they take the space right back. Nice call in the mid-round to freeze. And even playing through that camera smoke for Hunter. Very naughty. It actually forces Vitality's first time out, because really that should have just been the game. It should have been 12 rounds with one last buy for G2, but now they've gotten extra money, a free orb, and opportunity, most importantly.
Now, it is a huge win to give you a lifeline. The chance to compete, the chance to make this a 3-map series after all. Flames with aggression. Not without its risks. He'll get chased down the very first turn.
It's a crazy flash as well. Heard it coming.
Did look to be a missed smoke out towards A, and so Vitality have more info than G2 are anticipating. Exploding down the ramp though, information doesn't matter if you just swell at this B site with numbers. Anything less than a 3K round out of Apex there was never going to be enough, and ZywOo just so far removed from this round has to save. At the 11th hour, G2 starting with a low econ round win at a man disadvantage, a huge flank from Hunter. Power up on the return to rifles. And this is now a one-round game.
Yeah, it really felt like G2 were just accepting their fate, and we were all going to see this one close as it naturally should. But you've got to commend the staying power of this team right now, especially with MOUZ having a quiet map, but coming through with a couple of key entries late in the game. And Heavy God's really cooled off since that ace, by the way. He's had 2 kills ever since. So they're doing this by committee. They're doing this with great cooling. Into a 3-man hold in the B bomb site, they break through.
Yeah, I even think at this point, like, win or not, there's a lot for G2 to walk away from this series and feel good about in.
But don't even say they're not, Harry, because they've got a win available to them right now. Vitality look like they're buying full.
I'm putting everything into this.
They're risking it.
G2 staved off using this final timeout a couple of rounds ago to bank it up for a high-impact moment.
Perfect time to pop a pause. A game that Vitality probably themselves felt like was all but done. Where does Hunter take us? Will it be all the way?
No miss smokes in this round. It's a good place to start. Robs coming through with aggression. And a big scalp to find. Heavy God, you mentioned how he cooled off ever since that huge ace in the pistol. He's had a handful of clutches in this game already. And he'll be relegated to the sidelines. Flames picking and choosing his fight very carefully here. They line up for him. But never content with just that double. The aggression continues. They find some Pius as well. And this dream comeback very late in the day for G2. might just get snuffed out with a bang from Flames.
It's a really cool idea to have Rops throw his life away for a 1-for-1 at B, but that distraction allows Flames to push up in pop early. He has shadow advantage, he has a strong position, Apex comes in to support. Really nice set move from Vitality off of G2's pause, and now they call one of their own, knowing this is their best opportunity, this is their best bet to finish the series and go into the playoffs here and now. G2, an admirable fight. Is that all it will be? They've got everything they need but the AWP, and that has had a choice. Sticking with 5 AKs.
For a G2 squad that have far and away exceeded expectations on this second map, undergoing the full revamp. Hunter adjusting to the responsibilities of captaincy, of leadership, trying to keep this series going.
You're really going to give ZywOo the dry fight.
Smoke. Ivy, ZywOo plays past that smoke. Flash is good and gives up the aim of the game. They've learned about this ZywOo AWP.
Sometimes it's been Mezzi on the rifle, sometimes it's been ZywOo. You've got to be careful with this control. They reset off of Ivy. Hunter back in pop as he's been so many times before. Mollied out, no smoke to put that down. He gets out of the corner. Seems like Vitality wanted to chase him down for a moment there. But he mollies off. Goes back for more. Dodges the flash. Preemptive turn. Mezzi with the trade. 4 on 4. Who does it favor at this point? Vitality still have 3 in this bomb site. G2 no closer to their goal.
How much silence did G2 let creep in here? Because sure, it's beneficial for them to do so. It shuffled up this defense, but it also wastes precious time. 25 seconds as they play out through main. A huge trade from MOUZ, who's been quiet in this game. That's him up on double digits. But you need more mileage from MOUZ MD if G2 want to stay alive. On train, Mezzi through the fire, through the flames, and it looks to all come unraveled. Mattis, low on health, no time, no chances. Vitality into the playoffs at Cologne.
Absolutely, reigning champions, major champions, the near perfect last season. They start this one with a bang just as well. They look to repeat in 2025 in the Lanxess, and they could even get a semi-final berth as well if they win that top seeding match to go even further. Vitality looking like a rock, presented with problems from this new G2 squad. Still, they answer the call late in the game and save their souls.
You're dead on. That next match for Vitality, they're facing off against the Mongols, a rematch from the major final to decide who goes into those semis and those quarters. That is going to be a banger.
And looking at G2, I think I'm impressed with this project, considering this is, so many changes across the roster in roles, in players, in Hunter taking on in-game leading as well. I think this G2 might have fight in them still down into that lower bracket. They get another chance to compete here at IEM Cologne, and I want to see more from this G2 squad because I like what I see.
Yeah, and there is the promise of a head-to-head between Nico and Hunter down in that lower bracket. So if G2 can keep this up, we could have some very storied games coming our way.
And I'm talking to Vitality. Today is no different. How does it feel, bud?
Feels good to make another playoffs. Yeah, it's we haven't played G2 yet. Well, obviously this line, but even all year we haven't played them. So it's nice to play some new opponents and also so soon after the break just to get more of the map pool, playing a bit of train now as well. So feeling good.
Let's talk a little bit about that train. You guys picked into it 5v3 forced loss in round 3. Is train a hard map to win ecos on?
I mean, I think if we did it properly, we probably wouldn't be losing some of these ecos as well. I think at some point there's a lot of different angles, especially going outside and close range with the pistols. It can be really tough on train. But I think if we did it a bit better, then maybe we wouldn't be losing this the second force round as well. So yeah, it can be tough. It can be tough.
Did it feel when you guys got on the server today that perhaps when we jumped into Inferno, that first half should have been a little bit closer?
I mean, yeah, on Inferno, the first half we messed up a few of the rounds on the CT side, like just some like miscommunication. We were a bit down on the communication and not with the details. So I think it happens on some of those rounds. But we started a strong half, and T side we're always really comfortable on this map. It's always fun to play, and the RGL Apex sometimes makes some good calls, so it helps as well.
Anything you want to say on your own behalf there, Dan?
Since he won the major, this guy has a really big like watermelon. It's not his head; he has a watermelon.
Finally, he's coming home with us. So.
Well, yeah.
We need French to go home. So.
Look, man, I'm gonna let you get the last word regardless. What do you want to say, Mezzy?
I can't say what they will. Yeah. Thanks for all the support, and yeah, and looking forward to seeing the Golden Hornets in the arena as well.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're joined by Flamesy, and if Messi can't say it, can you?
Talk the French?
Oh, why would you say that?
I wouldn't say that. The French are with us, and I'm glad we made playoffs because we're going to see the Golden Hornets on the playoffs, and that's something we're really excited for. Before the game, that was one of the motivation speeches that we want to see the Golden Hornets. We haven't seen them in a year, and they're really loud, and I assume everybody will hear them, but we're excited.
Yeah, they're very loud, and so are you guys when you're playing Counter-Strike. Obviously, you're coming out of a player break, and I guess the boring question is, and you've been asked this a million times. I think that was the last question I asked you before we went on a break. How do you stay motivated? How do you continue to keep on, having this desire to win and win and win? It can't be all the Golden Hornets, can it?
Well, we have a great performance coach and staff in general that before we got into the season, we obviously had a talk about all those kind of stuff. And I don't think it's so hard in some sense because you kind of miss the officials and you kind of want to get back to it. So after a season break, I don't think it's something that hard, especially when Cologne is the tournament up next. But we realized that as a team we have the opportunity to do something amazing this year, and we've done something amazing already, but we want to make a bigger statement. So we just want to keep doing our best, being competitive, and see how it's going to go. I think also there is some excitement with the Falcons roster change. A lot of roster changes in the scenes, and we want to just kind of like get to see how the scene looks like now.
It feels like you guys are playing even more loose than you did before, as if like you're untouchable, that they can't take you down. Like people just go for all sorts of crazy plays, and like before it was already kind of crazy with some of the rounds that you guys would just pull out of a hat. But now it's kind of like even more exacerbated. Do you guys feel like you could just go for whatever and someone's going to win the round for you guys anyways?
Well, I feel like we have obviously we have good individual skill in the team, so everybody can have a round that they shine. And I think yesterday you saw that maybe the stars were not the one who played the best, but it was Mezzy that clutched a lot and did a lot of good plays. And I think that's something that is great about our team, that everybody can sort of balance. Even you get to see Apex a lot of times just popping off and winning us games, and it's something that we as a team wanted to have. I think that was something that Zonic wanted to build before he left, that not only Zai would have to carry. But I think no matter what our form will be and how good we are individually, I think we'll always try to stick to just playing as a team, because nowadays in CS it's tough. You will play against a team that maybe is clearly an underdog, but they have 4 or 3 players that can shoot really hard as well. So you can never have just the benefit of just running around, unless you really, 5 of you feeling the game, it's 10-1, then maybe you do some individual plays, but it's never the case that we want to, it's to some extent a balance, because you start to play as a team and then you're like leading 7-1, and then you don't want to lose the advantage, so you keep just playing the same CS. You don't want to throw any rounds, and that's I think something we stick to.
Well, speaking of underdogs, like usually it's like the underdogs that would go and pick the new maps that are in the pool, but the 2 newest maps that are in the pool, you pick Overpass on day 1, you pick Train on day 2. Can you tell us a little bit why you go for those types of maps right now when you guys are strong on like every map?
We want to bully some teams.
You want to bully some teams?
No. I think it's just.
Well, you bully me.
We proc and we find good success on the map we practice, and specifically with Astralis, we also they had to play the Fisher, and then they came into Cologne playing. I don't think they had a lot of time to play Overpass, because Fisher came out as they played Overpass came out as they played Fisher. So I think that was like this decision, and also how we played on Overpass and practice. And Train, I think this season last season it's been really comfortable for us, and we won a lot of finals with it. It helped us a lot, and I think it's a map that is just key, and against some teams we might as well pick it and play on it.
Obviously, you're standing on the hill right now. You're still winning everything. You're reigning major champions. You're reigning everything. You participate in champions. You're looking from your hill. You're looking down to all these rosters making roster changes now. Who are you looking, towards who could come closer to you?
Definitely Kyosuke. I think
they lost today.
Yeah, I saw they lost today. But I think it's gonna be tough because first of all, he came from a Russian team into an international team. I think he needs to get used to it. He's never been in an international team, so I think this is a team that I think right now they have a team that they're going to build up on, and not going to be many roster changes. Well, hopefully, and if they do, then it's going to be expensive again.
Like expensive. Yeah.
But if they get some time to practice and undergo those officials, I think it's something important that you just go to those officials and people get to know each other and in the official point of view. And maybe, and I think they have been the one that I'm really excited to play against. I think Spirit, I also want to play them, but it's always like I want to play like the Zayu versus Donk. And I think Mongols, well, watching them play, they're shooting really good. So it's a bit, we play them, right, in 2 days. We play Mongols this
I think so, yeah.
So I think they're going to be a big challenge, but obviously you have MOUZ Sports always this year that there's just so many competitive teams, but I think the one with Falcons is the one that excites me the most in the sense that I'm looking up to see how they're going to build and what kind of play, what kind of CS they're going to play. Nico changing role. There's many new things in that team, so I want to see that.
What about G2 with Mattis? Are you thinking Nay or Yahoo?
I think it's good. I actually think that this roster makes a lot of sense in G2. I think they have a good roster, and I think I'm happy for Evigad that I think in his career he's been really unlucky. He joined OG and the roster completely changed, and then he joined Cloud9 and they got disbanded, and then he went into G2, and then Nico left, and not Nico left, but Monesi, and so it's.
Well, I know why
now they have good.
Yeah, now I know why his name's Heavy Guys. Like, oh, that team is heavy, man. He's trying to carry them on his back.
But also, I think he's a good player, and I think this roster just fits around. I think Mati specifically, well, he always owns us in practice, so we have big expectations of him. But I think St. Pius and So are also. Really good. I think St. Pius is an opera that just controls the game. I think he's going to help Hunter a lot in IGLing. And so, no need to talk about him that much. He proves himself a lot.
Flamesy, final question before we let you go. You had a player break. Obviously, you had some vacation time as well. Have you been working on anything in particular as an individual coming into the new season? Or are you just going to continue to do what you did beforehand?
Well, I think last season, the ending of the season, so like since April or May towards the end, there was a lot of stress going on. There was a lot of, like we came from the Grand Slam, then a week off, then a tournament, then we get to the final, then a week off, then not a week off, but practice, and then we, the major, and there was a lot of stress built up. So I tried to take this vacation, this player break to like ease up, and this player break, and then this season I'm just gonna focus on creating more habits that are gonna reduce the stress overall and maybe give me more tools against it, because the final of the major, the semis of the, like those games were so stressful, and I lost, like it's weird, but I lost so much weight, and I don't know why, but I talked with my girlfriend and she said
we got someone right here that can talk about that. Maybe you can incorporate some running or some cycling into your
I was asking you, remember, for the interview.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much. We finally found a weakness within Vitality. That's the stress, Flamesy, go off, chill, relax, get some sleep, do your vitamins, whatever. You can leave if you want to now. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll move on, talking about Counter-Strike and looking at the results for today. MOUZ taking down Team Liquid 2-0, another day of the 2-0s. The Mongols taking down Falcons, rather surprisingly and rather convincingly 2-0. I had Mongols as maybe the favorites, but I thought that Falcons were able to put up more of a fight. And then G2 going down to Vitality. Not a big surprise here, but another day with just a lot of 2-0s.
I just don't know why Falcons is spending this much money and they can't take a map off the Mongols right now. Mongols capitalizing on that. Spirit 2-0 over Heroic, but I think one of those maps, the first one, was in overtime.
That was overtime, and that was Shiro going absolutely nuclear. I think he had 60 kills over the course of the two maps and only 30 deaths, plus 30 in that game. Ridiculous. Gamer Legion lost.
Speaking of overtimes,
Yeah, third deciding map went all the way. Are you surprised that 3D Max were able to take down Gamer Legion? We were joined by Ash, and he was pretty, comfortable going into the second stage.
I think maybe a little bit. Like Gamer Legion, they're looking like a little bit better right now, a little bit more composed, but you still have to understand that they didn't even qualify for the major, in Austin just a couple of months ago. So, and 3D Max was there, and they did perform well. So these are the teams where, anything can happen, kind of in that tier 2 scramble.
Yeah, kind of feels sad to see Gamer Legion being the only one out of the tournament. But there's another game going on right now. Astralis right now playing behind us, if I'm not mistaken, or at least trying to play behind us. Not off to a good start in their game, so plenty of more action. We also do have the top 10 highest rated players of the entire tournament. And we do this check-in every single day to see who's yay and who's nay. And as I spoke about, Shiro, he had an absolute barn burner. And so did Voxen and Vicadia yesterday.
Look at his impact, 1.68 over his 1.5 normal rating. That's not really something you usually say about Shiro. Usually he's kind of in the back lines going for those maybe clutches, maybe he just decides to save, and that impacts the score.
You know what you said yesterday?
Yeah, what did I say?
Called out for Sensu. Where's Sensu on this list? Well, guess he's on the list now.
There you go. All you have to do is get like a 40 bomb against the Falcons, I guess, and then you're up there. Exertion also had a really nasty map 1 against Team Liquid. I think he had something over 2.0 for the rating, but dropped off in that second map.
Dropped off a little bit on that second map. I'm not surprised to see Dunk on the list. Maybe a little bit surprised that he's only 7th, but it's been one game. He has time to even out that scoreline. Kyusuke as well, rounding off the list by having a decent debut individually, but not as a team.
Well, yeah, I mean, his debut, he's going to be on that top 10 list. He's looking good. I think he was the only one with a positive rating, and even on that first map, especially with the Falcons, and it wasn't just a positive rating of like 1.05. It was like 1.3, I think. It was like the only person putting in effort, and you lose Nico and you lose Monazy on that second day of the groups. Like, what is going on here? And for him to be the one that's consistent and the one that's actually showing up, that's pretty cool to see.
Pretty cool to see. Early signs for Kyusuke, but let's see if he can continue down that trend. He's going to be much, much needed within the Falcons camp for sure. We do have a schedule as well that is lining up for the upcoming games. On the A stream tomorrow, we're starting off the day with MOUZ versus Na'Vi. Not a bad game to begin with. Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan. If I'm not mistaken, we've seen that game already, haven't we?
I feel like we see this every time we're watching a tournament, but yeah, we do. We get to see the return of the grudge match. I think we saw them, like 2 days ago on this? So it went 3 maps. FaZe Clan completely, utterly destroyed Liquid on 2 maps. I think it was 13-6 on map 1 of Mirage and 13-2 to end it on Nuke, with the Inferno going the way of Team Liquid there. So that'll be a fun one.
It will be a fun one. Also an elimination game, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of pressure on the 2 teams right there. Yeah, I am mistaken, actually. NIP taking on Heroic. That's a game as well. You know, some of the play-in teams now coming into contention. They're fighting to stay alive. Aurora taking on Team Spirit. Aurora that was able to beat NIP in their opening game, even though they're playing without Xantares. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, Xantares is definitely a key piece for those guys, and I do wonder what this NIP Heroic game is going to be like, because those are both like the rising star type teams right now, even though you might have some players that are kind of old veterans.
Old veterans. And then, of course, as you saw on the schedule as well, a couple of TBDs, as we still have Astralis fighting for their life behind us versus Furia, another rematch at this tournament. Astralis not off to the best start, but the game remains competitive. One thing that's also very, I guess, competitive, and one thing where you have to be as fast as the players, is you heading into ESL.gg/Krakow to secure your tickets for the upcoming Krakow tournament. We've been in Katowice for many years, and that's been a staple. Now we're moving to Krakow. I asked you yesterday if you wanted to buy me a ticket for that event. You said no. Have you reconsidered maybe, and I don't know, thought about being a nicer person?
I have, actually. I did think about it, and the answer is still no.
Sick. All right. Well, in that case, I hope someone out there will do me the favor, or do yourself the favor, and buy the tickets to Krakow so we can fill out that arena and make sure that Counter-Strike can live its absolute best life inside the arenas. Yes, watching Counter-Strike online is cool. Watching Counter-Strike on the streams is cool. Continue to do that. But if you have the opportunity to watch Counter-Strike inside the arenas, I think you should very much consider to do so. Those of you who have tickets for Cologne later on this week, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm going to stop rambling. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to get Steel out of here, because we have much more action happening tomorrow. We're going to shut down the studio, and we'll be back tomorrow. Bye.
Scrutiny, people twisting up the truth. This ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Yeah, troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights, big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray, will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I rise up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance, indispensable, I'm not redundant, incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it, I'll rise above it.
Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite.
Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the
really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done! Astrolog's winning! Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic! And they did it again in the Grand Finals! It's MOUZ! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the f... Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.